Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Happy Easter, everybody. What is today? What is it called today? Because yesterday is Good Friday. I've been telling Maisie that yesterday was Good Friday and today is even better Saturday, meaning she's got to be a good girl yesterday and an even better girl today. Ready for excellent Sunday, Easter Sunday. But yes, I hope you're all well. We're already eating chocolate eggs this morning. And we just went into the jewellery maker, offered them to Rachel, who's producing, and she was like, oh no, I've had a smoothie this morning. And we're like, oh. Okay, we haven't just eaten all of our chocolate eggs already before 8 a.m. But yes, we're going to have a lovely Easter weekend. Hope whatever you are doing, you have a lovely chocolate-filled weekend. We have got a fabulous day because we've got Adele and we've got Sandy in today, two of my absolute favourite guests. I walked in this morning, I was like, it's going to be such a good day today. And they were like, and we've got Sandy and Adele. I was like, yeah, I'm not talking about you guys, Charlie and Hannah and Michael. But no, we're going to have a great show. So, should we start today with our early bird? And then I'll tell you about the rest of the lineup because there's loads going on today. But this is something that every single person should be stocking up on whilst it's on offer. And then you've opened up your baskets ready for the rest of the day. Machine needles, machine sewing needles. It's something that obviously, you know, it's not that necessarily inspirational when you look at it and you think, oh, I'm going to buy this kit or I'm going to buy this fabric, but it is something that is going to ensure your projects look as good as you want them to. Lots of times when people struggle with their sewing machine and they think, oh, there's something wrong, first thing to do is to change your needle. If your machine is skipping stitches, if it's making a funny noise, try changing your machine needle. Like with our rotary cutters, you should be changing your needle after every large project. So here you've got a mixture of leather needles, regular machine needles, you've got twin needle there. Well, you've got 2 packs of the regular, which is great because that's going to last you. They're the sizes 9 to 14 and these are sizes 11 to 16. So you've got a great selection of 10 different regular needles, but also more specialist needles with your top stitching maybe, your twin needling and your leather needles as well. £6.46, that's a £2 saving on your John James needles. I must say, we do love John James needles here. They're actually down the road from here in Redditch in the UK. So it's a world specialist, obviously made here in the Midlands. They specialise in all different types of needles. But obviously as sewers, machine needles, these are going to be a real essential. Just to be able to have in your stash, you're definitely going to use them, aren't you? And that's opened your order for the day. That's a really good price as well. You're now down to obviously less than £2 a pack. It isn't like your bobbins where we would say stick to the same brand, you know, your Elna bobbins in your Elna machines. This is a universal brand that's going to go with all of your machines. It's not something you need to worry about. It will fit with, you know, all/most machines. £6.46, bit of a strange price, but it's because we wanted to take exactly £2 off for you today. There's a very specific price, £6.46. 4 of your needle bundles and 4 of your packs of needles. Sorry, she's like, stop questioning my Easter prices. They are brilliant. They are excellent. How many egg puns are we going to hear today? Yeah, we have got Michael Wolf here today, so I apologise in advance that we probably will have a few of those bad jokes. He's looking at me like, oh. Okay, keep checking out everybody who's got them in your basket. This first hour is going to be a mixture of things. I know it says quilt kits you love, but we've got something for everybody. We've also got lots of bits and bobs on pre-order from yesterday. Hannah went a bit crazy on things that she'd not seen before, so we've got all sorts. If you have got this in your basket and you've checked out already, your postage and packaging is paid for the day, which is just £3.95, 1 P&P all day. Let us know how you're spending your bank holiday weekend. Obviously with us, we've got lots going on today. Brand new projects galore. £6.46, lots of people coming in. It doesn't matter whether, you know, you're a dressmaker, a bag maker, you do soft crafts. This is perfect, isn't it? Just stock up on your needles. Morning, great early bird for spring cleaning your machine. Change your machine needle regularly. Thank you, Susie. Absolutely. It's one of those that you might not think about and you don't realise until almost it's too late, where it's skipping stitches or making funny noises or not, you know, performing as you would want it to perform. So that's a really good point. Time for a spring clean. Clean out your machine, clean out under your bobbin, change your needle, change your blade in your rotary cutter, and you're away to go with some nice new spring projects. Because the clocks change, don't they, tomorrow? We've got to make sure we are... Actually, no, I said to Hannah, you don't need to worry about changing your alarm or anything like that, because we're both working tomorrow. I'm not here, I'm a jewellery maker, but I think your phone just does it now, doesn't it?
I remember that joke.
Hopefully. Oh, go on, you've remembered a joke.
So recently I asked Arnold Schwarzenegger...
Can you hear him or not?
Oh, hang on.
Come on over. Just what...
Hi,
is this
everyone.
joke appropriate?
Yeah. So recently I asked Arnold Schwarzenegger what his favourite Catholic holiday was.
Okay.
And he said, I have to love Easter, baby.
He's here all day. Got it. He tried to tell this joke earlier and forgot the punchline. So he's tried to do a few jokes this morning that just, yeah.
I've only done one.
Right, everybody who's got their machine noodles, go for it. Great early bird today, loads to bring you. Send in your Easter jokes. Send in your Easter jokes that are better than Michael Wolff's. We'll show you how you do it. If you do want to get in touch with us today... Oh, I haven't got my iPad, Michael. Then we're on Facebook Live. If you do want to jump onto Sewing Street TV on Facebook, you can message the studio on Facebook, on email. You can send in any photographs to studio@sewingstreet.com, or you can do it on the web chat. So if you jump to sewingstreet.com, this is going to be a quick and easiest way to shop and watch. Click on Watch Live at the top. There's our early bird, and you can send in any Easter jokes. Go on, Hannah, what's your Easter joke? Hello? She says, no, I'm not getting involved in this Easter joke. Knock, knock. Nick. Hello, Nick. Knock. Knock. Oh, we don't know anymore. That's the end of Hannah's joke. If you scroll down. And there is all... Oh, one's already gone. Get on pre-order. Eagle Eyes are already spotting some. Oh, by the way, I did not know there was still one of these. As far as I was aware, they completely sold out, so I haven't even got the, the quilt here, but that is amazing. There's still one. Also, on pre-order, you'll find from yesterday's show, Delphine Brooks's panels. They're right at the bottom. We'll scroll really quickly, and I can show you where they are. So those of you that didn't see yesterday's show, I was on the phone to Delphine a couple of days ago, and she was working so hard on these beautiful flowers. They are absolutely gorgeous. Instructions on there, all your bits for your applique poppies. These are all teamed up with Lewis and Irene as well, FYI. They are lovely, really lovely panels. Just in case you missed them yesterday, watch her show back. Loads of bits and bobs. So underneath us, you'll be able to find Sandy and Adele's projects. Let me have a look at what is coming up on our schedule. So, miss it, miss out this first hour. It says quilt kits, but we've got all sorts to bring you this first hour. Hannah says I did go rogue outside of the rule book today. We've got the 4-season cushions. Now, these are Helen Newton's. Beautiful designs, love them, absolutely love them. We do have a bundle to be able to do all 4 seasons, or you can choose if you just want to do spring, if you just want to do summer. They are embroidered as well with a bit of bead, a bit of sequins, French knots, a bit of free motion embroidery. They are beautiful, and with our panels as well, so they're coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Right, Adele couldn't have been happier about this top. So she said that her sister-in-law has been telling her about this pattern for ages, and she's like, yeah, I know, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, and she's just been really, really busy. She says as soon as the Sagebrush top arrived on her doorstep from Sewing Street, she was over the moon because she's wanted to make this pattern for ages. She said it's a brilliant top for beginners. Now, when you look at it, it looks very, very complicated because it's got sort of lovely voluptuous sleeves. It's got that lovely ruffle. It's got a tie at the back. But she says, yeah, everyone's going to be able to do this. So perfect for spring. It's one you're going to be able to make time and time and time again. It's coming up at 9 o'clock with Adele. Lots of people are already buying the trouser pattern as well. That's coming up later. 11 o'clock. Oh, hang on. Have we missed an hour there? No. So we've got Sandy's bag at 10. Oh, it's because I've missed out the... oh, yeah, there you go. There's the bag. Oh, this is another beautiful pattern that is back after popular demand. 2 different bundles, the Leon City bag coming up. Both sizes available in that one pattern, which is brilliant as well. And then at 12 o'clock, it's the trousers, the free range slacks. They are super comfy, elasticated waistband, lovely length. The crop version is the one that Adele's made there. Really, really nice. And she says they're so comfy and really easy to make as well. So they're already going on pre-order. Grab everything that you want. Any questions that you've got, get them in, and of course we can help you out today. Right, don't forget your early bird needles. What should we do first, Hannah? Yeah. So the William Morris quilt. I don't have the physical sample, but I have got the box. Oh, it is heavy. It is heavy. Hang on. Entangled roundabout. It's this one. Oh, doesn't even fit in a box. You've got a lot of fabric in here. So I don't have the sample of this. This was launched for William Morris's birthday. You may have seen it with Stuart and John. It was amazing. Loads of people missed this. So for anybody who, you know, maybe transaction didn't complete, maybe somebody, you know, chose to go with something else, that's absolutely fine. But it means there is one chance remaining. And there were loads of you that missed this. Right, we're going to match the price. For anybody who missed it, there you go. It's $199.99, 3-way split pay. Watch the show back. It's a 10-part quilt kit. There's loads of fabric in there to make a 76-inch squared. There is a Facebook group that's actually linked to this very quilt as well, with tutorials, with videos, with all sorts. So obviously, you've got your instructions in there, and you've got the demo that we did here on William Morris's birthday, but there is also great video content and videos, $199.99. Just so you know, it is also on split pay. Oh, hello, George. Says, I'm not usually able to watch live due to work. I just want to say happy Easter to everybody and hope that we all have a little sunshine this weekend. Happy Easter. And it's lovely that you can watch live as well. Remember, you know, it's great when we're an interactive show. Message in, ask any questions. So, and it means that you won't miss out on, you know, things like this that would normally have just sold out during the live show. So lovely to have your company. Right, grab that on split pay as well, because that's just £66.66 on split pay. You cannot go wrong with a massive classic William Morris quilt. I mean, you've got gorgeous strawberry thief fabric in here. Never going to have this again. It was especially for William Morris's birthday, and it's got a massive £50 saving. Oh, no. OK, just so you're aware, there are 7 of you who are in for this. There is 1. We were just waiting for confirmation to check that it's definitely gone. But as I said, as far as we're aware, this all sold out during that birthday show. Yeah, it has definitely gone. Well done.
It's Holy Saturday, by the way.
Oh, today's Holy Saturday. Not even... No, you know, Good Friday, even better Saturday.
Holy Saturday.
Holy Saturday. Right, are we ready? Next one. Do you want to do the one behind me? Not yet. It's all right. Anna Marie Horner. Oh, this looks absolutely massive. This is even bigger. Oh, my gosh, I can't even lift it. Oh, look at how much fabric you've got here. Right, once again, there's only one. I'm not even sure whether we were supposed to do this today, but it is called Miss It, Miss Out Quilts, and there's one left in stock. Wow. Wow. Oh, I must say, this is my cup of tea. I love the fabric placement. I love the fussy cutting placement. I mean, that's why you've got so much fabric, because they're allowing you to fussy cut like this. So you get the flowers here. So you get this sort of scalloped edging, the log cabins. Oh, I love it. Hannah, £100 off. Oh, my gosh, that is a serious saving. Don't get me wrong. I understand, look, it's a considered quilt kit, but wow, that is mega. It's an 84-inch square quilt. 84-inch is mega. Everything that you need for the front, the border, the binding. I mean, you can see by how much fabric is in there. That is a big, big, big quilt kit. From the Welcome Home range by Anna Marie Horner. It's absolutely beautifully placed. Look at this scalloped sort of edge around your borders. This is why I love Anna's quilt kits and her patterns is because obviously she's designed these fabrics with quilts in mind, and that is just exactly, that is perfect, isn't it? To be able to cut these strips that you're literally getting these beautiful patterns, fussy cut. It feels like you're going to have fabric left over to sort of play around with to make other things. There's a lot of fussy cutting going on here. £279.99. We have taken £100 off. Anybody who wants to treat themselves for Easter bank holiday, that is the most gorgeous summer quilt, isn't it? Hey, Donna. Good morning, Sue. Good morning, good morning. Thank you for your messages. Happy Easter, everybody. Are you having a roast dinner? You're going to be cooking this weekend, baking? I think we're going to do a nice dinner tomorrow. I don't know, though. I won't be. I'm awful at cooking. I'm getting better. Oh, we've got a joke. We've got an Easter joke. IKEA selling IKEA selling large bar of chocolate, a flat pack Easter eggs. Clever marketing. Hang on, is that a joke or is that an actual thing? No, they're not. Oh, I get it. Okay, a flat pack a bar of chocolate is basically a flat pack Easter egg, isn't it? Oh, Pauline. Oh no, they are. Oh my gosh, can you show me a picture on my my computer? Pauline, flat pack Easter egg chocolate bar. That is hilarious. That is so clever. What a great marketing team. You're right, Pauline. That is brilliant. That is so funny. Have a look at home. Google. Right. Now this one is a Sanderson. It looks a bit William Morrissey, doesn't it? Okay. Right. Hannah was on the show of this, and she says, as far as she was aware, this completely sold out when she left the building. I understand, you know, things might bounce back, transactions might not complete. But the reason we want to bring this back is because it offers you the opportunity to get it for anybody who missed out. Just talking about large quilts, it is huge. This is another one that definitely should be over £200. The finished size is 230 by 183. It's absolutely whopping. Look, I mean, look, sorry that you're going to see our cameras in the way, but the magic of telly, just in, you know, proportion of myself, it's absolutely massive. It should have been starting way over £200. It's absolutely gorgeous. Pardon? I know, I've got my big boots on today. I've got my big heel boots on. Oh my gosh, it's absolutely amazing. And it's also, of course, the name Sanderson. Just so you know, when we're talking about construction of this, even though it's whopping, please don't be put off because I'm seeing lots and lots of squares, large triangles here building up this sort of section around. That is a massive square in the centre, and they're all squares. I can't even see half square triangles. Maybe, yeah, half square triangles here. You can watch the show back on the 22nd. So it was on earlier on in this month, the 22nd if you want to watch it back. So, I want to open this up. We're so limited, but you need to see these fabrics. You've got over 9 metres of fabric. If you do want to swap out some of the fabrics, I mean, they're beautiful. So you've got your instructions there. Hannah was saying, I think a lot of people are probably going to be swapping out some of these fabric for solids and keeping some for their stash because they're absolutely beautiful. Right, just FYI, we are going lower. We are going lower. Anybody who wants the very last one, if you confirmed at 179, well done, because you're now getting it under 150. That is beautiful. I mean, for that size quilt, which one would you be swapping out? For solids, which is your favourite? The blue and white one's lovely. This one. That is gorgeous, isn't it? They're all amazing. They are beautiful, stunning, and they're quality, absolute quality of the Sanderson. So you know the quality of the quilting weight cottons. I love them. Oh, that one's really nice. There is one left. This should be over £200 for the size of the quilt. That is absolutely huge. Okay, just so you know, There's a lot of people who have got this in their basket, just be aware. They have got. I'm sorry. The 14 people missing out. There's loads of you. Please go on a wish list. Do we do the wish list here? If you read the call centre and you say, no, but if one becomes available in stock, you'll get a call. So if one of the transactions don't complete, you know, like when we do the big shows and we say, look, it's sold out. If you ring our call centre and say, look, please, can you let me know, notify me if any become available? We do have that facility of doing a wish list, which we never really talk about, do we? But, you know, when we come back and we've got one quilt kit, the call centre could have rang someone that missed out if it were on their wish list. They'll only do it if, obviously, if you ask for it. They're not going to be ringing you going, oh, just so you know, this is available. I know that you wanted it. So, yeah, just ask for it to go on your wish list and they'll let you know if it becomes available. Spring in purple. I believe there's a sample. Okay. Oh, see, this is really lovely way of displaying some of those gorgeous quilts. Do you want to come and hold it up with me, Michael? Squeak. Sorry. Again, this is the curse of the wand. Please don't think just because there's only one you're going to miss it, but look at that. Instructions are included in the quilt kit. This was actually demonstrated on the 6th, earlier on this month. So if you... Oh, no. No, I'm completely wrong. It was on the 24th of February. 24th of February.
Look at the back.
I know, lovely backing. Yeah. Lovely backing. Isn't that nice? Everything that you need to include, everything's in the box for the top of the quilt and the binding. It's gone, it's gone, it's gone. We have got some extra wide backings actually coming up. Thank you, Michael. Right. Dina Designs. Oh, I love this. This was on my... what was it on? I want to say my birthday, and it wasn't my birthday because I haven't had my birthday yet. But it was for a big show of mine. What was going on? It was the birthday show. That's why. It wasn't my birthday. It was the channel's birthday. But look at that. Yeah, I think. No. Mother's Day. I've now made Mother's Day my day. I knew it was a big day for me. It was a big day for me. That is lovely, isn't it? There's literally one left because it was very popular on my big day. Isn't it lovely? I do love the Dina Designs fabrics. Can we now just remember that for next year? Please, will you text me on my big day next year, Hannah? That is so beautiful. We've always loved Dina Design fabrics, and that's very clever, isn't it? It looks like it's been foundation paper piece, and it hasn't. You've got templates in the kit to be able to do it. Pull it tight, Michael. There we go. $89.99 for a quilt kit. It's really good. And look at the split pay. Your split pay is now $29.99. If I'm right, was Hayley producing that show? Yeah, she was. That's why it went that low, by the way. That is why. Because it was my special day. Hayley was producing. It went to almost like a manager's special price. Do not think that that is normal for a quilt kit. I don't think I've ever really seen quilt kits of this, you know, when they're boxed like this with all of the fabrics, with the designer, to be able to get them under £90 is fab. It's about to go. It's about to go. About to go. Thank you, Michael.
What are you going to say? What are you going to say?
I wasn't going to say anything. I think I was just going to call you William. I don't know why. I've got William Morris on my brain. Butterflies and blooms. This is very pretty. Now, this comes with a big panel. So actually, the construction of this is relatively simple. Those of you that are after maybe your first big quilt or a quick quilt, you've got here your panel, and then you've got these really lovely borders round. $129.99 if you want to practice maybe your free motion, if you want to do some embroidery on the top of the panel in the middle there. That's lovely. I've not seen this one before. A Henry Glass. Right, previously, this has been as low as £119.99. It's on two-way split pay. It's Easter, come on. Hannah's already fueled with loads of chocolate. That means you're going to benefit for the very last two. We're taking it lower. Because I had my special day. There you go. This is $109.99. Make the most of it. We also, let me have a look. Oh, he's going for it. He's finding me the sample for you. Lowest ever price. Two-way split pay as well. $109.99. Great split pay option. $54.99 on split pay. Oh gosh, it's big, isn't it? It's bigger than I thought it was going to be. Look at that. Oh, I like this. Oh, do you know what? I'm pleased that you got the sample out of this because that is really, really nice. That would be so nice to embroider on the top of. If you watch Sandy's show later, you'll get some great tips because she's got gorgeous embroidery floss. She's got some gems, some beads. I imagine this in an entrance hall, on a wall. Embroidery. Oh, that would be beautiful. Lowest ever price today. Look, I mean, it's big. There's only one remaining. There is only one remaining. It includes everything that you need for the top of your quilt and your binding. So I'm just having a look to see whether this is, I think this is a panel here, and then this is, it might all be a panel here, and then they've just sewn around. Have they just sewn here? It's hard to know. I think they've just stitched in the ditch there. And then you do the piano keys around the edge. Oh, that is so cool. Butterfly garden. Right, this one is about to check out as well. The background is like this lovely mottled cream. It's really pretty. Sorry, I'm sitting at a funny angle with this. With the embroidery on the top, it will look really nice. I do think as a wall hanging or over on a single bed or something, that would look really, really nice in a guest bedroom, wouldn't it? Love that. It's sold out. Sold out. Thank you, Michael. Babyland. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. 100 by 117. So this is ideal for a playmat size. This is really lovely as a beginner's quilt. And it's so cute. I must say, this is lovely size to be able to have, ready to put down on if you have a hard floor, or if you, to put the baby down on, or to put little toys on if you go into the park. You always need, if they're just starting to sit up or crawl around this spring or summer, you definitely need one of these ready in the car. Or if you go to somebody's house and they've got a carpet or hard floor, you don't want to be just plonking the baby down. This is lovely. I'm going to get, is there one of these left? I'll have this. That is so nice. It's on split pay as well. It's $14.99 on split pay. Because it started over £100, it's now eligible. The computer doesn't realise that you now get a three-way split pay as well. That is absolutely brilliant. And I must say, these fabrics are adorable. I love the clouds one. Even if you're thinking, right, I'm not a quilt maker, but I want those fabrics, get this quilt kit for exactly that. Because in here, you're getting 10 different fabrics, which you could do lovely bunting or just to make things for a nursery. So pretty. That is so nice. Oh, I'm not going to get that, am I? If there's any of those left at the end of the show, I will be getting that, so... And it's like, I don't think you'll get it, Vic. There's a lot of people there. That is so nice. I've not seen it before. Yeah, a quilt topper kit. I've never seen anything like this before. Right. So you look at it and you think it's like a design roll. And it is really. It's a strip. It's 3 strips here. Your instructions, oh, this is so cool, are in the middle of the tube. So you've got your Anthea instructions here, step by step, your strips together to create this really cool quilt. I love that. It's not a small quilt, it's 104 by 129, and you've got all those fabrics. That's really nice. It's just cool way of packing it. Oh, do you know what? Just buy this. $39.99. $39.99. You've got loads of fabric. Even if you're thinking, oh, do you know what? They're going to be useful for bindings or... but the fact that you can do a whole quilt top for $39.99 is one of the most affordable quilt tops. I like the fact that it almost ombres, doesn't it? Because the one fabric roll that you've got here, this one, is an ombre roll. They're all, look, which will look so lovely for lots of projects, even if you don't want to make this quilt topper. It's up to you. Great price at $39.99. Anybody who wants the Babyland, by the way, there is one left. One remaining. You should have seen me at the creative craft show at the NEC a few weeks ago. Oh my gosh, I was living my best life as a market trader. I was in the aisles, come and get your ink pads. It was so good. Anybody who got their ink pads got an absolute bargain. I'm not going to tell you how much we sold them for, but it was so good. And I had a great time. I was on the till. I thought I was going to come in and, you know, do my introducing of the guest designers and then have a shop. But no, I was on the till. I was doing the tombola. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I was exhausted, though, going home. And I did buy a bottle of rum. I bought a bottle of nice rum from the store opposite us. Really nice rum. It was like a mango and passion. I'm not a rum person at all, but it was mango and passion fruit flavour. And she said you put it with lemonade or Prosecco and it tastes like a passion fruit martini. Like a nice cocktail. So I was like, yeah, sold for that. Yes. Village Fabrics are opening a branch here in Redditch, aren't they? I saw that they were doing the grand opening with John. It's where? Bruce's Village. Oh, Bruce. In Feckenham. Oh, nice. So, this is called Spools, which is lovely and apt, obviously. It's a lovely wall hanging size, 19 inches by 12.5. And as always, it's packaged beautifully from Village Fabrics because you've got all of your boutique fabrics in here. You've got your solids for your spools. You also have your templates, not only for your piecing, but also for your quilting. So these are also, I think she's probably hand-stitched these, but she'll have given you the templates, which is great, isn't it? Full instructions, all kitted for you at $19.99. That's a really lovely wall hanging. Right, shall we go rogue? Shall we go rogue? Now, myself and Wendy Orlando, a couple of days ago, did this amazing half square triangle, sort of like illusion quilt. And it was so popular, really. I know, I was so excited to see her. I haven't seen her for like years. So I was on with Wendy a couple of days ago. Now, she will love this because half square triangles, they come up a lot, don't they? I mean, there's something that, if you go to a quilt class, you might learn how to do a half square triangle as one of your first blocks. And you think, right, well, half square triangle is a half square triangle. There is so much you can do with a half square triangle. So, endless design combinations. As soon as you start talking about, you know, lights and darks and, you know, different colours and different patterns and different layouts, this is brilliant. Now, these are like a pack of cards. They're really such a great design because you can start designing your own quilts. So in here, I mean, look, this is so clever. We get offcuts, which are often half square triangles, don't we, from things. If you collect them up, you can start thinking about placements with these cards. So in here, you've got a light, medium and a dark solid square. Four shades. So you've got white, grey, dark grey, and then you've got the black. And then you've also got all your different half square triangles in different combinations. So if you're placing different colours together, look at some of the designs that you can do, and it suggests different designs on the box and it shows you how to do it. But then also it means that you can start getting creative. Imagine if you're in a quilting group and you all sort of just set yourself a bit of a challenge of, right, come up with a different design. And there's no sort of right or wrong. If you just start placing them down and start thinking about how you can put things together. I mean, look, especially when you've got the different colour placements. I'm just going to do it really randomly. I'm going to try and not... looking on Pinterest, half square triangle quilts. But it's nice to be able to have that key, isn't it? To see, right, how is it that you do it? These are the types of things that half square triangles make. And then you can just start designing your own sort of patterns. I mean, you could sit for hours. You could lose so much time just designing, which is brilliant, isn't it? Let me spin these round. Did you? No. Hannah had a 50p with a king on the other day. I didn't know that they were releasing them yet. I didn't realise they were out yet. Have you kept it? Don't use it. Don't just go and buy pick a mix with it. But look, so you've got all of these different squares that you can start creating your own block. I'm not obviously a designer. Lots of people are going to have so much fun with these. Oh, I'm trying to work out. You should, please, can you challenge me? Can I take these home and have a play? Because then when I come in next time, I'll be able to show you so many really cool, like, card tricks. Pick a card, any card, and create even just borders with half square triangles. Look, chevron designs. We've got a price comparison with these. There you go. If you've already checked out, they were supposed to be $17.99. They'd reduced it to $17.26. We've got them today at $15.99. They're a great gift for somebody, aren't they? But if you've got this laid out to the side of you whilst you're sewing, then you can actually work out, oh, hang on, where's my chevrons? Oh, this is so cool. I'm having so much fun. Here's a video of a professional lady using them, and she'll actually explain to you probably the more things that you can do. But this is brilliant, isn't it? Let me see if I can find one of these. Here we are. That on my professional lady using them. Oh! Oh my gosh, this is so exciting, isn't it? Oh, she can do stripes and all sorts. I should be talking over this because I know there's no sound, but I'm busy playing. Oh, so look, so you've got all of your greys there. I'm doing like a stripe, can you see? Oh, let me put the grey here like this. Oh no, a lighter grey. But it will just give you a bit of an idea. Here is her building, her first block. What is she building? There we go. Is she doing a... Right, so I'm doing like a stripe. You can continue that and you could do stripes across round a border square if you've got a lovely panel that you want to do with your lovely Sanderson. Oh, look, she's already... You're outdoing me here. You're trying to outdo me. Oh, she's so fast at this as well. This is why I need to get this home so I can have a practice myself. Oh, but there's so many cards in here that you can really play around. What a great idea, genius idea. And to see it in grayscales as well, to see it in grayscale means that your eye isn't going to be distracted by different patterns and things. So if you start to put together, you know, fabrics like this on a design wall, your eyes can get distracted by different patterns, whereas because you've got them in grayscale and whites, then you can see exactly your design. You're getting, how many? 100 two-sided cards. Spin them round, position them however you want, use them time and time again, and start designing your own quilts. If you've got loads of fabric in your stash and you're thinking, do you know what, I actually need to start working out what I could do. I mean, if you've got lots of half square triangles, as we said, as offcuts that you've used from other quilts, there is a lot that you can do with a half square triangle, just even completely sort of scrappy. You can see how it's going to look. Oh yeah, pinwheels. You can do pinwheels, can't you? We hear about half square triangle blocks all of the time, but it's nice to be able to have a tool to work out exactly how it is that you're going to place them, where it is you're going to put them all and work out, you know, then, right, okay, you've got enough cards to be able to start putting them together to see how they're going to work and make secondary patterns as you start putting blocks together as well. Very clever. Very, very clever. It's crazy, isn't it, how you just can spin them round and it will create a whole new pattern. They've only been on air once before, so this will probably be the first time that you've seen it, potentially. So if you've never seen these before, quarter of the stock has gone. If they're a gift for somebody, why am I spinning this still and can't work out my pinwheel? You do end up being like, oh. But if you're doing this with fabric, at least you will know which ways you need to sew them together. Lots of cards there, all for $15.99. Right, I am definitely going to be having a go with these at home. It does give you, by the way, if you're like me and you're thinking, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm just creating a bit of a mess, start with these, put them together, and then spin them, and then try and put them together with the next block. Make 2 of these and put them together and see what you're creating. And then you will start discovering the secondary patterns, which is exciting. But it does give you some great examples to start off. And the internet is a great source, isn't it, of knowledge and, you know, inspiration. Oh, they're double-sided, look. If you look at a quilt, for example, there's so many times, you know, that I look at these big quilts behind me and I go, hang on, that's made of half-square triangles. So where is it that they've positioned the lights and the darks? Get a picture up on the internet of Pinterest. I mean, I probably shouldn't be saying this because we sell patterns, you know, for £10 a pattern using half-square triangles. So if you do want to be able to create endless designs yourself to use up your quilts stash or, you know, any fabrics that you've already got, brilliant way of practicing your half-square triangles and using, you know, your stripologies. And it doesn't need to be this size either. Obviously, half-square triangles you can do of any size. So fantastic. I love those. We've done the different card decks before with different blocks, but I do like that you can physically start playing around with these, whereas the card deck, for example, like this, it tells you the blocks. So the card block looks like that. So it shows you different blocks. This is almost like the next step of constructing and designing your own blocks. Oh, look, that's like the intertwined illusion sort of quilt. Is that first one in the top corner? Half-square triangles? That is amazing. I mean, some of these you might need to add other shapes as well, but that gives you a really good idea of lots of half-square triangles. Yeah, that's really similar to, you know, the entwined designs. Some of them different patterns, some of them a block of the month using half and quarter square triangles. They're cool. See, just doing them in solids is going to completely change it. And changing your fabrics then is going to, yeah, brilliant. I love them. Have a look around on Pinterest because there is a lot of quilts that will be constructed on HSTs. Half-square triangles. We love them. It says here, endless designs and combinations with half-square triangles and solid squares. Great activity for groups, for quilting groups as well. This is brilliant. What? Yeah, you could all do a half-square triangle challenge. You've all got to do a 12-inch block or, you know, you've all got to plan together. 1 week, you all take the cards home and you construct a different block that you then can make up. I mean, that would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Okay, so these have only been on air once before, remember, and they are now half the stock gone. Let me know if you've already got those, because they are really good, aren't they? Good morning, Claire. Happy Easter, Sally Ann. Oh, I did set up a little Easter egg hunt this morning for the girls, which is cute, isn't it? We're going to do a big one this afternoon. Yeah, Tilly waved to Hannah on the phone. Okay, what should we do next? This is the most recent deck of cards. You've got 40. You don't need the other 2 before. This is just a new set. They just call it 1, 2, 3. They don't go up in difficulties. Honestly, I'm so bad at opening packaging. We'll see if we've got an opening one. So 8 new layouts, 40 new block, and unlimited possibilities. Because as soon as soon as you start changing combinations of colours and lights and darks, shades, and twist them to wherever you want, it does create completely unique designs. So within your cards, you obviously can combine your own cards to create your own quilt, but it does give you full quilt layout diagrams in here as well. So it has the blocks, it has your cutting instructions on the back, and then you also have quilt layout diagrams. Oh! What? Here we are. Right, so inside, this is really handy, isn't it, just to have on your work desk. If you've lost your sojo, if you want to be able to just think of a nice block to be able to do as a cushion front, for example. It doesn't need to be a whole quilt. It could be the front of a bag. It could be the front of a cushion. So here you have lots of different blocks. And what is really useful is not only have you got the block on here, you've also then got on the back cutting instructions for 6-inch finished size, 9-inch, 12-inch, 15 and 36-inch, which is amazing, isn't it? And it will tell you what to cut, what you're going to need. So half square triangles, look, quarter square triangles and squares. It's really, really clear. It's then got them all labelled and will tell you how to construct them as well to create this block. And that's for every single one of these designs, which it says here you have got a total of, did it say 48? 40 blocks. 40 different blocks, more than 40 blocks. So you've got all of these. Remember, they've all got their different name and their cutting instructions, their layout diagram, everything like that. And let's keep going through them. Once again, they're on the grayscale, so you can see the patterns really clearly, but as soon as you start piecing them together, changing up the colour, twisting them round, you're going to be able to create secondary patterns. So they're all those ones. And then it tells you how to use the block charts. So it explains to you, like I just have here, which piece, how many to cut, which fabrics, how many of each fabric piece you're going to need, and then the block sizes. It tells you about other tips, how to use them, and then you've also got your balance layout. So quilt sizes, how to be able to do different sizes for your blossom quilt. Look, it even gives you your background fabric cutting instructions, which is brilliant. There's a king layout, medallion layout, merry-go-round, mini medallion, baby quilt, 45-inch square one. So, I mean, there are so many quilts on here. Bearing in mind, again, you can pay £10 a pattern. You're getting 8 inspirational layout diagrams, an on-point challenge, side and corner triangles for diagonal settings. So, yeah, if you'd love to do it as a diagonal setting, then how to cut the corners. Mixing blocks in quilts. Mixing blocks in quilts continued, so with sashing. Corner alignment for piecing. Y-seam piecing instructions. Figuring out fabric for a quilt. How amazing is this? This is going to be one of those that you pick up and you will use for lots of different quilts. You know, if you just want a little bit of information of, as to say, how to do a Y-seam, how to be able to work out the rest of the fabric in the background of your quilt. If you just want to do a few blocks and then do your borders and backgrounds, this is brilliant. This is the 3rd edition, as I say. I know a lot of people who are collecting them all, and these are going to be 40 different blocks. It just shows you, doesn't it, how endless the possibilities are when you start quilting. Love them. I'm just looking to see a half square triangles one. Quarter square triangles and squares. And it will teach you how to cut. So these ones look more sort of unusual, but they're cut from strips. So it will explain to you how to do it. But doing them in different shades and different colours will give you a bit of an idea of how to sort your fabrics as well at home. $14.99. Make the most of those. They're a lovely gift idea for somebody, or treat yourself this Easter. If you're thinking, right, I'm not having an Easter egg this year, I'm going to treat myself to some inspiration. I haven't got an Easter egg, no. Have you? No, I don't need. The girls have got loads, and Tilly and Belle haven't had any chocolate yet. But Maze is going to definitely have too much chocolate this week. I'm already planning on melting down some to make little Rice Krispie cakes or something in the week, hiding them for the rest of the year. I feel like I do still have some from last year. When does chocolate go out of date? They do have dates on them, don't they? I'll have to have a look. $14.99. Oh no, Kieran hasn't got me one. Those days have gone. Those days are gone. I know. $14.99 for your set of 3. I like that they fit in a really nice little box as well. You're not struggling to get them into another packet, or you're not looking at something that's going to take up lots of space. This is nice just to even have on the coffee table and go, right, let's pick a block, any block. Right, let's do it. Right, I'm doing that one today. I'm doing that one and that one, it looks like. I've picked out 2, but I'm going to do that one. Set yourself a bit of a challenge. Right, so just to finish, we've got some extra wide backings. This is a cave one. So those of you that got the cave quilt earlier, I love the fact that you have got some great backings for the backs of your quilts. This is also going to be really, really nice for dressmaking. It's slightly sort of lighter weight, which is lovely. It feels super, super soft. But if you are wanting to make the cotton top that we're doing with the dowel, this would be really cool, wouldn't it? Bit monochrome. 108 wide, 274 centimetres wide. So yes, even though we're talking about quilt backings, it is nice to be able to have the back as nice as the front. When you're spending all that time and money on piecing the front of your quilt, definitely invest in getting your quilt backing where you're not going to have to join up seams and patch from your stash. Whereas at just $14.99, you're getting really, really lovely quality cave fabric. Bearing in mind this is more than double the regular width of your, more than double the width of your regular quilting fabrics. You know what I meant. It's called onion rings. I love all the names of Kate's designs. I've done onion rings for years. I like onion rings. They have to be the ones that that you have in like a restaurant. They're real posh. They're properly, beer battered onion rings on a burger. The ones I've got in the freezer, they just don't quite cut it, no. $14.99, I don't think they're the ones that Kate was thinking of. Dan Morris. Was this the one that Susie tagged, no, who was it? Alison Marion tagged Eric in this the other day, I think. It's very similar, saying, I was thought of you. Very, very similar if you do want to do any, musical. We all have a friend who's very musical, don't we? These would be lovely to be able to do like a satchel, even if it's not the outer of a bag, maybe a lining of a jacket or the lining of a bag, or something a folder to be able to keep all of your musical sheet music in. This would be nice for Steph. You could do Steph some nice covers for his decks or something with this. Do they do that? Do you have covers on your decks? Like a tea cosy? Some nice wadding to protect them. £11.99. She just laughed at me. But a nice cotton one. And this is wide as well. 274 centimetres wide. Was it a duster specifically for decks? No. £11.99 for your extra wide Dan Morris designer fabric. But yes, it's going to be lovely for the back of a quilt. And actually, with this neutral colour, it's going to be great for most quilts, isn't it? I'm hungry again. I feel like I need to eat something. That's why, because I didn't have any breakfast. I forgot my breakfast this morning. I've only had chocolate orange. I bought some pretzels, haven't I? I normally get my cheesy bacon flatbread. No. No, what are they? Oh, yeah. £11.99. Okay, then we've got the one with the globe. Oh, yeah, they look good. Thank you. This has always been £13.99 a half metre. Today, we're at £12.99 a half metre. And I love, look how wide this is. This is going to be really, really nice as a big wall hanging even, or a big quilt front. Oh, I like this. I like a load of cushions. Maybe outdoor cushions, Hannah.
Or in a study.
In a study. In a study, these, yeah, would be really nice. A big weekend bag, travel bag, wash bags to match.
Or maybe in a spare room. Maybe you could make your
Spare room, travel-related spare room. I do think for gifts, especially, you know, it doesn't really say who this is going to be for. This could be for your brother, your dad, your granddad, your grandson, your... Oh, sorry, my bottle in the way. Oh! Thank you, Hannah.
Also, you're getting a lot if you make to sell.
You are, yeah. If you do make to sell, you can use this fabric. So you are getting a lot in there if you make to sell. A lot of wash bags, a lot of cushions, lots of little bags, travel wallets. Yeah, it's something for everybody. It's not all, you know, going to be very, very floral. You do have to think, there's lots of times that if we are drawn to the lovely florals or the lovely caifs, they're not going to be everybody's cup of tea all the time, are they? So if you are doing craft fairs and you want to try and keep your costs down, this is a brilliant way of doing it. And it's going to still be quality. It's quality cotton, but it'd be nice on the back of a quilt.
Storage boxes as well.
Yeah, storage boxes. Oh, that's a good idea for photographs. I don't know whether you can hear Hannah, hence why I'm repeating everything she's saying. For photographs of memories.
Yeah, or like covering.
Oh, or like covering photo albums, yeah. Or journals.
Travel journal.
Yeah, that would be lovely for a travel journal. Again, you could embroider onto this.
You could. Yes, you could. Or you could applique on it shapes of transport.
Shapes of transport.
Or like journey, little.
A little aeroplane with a dotted line, little running stitch.
I'm going to go now.
Fabulous. Lovely to see you, Hannah. Happy Easter. We look like crayons together today. We're both in our bright jumpers. Hannah's in blue and I'm in green. Our spring jumpers. Right. I don't think we've got any other extra wide backing fabric, have we? We're going to get... Who's on first? We've got Sandy on first, haven't we? We've got Sandy. We've got guest galore today. 4 season cushions from Helen Newton. They're already selling on pre-order. They're absolutely beautiful. We've got matching panels to go with as well, so stay tuned. Sandy's going to be joining me after this.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her head's stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre. I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely. I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, welcome back. Very excited for today because we have two of my favourite guests. Sandy's here well, you've got some of your designs later on, some of your patterns.
Yes.
The bags that I've seen on Facebook are beautiful.
Thank you so much.
They're backed by popular demand. And then another one of Helen Newton's, and you love Helen Newton patterns.
I love Helen Newton patterns. Yeah, I've done quite a lot of hers, and she's lovely, and I just love her designs. They're always so relaxing to do.
This is one actually we were just saying is a very mindful one.
It is a really mindful one to just sort of, I always think it's like a wet Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Do one of these patterns,
yeah,
and you feel better already.
Now, we have got a few different options for you. This is called the 4 Seasons. 4 Seasons cushion covers. So we have got a bundle of all 4 seasons, or you can get them individually if you want, and we've now put them with our panel. This is obviously the winter one, and it is absolutely beautiful with those lovely drop beads and sequins and embellishments. I love it. So We'll start with the winter one that's in front of me here. You do get all of your instructions. Now, it's got free motion embroidery on. Don't panic, though, because we're going to show you how to do that with Sandy today. But in your instructions, you've got full text of how to do your cutting out, how to do the front panel, the hand embellishment, the free motion part as well, for all 4 seasons. So even though we're saying today that you've got your panel for the winter, you also then have ideas to be able to do all 4 seasons. So you don't need to choose, you will be able to do whichever one you want, but you do have your fabric panel for the winter. So on your panel, you don't need to worry about sourcing any fabric for your envelope back, because you've got that here, you've got your border stripes, and you've also got lots of different coordinating fabrics for your border strips and your background as well. Now, not only does this come with your panel and instructions, you also then get a fat quarter of white to be able to have as your background for your free motion. But how pretty is that? Could you come really close, Charlie? Because the detail in the free motion on this is really, really beautiful, and we are going to master that today with Sandy. Don't feel overwhelmed by that, because with the winter one, obviously, you've got the sort of bare background, but with some of the summers and the spring and the summer, you've got fabric behind it as well. What I love about what I love about free motion is that actually, you know, it's more sort of doodled. It isn't really strict. There isn't a real strict pattern to follow. You can be really creative. And with nature, trees, they grow all over the place, don't they?
Lumps on them and they're gnarled a bit. So, yeah, you can. It's a lovely one to practice on.
Right.
If you've not done it before.
Brilliant. Right, we're going to go to spring next. You can see it glowing behind Sandy with the green. So here, oh, look at that. Here we have got your lovely spring green, exclusive to us. The panels are exclusive to us. Work with Helen Newton and Sandy. These are the lovely colours. You've got a gingham print there. You've got apples. And then you've also got your envelope back, which is this lovely floral, and the spots for your borders. We're going to show you your construction if we get that far, so don't worry. Any questions you've got, get them in. You also get your fat quarter of white, and you get instructions for all 4 seasons. But this one, as I say, slightly different actually, isn't it? Because you've got the fabric in the background.
Yes. They've all got fabric in the background apart from the winter one, and
Lovely.
that one you just leave there. In fact, but on the panel there is enough material that you can do a background. They've done a lovely sort of nice pale winter background if you want to, but I know Helen's just left hers without the background on that one.
Very nice, very nice. Right, so that's your spring version. We also have summer. Summer, you've got your instructions, you've got your fat quarter. Just so you know, we are now less than 20 available. 20 available on its own. Oh, look at these. See, if you were to try and, you know, do the benefit of having a panel from us is that all of these stripes are already sort of fussy cut for you, aren't they?
And they're all cut to the right size, and they all match everything as well. So it's lovely to just... And once you've done one, you could always have your own material and cut another one out because you've got all the measurements there.
Yeah.
But to have it all to do first is lovely on those panels. They're really lovely.
Well, you've got your own fabrics in your stash to be able to do the other seasons, but you've got your instructions for all 4.
Yeah.
Which will just give you a bit more of an idea of how to embellish your...
And it's a much quicker make when you've got a panel as well, because if you're finding bits of material that match together, then you're trying, right, what's the measurement of it? I need to cut it out. Whereas you've got it all there, ruler, rotary cutter, 20 minutes and you've cut all your panel out.
We are loving the pink colourway. Loads of people are checking out. Hello, Helen. Helen Newton's actually messaged into the studio.
Helen.
Hi, Sandy and Vicky. Thank you so much for launching my 4 seasons design. I'm loving watching the show and happy sewing, everyone.
Absolutely.
Helen's
Thank you for
lovely.
making it, Helen. You do some fabulous ones.
Oh, you may have worked with Helen Newton Patterns before. She makes some beautiful,
Oh,
beautiful
I've got
designs.
some lovely ones of hers in the house. It's lovely.
And anybody who loves, applique, yeah, you'll also really enjoy. There's a bit of applique in this. There's embroidery in this. There's piecing in this.
Yeah.
got a bit of
You could
everything.
sort of cut it out and do bits of it, and then you could hand sew some of it as well. It's quite a hand sew one if you wanted to take one away with you.
Yeah.
You could probably do it all by hand if you wanted to sort of sew it all on. It'd take you longer, but you could do it.
Yeah,
You know, so
that's
it's
really
something that you could take away with you.
And like you said, once you've got the pattern, you've got your measurements to be able to then do it in your own fabrics. So essentially, you know, you're going to be able to make all 4 cushions with those instructions. They're really nice. Now, there's something very nice about, very symbolic about, you know, the trees and the seasons changing. Trees alive, always very popular. So it's lovely that you've got your tree outline on the back. Right, the autumn one next. The autumn one, can you just slightly shimmy your head over? That's it, so we can see the autumn. It comes again with your pattern and your white fat quarter, and then your panel, which I must say, we do have instructions on their own, and your instructions are generally, what, £10? They're going to be £10. So for £9.90, for an extra £10, you're getting your full panel and you're getting your fat quarter. Brilliant value. I love this one.
I love that. They're beautiful colours, aren't they? Absolutely stunning.
Oh, this is gorgeous.
Some of those border colours are just lovely, aren't they?
We do have a bundle, just so you know, of all 4 available with your pattern. But if you want them individually, all of them are in their teams. They're all very, very limited. It's literally launching today, just in time for our spring, but then you've got them ready, whether you want to save them for when, you know, you're making them up in the autumn, or make them all up and have the collection of cushions all together. This one, I love the fabrics. I think that these are absolutely
They're
beautiful.
gorgeous, aren't they?
And if you think, Sandy, if you're going to say, right, I've got 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
8 different fabrics on there. If I started to try and find, you know, a collection of 8 different fabrics, rooting through my stash, trying to get them to work together, they've got different scales of print.
Yeah, I know. And then you've just got it all there, haven't you? And I was going to say, the tree is all the same on all of them, but don't they look all different, just the way the materials are and what Helen's done with them? It'd be nice to sort of bring them out every season on your sofa, so you had, like, you know, and you had the grandkids come round and they could see you change the cushion, couldn't they? For or they could get it out and sort of change it over and say, oh, you know, Nana, it's time to change to the spring one today or something, which would be really nice.
That would be so lovely. I'm really shocked at £19.99. That is brilliant, isn't it? Especially as you got the pattern for all 4 cushions. Nothing changes other than the embellishments really on your tree, obviously. But I really like this border section as well.
It's lovely,
It's
isn't
different. Okay, are we ready? Do you want, now you've seen all those panels, even just to get these beautiful fabrics, I must say, they are really nice panels. So you've got your autumn panel, you've got your summer panel, your winter panel, and your spring panel, plus you're getting a metre of white this time, so you're getting plenty to be able to do all 4 cushions, and your instructions with your templates, your patterns, everything that you need, your instructions, saving £5. Right, they're going straight into baskets. If you do want to make all 4, or if you just love these panels with all that fabric, half the stock is now checked out. Just be aware, if you've got it in your basket, check out. £52.53. Any questions that you have, get them in for Sandy. Helen's watching as well. I mean, that is brilliant. You're getting so much for your money.
Oh, you really are.
If you just start to work out, you know, obviously I was saying there was sort of like 8 different fabrics on each panel. They're lovely sized panels, and they're really nice to sew with as well, aren't they?
They are, yes.
That one is beautiful. It might actually be the only way of getting the summer soon, because the summer is nearing up on selling out, just to be aware. And then once you've got the pattern, I've got a feeling that, you'll be making these for gifts for people.
Oh, I would, yeah.
Oh, my word, it's very, 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 very busy. I'm just wondering the finished size of the cushion.
I think I put a 12-inch pad, I want to say, inside mine.
Nice. It's a lovely one, like you say, to put onto on your sewing chair or on a...
Oh, they're too good for a sewing chair. You'd need it out on show. You know, if you had one of those big cuddle chairs and you had one on there.
They'd make nice wall hangings as well, wouldn't they?
Yes. Yeah, you wouldn't have to back them. You could make them as, you know, put them 4 wall hangings.
Yeah.
That would be lovely.
Morning, loving the show. Just had to buy the grey kit, and the cushion looks so lovely. In my new sewing room, there you go.
Lovely,
Oh,
yes.
don't lean on it then.
No.
Sandy said it's too good.
Too good.
Too good.
Put it in the corner somewhere so you can just look at it when you're sewing.
All 4 of them together in a wall hanging, you know, quilt, or start putting them together as a quilt.
Yes, lovely.
Sashing in between.
If you bought a couple of the bundles, you could make a big quilt of
nice.
You put them all together and just get some of those lovely backing materials that you got, and you could just put it together as a lovely quilt on a bed. When you're on a guest bed, it'd look lovely.
Yeah.
All those sparkles, I love a bit of sparkle.
There'd be nice 4 corners either side. We're now designing quilts after our builder decks earlier.
They're great, those.
If you've got your 4 corners, then you've got all. If you buy a couple of the bundles, like you said, then you'll have enough strips there to be able to sash in and all sorts of borders
so you wouldn't have to
around
make all. Yeah, you could sort of just board around it and make them bigger.
Yeah.
And then sew the 4 together.
Yeah.
Have a lovely one.
Oh, lots of ideas. Just so you know, if you do love our ideas and you want to, you know, keep going with this design, then there's now 14 mega bundles remaining. Don't worry, we haven't done the tree yet. Don't worry, we haven't done it yet. We haven't. But we won't be able to bring these back once they're gone today because it's obviously bank holiday weekend. So once these are gone, they're gone. We're going to have a look at the demo in just a moment. Okay, carry on going through for those. Just so you know, there's only 11 remaining on that mega bundle. This is definitely your option as you're saving £5. Pattern on its own is available. Those of you that are thinking, right, do you know what, actually, I've got a design role or I've got fabrics in mind that I think are going to suit this perfectly. Maybe I want to do it in batiks.
If you had a jelly roll, you could do some nice ones because you could cut them off and you just need a piece of plain and put it round,
Yes, absolutely. So if you do want to make your own in your own colourways, today it's £9.99 for your Helen Newton pattern. We have got summer and winter now both in single figure, so I'll recap those before we go to demo, but if you want your instructions on their own, they're £9.99. Summer is this one. It just makes sense, doesn't it, when you know the kit's under £20 anyway. You're getting your instructions there at £10. You're getting your panel and a fat quarter. For that extra 10, yeah, go for it. That's the summer bundle, which is going to sell out. There's 8 and more in baskets, so yes, be quick for that one. And then the one that I've got the sample here for, you can see how this looks made up. I love these little pearls. Have we got them on the show? We do. Yes. Oh, look at these.
I thought they look like little icicles hanging off the tree, don't they? For the
winter. Do. Oh, my gosh, they're beautiful.
And so easy to put on as well.
Love them, love them, love them. And the little sequins. We've got all sorts to bring you. But with this bundle, you're obviously getting your fat quarter for your front here. There's 4 of these remaining. You get your pattern and you get your panel. Okay. Yeah. We'll do embellishments because they're going to sell out before we get to that part. These lovely white pearl drops. Obviously, they're not real pearls. They are your faux pearls, but they look absolutely beautiful. And just be aware of who you are making this cushion for. You just got to be aware, obviously, with you know, young children or people, you know, putting them in their mouths, or just be aware. £1.49 for those white pearl drops. They are sold out. Can we do these other little beads, the Trimmets beads? Now, I've got 2 different... Oh, no, they're the same. I was thinking I've got 2 different codes. They're the same. So, you are getting a mixture of different beads just to top up your stash. They're not glass beads as far as I'm aware. It does say not suitable, obviously, for children under 3, so just be aware if you are going to be doing the embellishments on them. You are getting... lovely little beads, lots of colours in there as well, because you might have some seed bead choose, but you might just have all one certain colour. So if you want a mixture, go for it. Now, Sandy at the bottom of the cushion here has put silver and gold snowflakes and sequins or little flowers. These are lovely. Now, they're easy to sew on as well because they've got little holes in.
So easy to, yeah.
They're about to sell out. I've got more sequins. Oh, you can never have too many little sequins.
Never, never.
I like these.
They're lovely.
£4.99, and you're getting loads, I mean hundreds in there. It's deceiving seeing in a little tube, but there's loads. And then we've got a bundle where you get all of these bits. Do you get the just these three, or do you get the pearl drops as well?
Yes.
Oh my gosh! You get the pearl drops, which are sold out individually. You also get stars as well. Oh, yeah, found them. Right, you got the stars. Oh, just get this. I mean, you're making a saving. You're making a saving of £1, but if you do want to be able to have plenty of choice for loads of projects, if you're going to do all 4 cushions or if you're going to do the quilt, go for it.
They
Love
last
those.
you for ages as well, those, and you've got so much choice in them. They're brilliant to have.
They're nice to be able to, you know, stitch onto your bears or...
Oh, I've always got sequins and buttons and pearls around the house. Yeah.
Oh, exactly. They're lovely.
You can never have too many.
£13.45 if you've already opened your order and you've paid your postage and packaging. Definitely add those. Now, we'll come back to things like your interfacings and embroidery. One thing you definitely do need is H640, is that right?
Yeah.
So, obviously for one cushion, one is absolutely fine, one unit. Are we selling it in metre pieces or in half metres? The H640 is your fusible wadding, and it's really lovely to give it that
gives it a nice paddy look.
Flush feel.
It does.
Yeah, it's a metre by 90 centimetres, so you've got more than enough. If I was going to do all 4, will I be able to squeeze it out a metre, do you think?
It depends if you put it on the back. I tend to put it on the back of my cushions as well because I like them to be nice and padded.
Yeah.
But if you just wanted to put them on the front, a metre would probably do the 4.
Yeah, thank you. Just £9.99 for your H640. Obviously, that's this one. You'll see it. Will we see it in action?
Yes.
Yeah,
hopefully.
fab. Perfect. Right. Sunday, let's come over to you.
Okay.
And I might be asking you the bits and bobs that you're going to use.
Okie doke.
So, straight away there, you've got your light box. Do you find they're handy?
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, you can sort of hold them up to the mirror, the window, which are fine. But if you've got these, I used to have an old-fashioned light box, which was about this thick, and it had a bulb stuck inside it. So, like, the bulb was sort of this thick, and it would be wobbling, and you'd sort of try and put it on. These are just game changer. They're brilliant. So you just switch it on. It's got 3, there you go, 3 different ones. So first of all, we're going to use some Bonder web. So I think we've got some Bonder web.
Can you just show me slightly to your right with your light box? Thank you.
There we go. Yeah, let me just move it all over.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Is that all right there?
Yeah.
Yep. And so I've got some Bonder web.
Okay,
and
there's your little packet.
And I'm going to pop it over the top here. And first of all, I'm going to do the tree canopy. So I'm just going to use a felt tip pen for this one. Because if you use a heat erasable pen, when you iron it on, you'll lose it all. So use something that's going to sort of stay because you are going to be cutting it off. So
are you on the glue side or are you on the...
No, I'm on the paper side. Yeah. So it's glue side down over the top of the canopy.
Oh, these light boxes are brilliant. They're going into basket. If you do want one of the light boxes, we've actually got a great price comparison. Very similar. I don't have an A4 one here, but the A4 light box, I will show you in a second.
So because Helen Newton's patterns are all quite thick, you don't necessarily need it for just the Bonder web, but it's great to do it. So I've cut one out which is a bit, you can see it probably a little bit more here. So I'm just going to leave that to the side because I'll need it again in a second. So I've cut the Bonder web round it, but left a space around it. Then you take the backing, the little background piece of material, and then I'm going to use these fusible mats, which I think, again, we've got on the show today. And these are amazing if you want to do anything with Bonder web. And I know, Helen, there's lots of...
yeah, lots of...
Now, this is the brand new...
You've got all the treats today, haven't you? Have you used the Alyssa iron yet? Is it on? Have you got it on?
Yeah,
I've
got it on. Woo! So I'm just
hang on. Press your... see that button that's red?
Yeah.
Press that. That will now be heating up for you.
Oh, right, so it's not quite heated up yet. Right, so I'll just leave... And can you just leave it on that little mat as well?
You can.
God, so I'll talk about the mat.
Yes,
Have we got the fusible mats on?
Yeah, we have. These fusible mats are brilliant.
Brilliant. Again, they're sort of like a considered purchase, but I bought the big ironing board one, and I thought, should I buy it? My ironing board was always such a state, because I use a lot of sort of fusible interfacings with the bears. So I was forever buying new ironing board covers, always. And I thought, right, I'm going to try one of these and see what all the fuss is about. And they are absolutely brilliant. And if you do a lot of applique, use a lot of Bonder web or interfacing, they're absolutely amazing to do, because you can iron like the Bonder web on it and peel it off, and then you can still use it if you mistake.
Still got the glue. So I love it that you can build up your own designs, can't you? You could cut your own bits of fabric, build them all up, and you don't need to use them straight away on your fabric.
No, not at all. And it's fantastic. And if you sort of go over, so if I sort of put that here, say I wanted it just to sort of fit on and I've got a bit hanging out, you can iron all that on, you'll pull it off, and that bit you can still use afterwards. I don't know how it works.
Do that, could
no,
you?
you get it stuck to your iron, you get it stuck to your ironing board, absolutely. Does this go a different colour?
No, you green, you're ready to go now.
Oh, ready to go.
But the Fuse and Mat Sandy actually asked to have on the show today. It's $24.99, and that's for the worktop size, not the ironing board. So you've got the 61 by 43 centimetres.
Which is so, I mean, I use the ironing board one because I've got one in my room that I use just for sewing with. But if you've got a smaller space and you've got just a little mat, these are a brilliant size to have.
Thank you.
So I've drawn it on, and then I'm going to put the glue side down over the back of here. And this is why you didn't want a heat erasable pen, because it'll come off. So just iron it on. And you see, I've got a little bit over the side there, whereas normally that would stick to my ironing board.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. So I could have put that right up into the corner, really, and saved a bit of material. So then you can cut it out. So once you've left it, we're going to cut it out.
Is it the first time you're using that Aliso iron? It's great, isn't it? It is handy to have. There isn't any in stock at the moment, but I'm just saying for anybody who's got it, it's handy to have the small irons.
I love a little iron. They're great. Again, if you've got just a small work area and you want a little iron, then I've been wanting to try one of these for ages. When I came in today, so nice. Oh, I love you all. It's like my birthday today. Light boxes, fusible mats and Aliso irons. I'm in heaven.
Just so you know, the bundle of all 4 trees with the saving, we're in single figures. You are saving £5 on that one, and you do get a metre of white, your instructions, and all 4 panels. So you've got your fat quarter there.
So I've got my fat quarter there.
Do you need to cut that smaller?
You do need to cut it down. You need to cut it twice. So you need to cut it once Helen's put all the measurements in it, and she's left you plenty of space so that it gives you more room for when you're free motioning it, and also for when you put it in your hoop to do your embroidery on as well. So you want to just get a pin, and I'm just going to scratch the back of that a little bit, and then it'll just lift off. There we go. So we can peel the backing off. Then you want to put your tree canopy with enough room so that you can put your tree underneath it. So I'm going to put mine about here. And we're just going to iron that on. And again, you've got a little mat with this as well. So, I mean, this isn't too bad because it's a cotton, but if you had something you wanted to protect, it also comes like an ironing
your Teflon
mat as well.
sheet.
Yeah. So you can just sort of like iron over the top as well.
That's really handy. I mean, we sell the Teflon sheets, and they're, you know, quite small, and they're about £8 just for a small piece. So to be able to get a huge sheet.
Whatever you do, when it comes, you think, oh, I've got my mat, and you're likely to just want to throw this away or something. Don't, whatever you do, because this is your ironing mat. So there we go. So we've got that on. I'm going to just take this out of the way now. And again, you can just roll them up, pop them back in the tube. And how easy are they to store?
Fabulous.
There we go. I'm just going to pop that underneath because we don't need that anymore. So I need my light box back again. Now, this is the time when you really do need your light box.
Light boxes, we've got a great price. Sorry to interrupt. The one that you've got there is an A3.
Yes.
You've got an A4 one. The reason I wanted to show you this one is because this would really work well with these designs.
Yes, yeah.
It's the same company. So ours is $32.99. They're lightweight, they're LED lights, they don't get hot, you don't need to replace bulbs, they're really easy to store away, they're going to be brilliant for tracing and all sorts. Right, Hobbycraft, obviously high street store, one that we all know. This is a different brand, but it is exactly the same size. And in every way I can see, it is the same light box. It has got nearly 5-star reviews on that one. So it's a fabulous light box, just like ours, and it's £70.
Gosh.
70! This isn't a, you know, we showed price comparisons earlier where it's like, look, it's a couple of pounds cheaper.
That's a huge...
£32.99. They're going to work in the same way. A4, lightweight, dimmable, USB, 350 lumen, really nice and bright. 50,000 hours worth of light there. Energy saving as well. Plug it into your sewing machine if you've got a USB, or into something else that's your Gemini or whatever you've got that's a power pack, or straight into a plug. I can't believe the difference. You could buy 2 of these and you'd still have change. I know it's a different brand.
But
maybe
these
you
are
want an ultra slim.
fantastic though. Well, these are slim.
Yeah, these are still super slim.
They're lovely, and
But
it
I actually
feels...
think it looks the same.
Yeah.
It looks the same. This is pure light. Inside, let me show you in the box. Oh, actually, I'm not going to open this one because, but inside, it's brand new. Inside, you do get your cable. It's USB operated. That is brilliant. 3 different light settings as well.
So you've got, that's just a dim, which you can still see it through. Then you've got a bit lighter and then really bright.
That's so bright, isn't it?
They're brilliant.
And it saves you. I mean, I've got windows that have got these things in between. What are they?
Oh, the
and so if you put that up to your window, you can't quite get it flat. So this is...
And then sometimes your pen doesn't work when you've got it up like this. You start trying to shake your pen a bit as well. And you've got sticky tape on. Yeah, if you do it at night, you can't see it either. So these are, they're just great to have. If you do a lot of sort of like a plique work, and especially a lot of Helen Newton's things, the light boxes are absolutely brilliant. So as you can see, I'm just going right over it. And you've even got sort of like the material underneath that, and you can still see the pattern coming through. It's great. So I'm just going to put them all on and just go over the tree. And again, it's a pattern for you to sort of, you don't have to follow it exactly, because as we've said before, all trees are different. If you're good at drawing trees and you wanted to draw your own tree, you could draw your own tree. If you want to add a few more branches on it, you can. You can really sort of make it your own as well. But if you want to really just follow it, they're great for following, so you got it perfect.
And you did that with a friction pen?
I did that with a friction pen, yes. So there's that one, so I'm going to pop that to the
Just
side.
be aware, that bundle is now really, really limited if you do want all 4. And even if you're just buying the pattern on its own, then you're still getting that template for the for the tree. You're still getting the tree pattern, which is great, isn't it?
Then we need some of the stitch and tear. So I think you've got some stitch and tear on the show.
I have got stitch and tear on the show.
Yep.
Sorry, Hannah.
Stitch and tear.
We're going for it. Hannah, we're working her socks off today with all these different things. She's like, oh my gosh.
She doesn't know where we're up to, does she?
There you go, £2.99. Why do I need stitch and tear?
So I'm going to do some free motion on it now. And if you've got the stitch and tear, and if you don't have it under, you can do it, but it's a bit floppy.
Okay.
So if you've got the stitch and tear underneath it, in fact, I'm going to do a slightly bigger piece so that I can put it all together. I was being a bit skingy there with that. I'm going to get a nice big piece, because you rip it off afterwards anyway.
It'd be nice if you got all 4 of them. You could do, or if you've got the pattern and you want to do like a family tree or a memory quilt that you use some special fabric for, you know.
That'd be lovely. There's so many things you can do with them. I think Helen's patterns are a bit like mine. You can make them your own very much. So I'm going to do it so that it's just a little bit bigger than my piece of material, so that I can hold it on whilst I'm free motioning.
And does this iron on or no?
No, just
place it behind.
I'm going to give it a bit of an iron just to even it out a little bit.
Now hang on, because is there a friction pen on your tree?
Yeah, but I'm just going to go around the outside.
Yes,
I'd adjust.
Whoa.
Yeah. I'm just going to go around, just because it's been in the bag and I didn't want, in fact I could, that'd be fine.
Do you do this on all of your free motion?
Yes.
With your stitch and tear?
Yeah. I either do that or I'll put the H640 on it. Okay. So sometimes if I'd done because you could sort of do the borders first, put all your H640 on it, and then just do it with that. So what you need really when you're doing free motion or any sort of embroidery, you need some sort of stabilising, and this will just give you that stabilising underneath it. So I've lowered my feed dogs. The other thing to say is if you are, a lot of people are scared of free motion as well and don't sort of want to do it and still want to do the pattern, you could hand stitch that.
Okay.
Or you could just use a straight stitch
Yeah.
on your sewing machine. You don't have to do free motion. But most machines you can do free motion on. So I've changed it to put my free motion foot, so it's just a darning foot that you put on it. And I've lowered my feed dogs. So normally this one's got like a little switch at the side and it'll just lower your feed dogs. Some very old machines won't lower it, so you can put something over the top of them because really you need to just be able to slide your material around, and the feed dogs will help to feed your material through, so you don't want those in action at the time. So I'm going to put this on. Now I've used a brown to go with my tree. Helen often uses a black to go with it. You could use, if you're a bit unsure, you could use it a bit paler if you wanted, or any colour you wanted to match it really, a nice sort of russety colour. And I am going to put my gloves on as well. I think you've got some gloves on the show as well today.
You use quilting gloves a lot, don't you? I feel, whenever you are, I know I've seen you quilting before. What is it about quilting gloves that you like?
Again, these were something that I thought, are they a bit gimmicky? Do I need them? But actually, it just helps hold, because you're going to be holding on and moving your material round. And it just sort of helps you grip it a bit more, because obviously there's nothing on the bottom to sort of grip the material. You're sort of holding it, and sometimes you can hold it out at the side. But if you can get the gloves, or get some like, you know, like the stuff that you can put on shelves, like that stick. You can get a couple of pieces of those and put it on. So if you don't want the gloves, but the gloves do help. And they're quite reasonable.
Just £3.99 for your premium gloves. These are size medium to large, and they've got those little beads on the end, and it's on the top. Is it on the top and the bottom? Yeah.
So it doesn't matter which you've not got left or a right.
Right, I'm with you.
So you can just pop them in.
Oh, it's because for left and right handers. That makes sense. I was thinking, oh, why do I need the tops to be attached?
Right.
Oh, grippy.
So I'm just going to bring my bottom thread up as well, which sometimes you can do without your gloves on. I was just too eager to get the gloves on. There we go. So you brought your bottom thread up.
Tracy says, good morning, Vicky and Sandy. Happy Easter. Love watching your shows, Sandy.
Oh, thank you, Tracy. That's lovely. And then literally, you're just going to follow what you've done. Now, again, it doesn't matter if you don't follow it all the way. Because if you've got the heat erasable pen, you can come off it. So if you've sort of not quite gone over the branches.
So you're in control of the stitch length?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going quite quick, actually, aren't you? Do you find that it's actually easier going faster than it is to slow your machine right down?
It doesn't matter. Sometimes I'll go slower. Try and get a rhythm that suits you.
Because that needle looks like it's going up and down really quick.
That's right, yes, yeah. And just move it round at the speed that you find more comfortable with.
Are you still controlling it with your foot pedal?
Yeah, I've got the foot pedal down, so you can speed it up a bit.
It's actually very relaxing, isn't it? And you can breathe, you can talk, Sandy. Yeah,
absolutely. Yes, yeah.
When I first tried it, I held my breath and I was in such a strange position. My posture was so bad.
No, and you're better if you're not. You're better if you just let it flow. And don't worry too much. I mean, again, a tree is gnarly. You can put your knots over it, because I'm going to show you how to do some French knots in a minute as well. So it really doesn't matter how neat it is.
Are you trying to do this all in one sweep, or can you stop?
You can stop. I'm going to stop in a minute. So I'm going to bring it back down.
Have you planned that route that you were going to go?
Not really. And I'm going to take it down. I'm just going to do these here.
I suppose you're following your lines, aren't you?
Just follow.
Not like,
to stop
you know,
there.
sometimes when I've seen Delphine, for example, do free motion, and she's doing the background, the negative space, she's going for it, and I'm like, oh, how do you know where you're going? But you've got your lines to follow on this one, haven't you? Which is brilliant.
You have, which is great. Now that's just come undone. So I won't do any more of that. I think I've got one that I've done.
If you want to rethread, you're more than welcome.
I will, because I'll rethread in a minute. So I've done one here. So that was sort of like the winter one, but you can see you just sort of carry on going round, done the heart. So I would stop there. I don't know why it broke off then, but I'd come down to the bottom, stopped, and then you can just start again, go back up and do it. Then you can do the little heart, do the little extra bits. So you can just sort of carry on and do. So I'm just going to iron this side of it so you can just sort of see.
Oh, then you would remove those lines. So
yeah.
if you haven't gone over the lines, it
There you
doesn't
go.
matter because they're going to disappear anyway. You haven't done it wrong.
There you go. So it doesn't matter. You can do whichever ones you want. So
It's
there
a
we go.
guideline, and obviously the friction pen that makes it disappear.
Yeah. And then you would just literally pull this off the back so it will stick, literally tear.
That doesn't pull out your stitches?
No. No. So you can just do it gently. Don't sort of like ripping the plaster off really quickly or anything. So yeah, you can just, and if you've got tweezers, you can really go into the middle bits and get them all out. But again, you don't want to see me sitting here doing this for hours.
And you wouldn't leave that in, no? Oh,
No,
it looks
no.
scary, doesn't it, pulling it all
Yeah,
out? You
I
feel like you're
know.
going to rip the fabric or rip
No.
the stitches.
No, you don't. So you sort of like get the outside of it and then you've got it in the middle. If you want to leave that in the middle, you can do. It depends what you want to use the cushion for, I suppose. Sometimes I'll leave sort of like round the branches, I'll leave it in. I won't sort of get all that out, but you can sort of go in. If you can see, I've got some tweezers. So you can sort of go in all those little bits and get all these little bits out. And just pull it all out. And then you can use little bits if you've used a big piece like I did on before. And then literally you just keep going in and just pulling those bits out. Get your tweezers in. There.
Nice. If you don't use stitch and tear, what would sort of happen? What's the benefit of using it? I always feel like with an embroidery machine, I can see the difference, you know, if you use it on a towel or on an embroidery machine and you use a stabiliser.
You'd still need stabiliser with an embroidery machine. And what you're doing is really embroidering, but you're doing it free motion. So instead of the machine plugging it in a pattern and it's going up and down, you're actually doing that pattern for it.
Yeah.
So you still need that stabiliser on it just so that it gives the stitches a bit stabilising as well.
Okay.
If you did it without, I'm not saying you couldn't do it.
Yeah.
You could definitely do it. But it just makes it better. It smooths it out. It keeps the stitches better.
Right.
So it really just sort of gives it that stabilising factor, really, is all I can say. So there we go. So which one do you want to... shall I carry on with this one, even though it's the winter one here? I'll just carry on with this one. So we then put it in a frame. And I think you've got some frames as well, haven't you?
Yes, we do. Oh, we do all sorts of frames, don't we? Different hoops. Classic hoop, like the one that Sandy's got there. Fits your tree perfectly. Do you like to embroider in a hoop?
Yes, I do.
Not everybody does, do they? Who was it that I was talking to the other day and they were like, no, don't use a hoop. Oh, Cara. Cara Ackerman, I was
does she
surprised.
not know?
But it's nice to keep it taut, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm just going to... This one's quite a stiff one that I've got here, so it does need tightening up with a screwdriver.
Just whilst you're screwing this up, we have got a bundle of embroidery skeins, all different colours that are going to be perfect for the bundle. We've got them separately underneath, but we've got all of these different colours, 9 different tones. They're DMC skeins, so they're lovely quality.
Beautiful quality one.
And then you've also got this one, which is a bit different. What's this brown one? I think it's a thicker one. Does that mean you can't take it apart or you don't take it apart?
Is that a Sagebrush one?
No, it's not. A perle.
Oh, a perle one, yeah. OK. You don't tend to pull the perle ones apart.
OK. So you've got your perle one, which would be nice to be able to do bits on the actual tree.
Yeah.
They do perle in grams. So you've got 5 grams, is it? 5 grams. And then the others are all in metres, which are all 8 metres. So, yes, you've got all of your different tones, which are going to be lovely for your autumn. You've got your spring, you've got your summer colours, you've got your winter colours, all that. So if you did get that big mega bundle, that's a lovely selection of DMC skeins and you're saving £1. Do you strand your cotton?
Yes. So when I take it, I normally leave them on and hold, there's always a little bit, hold the top one and just pull it out. And then you're not going to...
Oh, you leave it in its pack?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just, as long as you hold on to the top one and just pull it out from the bottom and then cut off. Not too, when you're embroidering, don't use too long a thread. So, and then I normally split it into 3. So they come in 6 strands. So you want to just find 3. you don't have to do 3. That's what I tend to like to do. So there we go, so we've got 2 3s, then hold it, and then just split it. And just keep gently, I tend to hold it with my arm or something and just pull it out, go along, and just...
Oh, that's so satisfying to watch.
I know, isn't it? I tell you,
Especially when it doesn't tangle or
it's
not.
a very relaxing make, this. It really. When I was making it, it was lovely. I was sort of sat there. I think I did it last Sunday afternoon, and I was sat there, was chucking it down outside, and I was sat there doing little French knots, doing a bit of embroidery, and it was such a lovely make. So I put an embroidery needle and used it, and I double it over and knot it. Then I'm going to bring it up, and now we've mainly French knots on here, so if you can't do a French knot, so bring it up.
Do you do a big knot at the back?
Yeah, I put a big knot at the back on those. And then you want to twist it round, so hold your... I'm doing it as a right-handed person, so you'd hold your needle in your right hand, and I sort of hold it quite almost to the tip almost, so, and hold the thread in your left hand sort of quite close to the bottom, and then wrap it round 1, 2. You can do them 2 or 3. I'm going to do 3 because it's a bit, it'll show it a bit more. Then pull the thread tight, put the needle back in the hole that it came out of, or just very close to it, and then just sort of hold the extra bit with your thumb until it pulls, and you've got a nice little French knot.
Right.
So I do that once more, so you've got... And then you can do these all over in all sorts of different colours. So you want to bring it through, hold your thread away from you slightly and hold the needle sort of quite low down, wrap it round 2 or 3 times, then go back in very close to where you brought that needle out, but keeping tension on the other side.
And I suppose with the spring and the summer ones, you will add more embellishments than you would with the winter, so and the autumn. So do you put them all on the branches themselves?
Yes, I put them on the branches, I put some down the trees, I put some on the bottom as well, almost as like little leaves that had fallen off.
Yeah.
So you can put little knots around, so they're all sort of lovely little knots all the way around. And you just do this all the way around. So again, it's so relaxing. So if we did 2, so you just wrap it round twice, gain a bit of tension on that one, put it through.
Do you put it back through next to?
Very close to it, and then just pull it through gently.
Adds nice texture, doesn't it?
Lovely texture.
So you would do all of your French knots?
So I'd do all the French knots. I'm going to do one more, and then we're going to look at the sequins. And you can do these quite quick, and you can do them sat by the telly.
Yeah.
Again, this is why I was saying it's sort of a portable one you could do. So if you had it in your hoop, you could take your bits out with you and sort of spend a lovely afternoon just sat outside doing your knotting. So on the back, I just tend to hook through one of the strands, put it through the hoop. So you just make a little...
Can you just move your head back? I know it's unnatural, but just so we can see how you...
There you go. So I put my needle through one of the threads.
Yeah.
Put it through here, through the loop, then just pull it.
Right.
There you go. And you've got a little knot there as well, so it's quite nice and neat.
You.
So we can cut that off. Then for I've got some of these lovely ones here.
Oh gosh, there's some great different sequins. Which ones are you going for?
I've got the little sort of flowers.
Yeah.
They're like, and again, you see, if you put a few out, look at that, you haven't even touched that. And look how many you've got out here.
Yeah, don't go tipping them all out like I would.
Yes,
just a sprinkle.
That's right, yeah. So I'd use the wall mats for these because they're quite easy then to pick up. And I've got a thread. So again, I've got a needle with not too much on it, doubled it over, knot on the end, and just an ordinary thread. I used a 50 weight Orifil one. So then for the bottom, so put your needle in where you want to put your lovely sequin. And then you can, there is a right side and a wrong side to this. So you can see the leaves, I don't know if you can get very close, but the leaves, I'll put one on the front and one on the back. So wait a minute, there we go, that one's better for the back. They just sort of, indent a bit at the back, so you can do it either way really, but I like it where they're sort of coming up a bit more. So I've got this one where they're coming up. Pop your needle through the centre. And then just go out to the side to one of the petals. So again, you could choose a thread that matches, or you could use an invisible thread. And then I tend to bring it, it's easier to bring it back up to the side of one of them and then back through to the middle again. Oops, don't get it in a knot. And then another one. I tend to do 3, and I find that holds those on quite well.
And
So
you don't need to necessarily change your colour of thread to stick.
No, because you don't see it. No. And then I'll show you one of the. I've got one of the pearls here as well. I'll just show one of the pearls.
I don't know if you got those individually. The only way of getting them now is in the big bundle.
Oops. They're so lovely, these. And the winter one especially, they're just like little icicles. So I'm going to put one on the tree. So if you bring your needle up again from the back, and then I tended to do from the top down and just pop your needle.
Oh, they've got a drill hole through.
They've got all the way through it.
Yeah, okay.
And then I'd take, if you can see here, I'm going to go sort of down, not quite the length of the pearl, but almost, and put my needle in where I want it to be, and then bring it back up to the top where I put it in originally. So then you've got that, but it's going to go up a little bit. So I'm going to put my needle through it again, and then just put it in at the bottom.
Oh, nice.
And then take it up to the top again.
Oh, that's going to look so nice, like you say on the winter.
Bring it through, and then just put it underneath. So there you go. So you've got some lovely little pearls on it.
Oh, they look so pretty,
Don't they
don't
look pretty?
they? Honestly, wall hangings, cushions, however you're going to use these, they're real talking points.
They are, aren't they?
Lots of people are going to ask you about those because they're lovely, really, really nicely
They're
embellished.
lovely for gifts as well, because they don't take too long to... I mean, you can spend hours, because you could really embroider it. You could go to town on the embroidering. You could do little flowers, sort of, especially in the summertime.
Daisies.
So you could do lovely little flowers, put some flowers around here. If you had sort of like little felt leaves, where the leaves are coming down, you could sew little felt leaves
Embroider
onto
family name or something on it would be
Yes.
nice.
Yeah, you could put a lovely name on the side of it. You could almost do it like a family tree in a way as well. So you could embroider, you know, mum and dad's name, and then the children's coming down. So there's, and here you could sort of almost like little snowflakes coming down on it. So there's so many things you could do.
We've got a few minutes.
Right.
Just, do you mind
No,
just
I'm going
talking
to
through construction?
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
Think we've got too much time to,
no, that's fine. I'm just going to move those over to the side a bit, and then I'll clear those up in a minute. I always start off trying to be really tidy, and then it never works.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
Right.
I think that's how we all just decide to do life, don't we? We intend to be tidy. I start the day trying to be tidy.
Oh, mind you, got 3 little ones.
Oh my gosh, by about 9:30, 10 o'clock, I'm like, no, forget it. I'll tidy up when they go to bed.
Right, so you've got all your strips. So I've cut them all out. So you start off with the smaller ones, and we're going to lay them out. So you've got 4 different... So again, so I would have cut this down, sorry. You then cut this down, and she tells you what sort of size to cut it down to. So it would meet these. So this is how, there. So we're going to put the 4 on along here. Now you put it on face down, so and do the top and bottom first, then do the 2 side ones.
Fab.
Then you take the next layer and put... obviously there, and they're this almost similar, so sort of check in case you don't want 2 apples together, so I'd put maybe the apple down here, and then you've got a different one here, and then you'd sew those on. So again, right sides together, sew it along with 1/4 inch, flip it out and iron it. And then lastly, you put your ones on along the top here. So you put your tiny ones,
bottom, then
top and
side
bottom,
to side.
2 sides again. So that's when you got it all on. Then you would get your H640. So once you've done all that, I've got little daisies everywhere now, you'd iron it onto your H640, and then you would sew in the ditch.
Okay.
So just along each of the seams that you've done, just do a very, so I can sort of just show you on, there we go. Oh, thank you. So you can see we've just sort of sewn along here, and then just sewn along here, and it just sort of pads it out a little bit, so it gives it a little bit of quilting in there. So when you finish that, we're going to do the backing. So you've got enough material there for your backing as well.
Yeah, it's a nice envelope cushion, and it does cover the envelope really nicely.
It does.
And I know that you actually put H640 on the back as well.
I put H640, so it really sort of pads it out nicely. And when you've got the fat quarter of cotton, you've also got enough to do a strip.
This looks so professional on the back of yours.
So
doesn't it? It's a
on
really
the
nice
pattern,
way.
it's fine. She hasn't backed it, I don't think, and just turned it over and sewn it, so
Yeah.
you've got sort of like a turning. But I always think it's quite nice to have it a bit thicker on the side, and you could put button on it if you wanted to. So I just get a strip of the material, and there's enough in the fat quarter. That's what I did out of here. Cut out your strip, and put it on the face, turn it back, do a top stitch, then turn that under, and then do another top stitch, and it just gives you a really nice finish.
Yeah, we'll have a look
So
on
then-
the cushion here.
Then on the
Look,
back
how nice
here,
that
so
is.
you've got it, and it gives you a really good deep. And when you turn it back, it looks like you've fully lined it almost as well, which you
Yeah,
haven't
which
done.
you're not going to be able to see just the inside of the cushion, or
this is
it
it.
gives it a lovely
Yeah,
professional
and it just
finish.
it just sort of finishes it off. If you wanted a quick one, you don't have to back it, you don't have to do this. Literally, you just turn it over twice and hem it, and then you would put it. So you've got your front cover. So say that's your front finished. You've got your back ones here that you've neatened at the end. So you would put right sides, raw sides to raw edges here and leave this over. Then on the other side, put that over as well, so that they sort of like overlap each other. Then just sew all around the square that you've got, and then you can just open
Oh,
it
you
out
turn it
from
through
here.
there.
You turn it through here.
don't need to
Because if you had a zip
yeah.
or something, you always say, make sure you leave the zip open. Otherwise, you sewed it all the way around, you think, how do you get in? So, but you could put buttons on that. You could put a zip on it if you wanted.
Nice.
So if you wanted to just, because there's enough here, you could just instead put a zip down the middle there. So you had a zip fastening.
Yeah.
And then again, just sew the front panel on it. But again, make sure you've undone the zip before you sew all the way around it. So you could put some of the embroidery on the back. So if you had these little daisies, I've still got lots of these little daisies around the place.
Oh yeah,
Could you imagine just putting some of the little sequins down the back
That'd be
as well?
so pretty.
Wouldn't
pretty.
it? It'd
Yeah,
look really
nice.
pretty. So you've got enough here with all the little bits. You could do lots just down that border there.
Yeah.
You can make some lovely little sequins down.
Lots of people loving your demo, of having lots of lovely messages.
Thank you
coming
very
through
much.
you.
Thank you. It's been lovely. It's a lovely, really lovely make. If you've got it, you'll really enjoy doing it.
Thank you, Sandy. So later on, we've got your pattern back, your Leon City,
City
bag.
With-
2 sizes, 1 pattern, amazing bundles today as well. We've got some lovely metallic corks coming up. So anyone who missed the pattern before, we've got it back. Now, thank you ever so much. We're going to just recap some of these bundles. Now, the bundle of 4, oh, it's limited now. The best way of getting it, because you do get a saving. Now, you've got your pattern, which, remember, in your pattern, you've got all of your instructions, but you also have your template, your tree outline and your applique template there, plus all your instructions for all 4 seasons. You've got your winter, you've got your summer, autumn and spring, and the colours in this panel. Oh my gosh, I love this one. The summer's beautiful. They're all amazing panels. Plus you're getting a metre of your white for your applique background. £52.53 for all 4, the whole shebang. You can make 4 cushions, 4 blocks and a quilt. You could do wall hangings, or 4 wall hangings. You've got gifts for people. You can personalise it as you want. It's a really lovely one. I always think Helen's patterns are brilliant for personalising, and as soon as you start doing it, you're thinking, oh, I can now do that, and I can add that. And once you've got the pattern, you can make multiple. Just £52.53, saving £5 on that bundle. They are available individually underneath us on the web. Some of them are now incredibly limited, but if you do want, say, the summer on its own, grab it now. But I must say the value for money and the most popular option has been the bundle. Pattern is available individually, just for anybody who wants to get that lovely tree and your instructions. Remember, everything underneath us is available. So think about your fuser mat, your deal on the light box, the embellishments. Oh, the light box is sold out. The bundle of threads, don't think about that anymore. That's gone.
Oh, no.
H640, stitch and tear, bonder web, everything is all listed underneath us. I mean, they're all things that are going to make your life easier and make it really, really enjoyable. So have a look underneath. Now, we've got Adele coming up in just a couple of minutes. Have you seen the top she's
That is
wearing?
gorgeous.
Isn't it?
I had to peel it. It's just lovely material. It looks beautiful.
And she told me that it's beginner friendly.
I know.
It looks amazing.
I'm going to watch
doesn't
to
it?
make sure if it is. because
Definitely
it looks,
watch.
Yeah,
And
looks
you've got
advanced.
Adele teaching you as well, so she's going to demystify it all. Plus, we've got that fabric that she's wearing in the photo on the show, cotton lawn. Look, there it is. Ah, it's such a nice top. You're going to make this in so many different fabrics, I can tell already. It's already selling on pre-order. It's brand new patterning today, and we've got Adele joining me after this.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Oh, I'm so excited for this hour. And those of you that are dressmakers, you have to have this pattern in your stash. I'm going to go straight to Adele because she has got the most beautiful top to show us today. Hi, Adele.
Hello.
I know how much you love this and you were so thrilled when this came through your door.
Yes, so I've been looking at this pattern for quite a while and my sister-in-law has it and she's made several, and every time she's got it on, I'm always like, oh, Lisa, I love your top. And she told me I've got to get this. And then when I saw it come through in my brief, I was so excited.
So, have you ever worked with the Friday Pattern Company before? Because I've not seen it on the show before.
Yes,
They've
got some fantastic patterns. So they've got the heather jacket that I've made, the Sirocco, I think it's called Sirocco set, which is like a trouser and a little summer top. I've made the duster coat here on Sewing Street before as well. They are fantastic patterns, like quite modern, but not only, I don't want to, oh, this might sound really weird, Vicky. Really modern, but not like only for the youngsters.
Yeah, yeah.
Timeless modern, I would say. So they've always...
Things that you're going to see in the shop?
Yes, absolutely, and fit every size, every age. It's really just down to what fabric you choose.
And you aren't just going to make this once. This is one of those tops that the amount of times actually I see, you know, people who come into the company, come into the studio and say, I say, I love your top, and they've worn the same pattern before, but it looks completely different.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have even noticed that it's the same pattern.
Yeah.
You are paying a bit more for a pattern, but it's this quality, and it is definitely something that could become a bit of a staple in your wardrobe. If you know you like it, you know it fits well, you know how to sew it, you're going to come back to it time and time again, and you'll see fabrics and be like, oh, I want to make it in that top.
Yes.
I know
got fabrics in my stash that I want to make this top.
Can you show us, so what sort of elements are there to it? Give us a bit of a twirl.
So it's got this lovely little ruffle here.
Love that.
And it's attached at the side, so it's not going to flap in the wind.
No, it's not too much of a ruffle.
No.
Generally, I would avoid a ruffle
Exactly.
here.
But it sits high up above the bust.
Okay.
It doesn't sit on the bust.
No.
Okay, so it sort of sits on that breastbone there, which is nice and flat. And like I say, it's quite a small ruffle, but also caught at both sides.
Okay.
You've then got a little gathering look underneath.
Nice.
Which also provides you with shape. So I was looking at the packet before I came in, and it described it really well, that it's loose but without being baggy. And the type of breezy fit that you'll want to wear all summer, absolutely. Like, it's really roomy, that I can wear it tucked in with jeans, but I know I could easily just wear it loose like that.
Right, and it's still, you know, doesn't feel like it's just baggy.
Like, it doesn't feel like it's blowing in the wind.
Yeah.
And I know I'm going to wear this for work, because it's going to be smart in the summer with some work trousers, but also at weekends with my jeans like today.
Yeah.
Just tucked in. I love it. So it's got that. No bust darts.
Right.
So if you're a beginner sewer, no worry about a full bust adjustment or anything like that. Then the back Look at the little bow.
Oh, so you don't have any awkward button loops, anything zips
no
or anything like that?
No,
That's really cute as well, isn't it?
It is. No buttonholes, nothing. I absolutely love it.
Is that a binding then that you've got?
Yes,
on
the
top?
binding goes around the neckline.
Lovely.
And then it extends into the little bow.
Nice.
So nothing extra to add on. It is a fantastic pattern for a complete beginner. I totally recommend.
I mean, that shocked me when Adele showed me all the different elements with the lovely, almost like, I don't want to say puffball sleeves because I don't want to
voluptuous.
Put you off that they're big 80s style sleeves, but they've got lovely roomy fabric.
Yeah, and then a nice little elasticated cuff.
Really nice for the spring. I mean,
really
you can see here in gingham, in plain fabrics, in florals that we've got some really nice fabrics like this look today. This is going to be really nice with a little cami top underneath. Right, so just as you're checking out for the pattern, you don't need to worry about your size because it's all within one pattern and they have a great size range, don't they?
Yes, yes. So it's very inclusive in the fact that you haven't got to choose, well, which pattern do I buy? Do I buy one pattern where I'm a smaller size or am I going for the one which I need the other sizes? And then you're in that middle gap. So they have extra small all the way up to 7X.
Right.
So fantastic range.
Wow.
We just talk about inches, Vicky.
Yeah.
That the size chart, extra small is a 32 to 33 bust. 7X is a 59 to 60 inch bust.
Okay, oh gosh, those are really good.
Yeah, and then if you looked at the finishing garments measurements, a extra small is a 40-inch bust, so there's lots of room, and then a 7X is a 67-inch bust.
Brilliant.
So there's loads of ease, really comfortable to wear. I'm really looking forward to this pattern.
Yeah, you're going to make this. Well, you said, I'm definitely going to make this. And you make,
100%.
you come in and you make lots of different garments for us here.
Yep.
And this is one. I haven't seen you actually come in and go, I've wanted to do this for so long and I love it. Absolutely love it.
Absolutely. And I think the best thing is
nice.
I've seen... So I'm not a person that as soon as a company releases a pattern, I feel like I've got to get it.
Yeah.
Because I'm always a bit like, well, have I got something like that already in my wardrobe? Have I got something in my stash already like that? And often I wait for other people to wear it. So like my sister-in-law, she raves about it and she looks fabulous in it. She's got a double gauze one as well. And then also, I was just actually flicking through my Instagram today and it's popped up that someone else has got it. And it's really timeless. Like it's going to be I'm going to be wearing this, not just this year, but next year, the year after that.
Brilliant. We'll have a look and see if we can find some photos online because I've got a feeling that a lot of people are going to make this in different fabrics. Like you said, coming into spring and summer, this is perfect. But then actually, there's nothing to say that you couldn't sort of layer up a little bit with this.
So don't get put off with these big sleeves.
Yeah.
Because you're going to use a really lightweight fabric with this. I had my hoodie on earlier and they just go in. It doesn't feel like, oh my gosh, I've got this huge sleeve. How am I going to put a jacket over the top?
Yeah. There's just so you know, it is a very, very popular pattern that over 5,000 people have actually tagged it on Instagram or social media. So, I mean, it's one that's tried and tested and lots of people are happy enough to then tag it and post it on Instagram. But look, as you get your booklet home, it's a really well-written booklet with lots of fabulous diagrams as well as lots of text. So for anybody who is a beginner, then take it from Adele. You can do this. And you would tell us, wouldn't you, if there was more tricky elements to it?
Absolutely. So if you've made just a shift top before, this is a lovely next step. But the same for me. Like I'm an experienced dressmaker, but I love patterns like this that I don't really have to overly think about it. I can just cut it out and sew it in one afternoon and then just walk away with a new top.
Which is brilliant. I mean, I must say, especially working with fabrics like that's a cotton lawn, isn't it? And we've got lots of lovely cottons that are going to behave yourself. Quite often, it takes it to a more intermediate level when you start working with more difficult fabric.
Yeah, so what I would recommend, if you are definitely a beginner, choose a cotton lawn base that's not going to stretch or slip.
Okay.
When you get a little bit more adventurous, you can use double gauze, viscose.
Yes.
Imagine a silk one.
Yeah.
That would look really nice.
And like you said, you're going to make this a few times, aren't you, Adele? I can tell you
I've always got loads of drapey fabrics in my stash that have been sitting there for a while, actually. So I'm definitely going to make myself one of these.
If you've got any occasions to go to, like you said, that is really smart. but you could also dress it up, dress it down with jeans, but that will look really, really nice with a pair of smart trousers and your heels. Really nice. Okay, and you can see it suits all shapes as well. They've designed this in mind to fit all shapes and sizes, which is fab.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Shall we do the fabrics? Super popular. I doubt you've converted everyone. We're all doing it. Everyone's on board.
We're all going to be in Sagebrush tops this summer,
and we all want this fabric too to match you because it's gorgeous. It's a John Loudon cotton lawn. Now, 2.5 metres.
Yes. So it does sound like
That's
quite
a lot of fabric, yeah.
It does for a top, but don't forget, you have this ruffle, you've got really big sleeves, and also there's a yoke on the top and the back, and you've got the binding.
Right.
Okay. So normally you can kind of get a top out of 1 metre. No, you do kind of need that amount of fabric.
And this is to make the largest size.
Yes.
But even if you're making your size a smaller size, you still end up using like...
Yeah, because obviously if you weren't going to use the fabric for the binding, because the binding does take quite a lot of fabric because you do it on the diagonal. If you wanted to use the shop bought, go ahead and do it, but do be mindful that you can see the binding and it also becomes the little bow at the back. So it just adds to it.
Oh gosh, this is great price as well, $21.99. $21.99, 2.5 metres of beautiful, very, very soft cotton lawn weight, cotton poplin weight fabric. Just $21.99. That is 2.5 metres. You've got yourself your pattern. You've got your fabric. You don't need to buy any extra bias binding. It's there, ready to go. Love that one. This one is absolutely flying out. Obviously, we've seen it on Adele, looking brilliant. Everyone's going to want this. I love it. Look really nice, actually, with the blue crop trousers that you're going to do in the next hour. That is an outfit sorted for your summer wardrobe.
And it's a summer outfit that suits our summers because you can't guarantee the sun, but they're both lightweight fabrics that you'll feel really comfortable on a warm day, but also covered enough on a chilly summer day.
Nice.
We've got to be realistic, haven't we?
Shall we do some of these fabrics that I think are new with the lovely sort of like embroidery? It's really nice.
Yes.
Okay, we've got 2 different colourways. Now, this one, I believe, is it a 3 metre bundle?
Yes, because it's also directional.
Right.
So do pay attention. All the flowers are going up one way.
Only I say that because it says 3 metres on here, Hannah. Oh, we'll see. I think it is 2.5, I believe. Oh, no, go on. Let's have a look. Oh, so if it is directional, they have just cut some more for us. But how beautiful is this? Now, I just want to make you aware that obviously it does have these little cutouts. It does have this element to it. So just put a little strap top underneath.
Yeah,
so don't be put off by that.
This is a lighter weight fabric than the blue. So you would need to wear a little crop top or vest top underneath, just because there is small cutouts, but I really like that feature. I think that's really cute.
Sorry, we just want to check the photos on this because I think they might be the wrong way around on our website, so we'll come back to these two. Let's do this lovely yellow. Now, this feels different. Is this a
Not
viscose?
felt that one yet.
It's a viscose lawn.
From here.
Yeah, it's a viscose lawn, which, this is going to be really nice as well, isn't it? 2.5 metres this time. Look at that.
So obviously, Vicky, with the more drape, you're not going to get the voluptuous top bit of the sleeve, but it's going to be like it is on the green one on the pattern cover. It's going to fall more closely to the shoulder, but then droop more at the bottom.
Nice.
So it gives a really nice feature, that does.
And I do like the fact that it has got the elasticated arms, but I feel like I've got bigger tops on my arms that if I buy one from the shop, it really digs in. If I'm buying a size 12 or something, they presume that you've got really, really skinny little arms that it can dig in. So the fact that you can now actually personalise it to, have it as tight or as loose as you need it to be.
So I like mine quite tight because then it gives the full. But absolutely, if you want yours a little bit baggier and looser, that's the beauty of dressmaking.
Absolutely. So this is how this sort of star fabric will fall off the shoulder more so, just giving you extra room in your sleeves. But that is lovely. It's a lawn digital print, viscose lawn, gorgeous colour again for the summer. And it is just a matter of which one do you want? They're all going to sell out today, I expect. It's very, very, very busy this morning. I've got another Viscose Lawn, which is this one. Darker background this time. They're all lovely. They're all great choices. Like you said, Adele, it's just up to you to decide what fabric do you want to do it in.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about, like you said, this directional print...
Yeah, so you do 100% need to be mindful of that because the front and the back, you've got the front here that stops and then you've got a yoke.
Right.
So you don't want your yoke, which is this top bit here, being upside down and the rest of your body being the right way round.
So they do give you great images in terms of your...
They do. So all of the cutting pattern outlines, outlays, they are all done on the flat, okay, which is a little bit unusual. I've never really seen a whole pattern being advised on the flat. This is to allow that bias binding to fit nicely in wherever you place all the other pattern pieces. But you do need to be mindful that the front is on the fold, so you will have to cut, move over and cut. And then the sleeves you'll have to cut one way, cut the other way. Now, with the bundles that we've got, if you're the smaller size, you could cut on the fold, which I did.
Okay.
But do be mindful that that binding will take up a lot of waste fabric. So you'll have a little bit of leftovers that you could maybe use lining something else. So just be, or a little headscarf, that would be really nice. Just be mindful of how you're cutting it out. Pay attention to the pieces.
I love that. I'm just carrying on with this pattern. I love this pattern, and it says customising your fit as well. So you're able to lengthen and shorten the bodice if you want. It says adding and removing ease to the bust. So you know, if it is loose fitting around the bust anyway, but if you want to adjust that, you can.
It's not like a full bust adjustment. All it is that you're going to be adding more to this centre fold here, and then the actual gathering there will be gathered up more.
Brilliant. $16.99 for the lovely navy blue. We love that one. And then I've also got another Viscose Lawn. And then, the photos are slightly wrong on those, but I will explain that in a moment. This one, this is really different, isn't it?
So it's like digital print, isn't it?
It is. This is the exciting thing about dressmaking, isn't it? Is choosing what fabrics you love. This is gorgeous. If you've checked out... it's got a completely different image on. This is the one that you're getting. So sorry about that. Ignore the images on the web. We'll try and get that changed. But if you want this one, it's BJ6686. $16.99, and that is 2.5 meters. Gorgeous digital print. Nice tones in there as well. You could wear this with either your browns or really nice with lighter tones as well. Also, sorry, you can tell that I just love the pattern. I noticed something else. I'll come back to that in a minute. 2 embroidery ones.
I have a suspicion that when I leave this top here today, it might not stay here, Vicky.
Well, when Adele was like, oh, I'm going to make this one for me, I didn't say to her, oh, you're not taking that one home? Because I thought, right, a clock, she's not taking it home with her. Right, now these are 3-metre bundles. This is really pretty, look. It's got all of the lovely little embroidery. Obviously, the other one's got other embroidery. This one also has little holes, so just be aware, wear it with a little top underneath. But how pretty is this? I've got a dress that was from Zara that was actually really, really expensive. Summer dress that was made in very similar fabric to this.
Yes, it would be perfect
so
to take on holiday with you. Because it's lightweight, but at the end of the day, you know, when you've been sunbathing all day and then you go into... Hopefully other people do this. You go in for your little afternoon siesta with your snacks and your wine. Then you have a shower, then you realise, oh my gosh, I need to put some after sun on. And you're all really sticky. Then when you go out for dinner, you've got something lightweight to put on over the top.
This is 100% cotton. It's lovely, really nice. And it is so pretty with the embroidery detail and your light pink. 100% cotton, 135 wide. Going to be lovely for this top. But also, I'd just be getting as much of this as you can. You get 2.5 metres, or 3 metres in this bundle, in fact, sorry. And then the next one... Sorry, it was the image that was wrong for this one. So what you're getting... The images are being changed as we speak, but this one is VW6661. Just takes a little bit of time for us to change the images, but just go with what you see on the screen. This is VW6661. If you bought the other one thinking it was this, or vice versa, speak to the call centre, they'll be able to swap it around for you. It's completely free to call, and they will be able to switch that round, no problem. Or just cancel your order online, and then they will be, and then you swap it back over. I'm so sorry for that confusion. Sometimes things load up as other things and it's a bit confusing, but I hope you managed to get the ones that you wanted. Any questions, of course, message in. Now, just very, very quickly, the pattern. There's 7 patterns left. It's going to sell out. It's going to sell out. I also love, it says here, finishing seams. So obviously you need to finish your seams so they don't fray. Yep. Lots of ways of finishing seams. You don't need to necessarily have your overlocker.
No,
you can
just
use an overlocker.
the zigzag stitch or even the overlocking stitch on your normal standard machine will be fine.
It says here, though, for more seam finishing options and tutorials, go to their website. They've got great video tutorials as well.
Yeah, so it's a really established company. I think it's American, but they've got ambassadors that are also in the UK, but there's lots online. Like you said, 2,000 people have tagged this on Instagram.
5,000.
5,000. So you can really go, because this is what I say, go and have a look at people with the same body shape as you, same sort of style as you, and go and see and explore.
Really fun to look, isn't it?
Go like sneak into other people's wardrobes.
Yeah.
That's what I do. And like I say, I never jump straight onto a pattern when it's been released. I've just looked, actually. This is number 27 of their collection.
Oh.
So there's definitely a huge wealth.
Oh, we need more because they've sold out.
Yeah.
We need more designs from them. If our buying team are watching, definitely get more because we love that. Like you said, really modern but wearable.
Yeah, modern for everybody, not necessarily just the younger crew.
Yeah.
Although I always say fashion is individual. Like, I never follow what's on the high street and so on. I follow what I feel comfortable in.
Yeah.
And I know I'd feel comfortable in this all the time.
That's lovely. Right, what are you going to show us?
Right,
then?
so I'm going to show you the front with the ruffle, and then if we get onto it, the back with the bow.
Nice.
Okay, so the ruffle, when I first saw it on the pattern, I was like, oh, it's just one piece of fabric with the bottom folded up as a hem, because I've seen other ruffles like that. And they're not so great because when you wear it, it could, doesn't feel like fully professional. Whereas this one, it's folded over, so there is no hem sitting there on the bottom. So I've got that cut out, and what I now need to do is just gather that piece up. So I've just gone on to the longest stitch length, and I'm going to do 2 lines of gathering stitches all the way along. Now, it is an American pattern company, so all of their hems are in inches. If you're like me and we're more metric, it's 1.6 centimetres seam allowance, which I believe is 5/8.
Just be aware that the graphics are in. They're in for this fabric, the one that Adele's using. So the picture looks like that one, but it's this one that you're buying. And you're getting, I believe, 2.5, 3 metres, 49.99, and it's really beautiful. Is this a nice one as a beginner to sew with? It behaves itself?
Yeah, it's cotton, but it is more lightweight. I would go for more like this one first, because it's cotton lawn, holds itself a little bit better, whereas this one, it can fray a little bit more, it's a little bit more lightweight. So we've done the ruffle. We're now going to attach that, double check I've got the right one, to the front yoke, okay? So the front yoke is this part here that's sitting above the ruffle. And as you can see, the front yoke, oh, that's flown off, is smaller than the ruffle because it is quite a dramatic ruffle.
You just bring it slightly to your right, please.
Right,
Other
there
right,
we go.
that way.
See, I don't know my right and left. So you can see we need to get this ruffle to that size. So I've done 2 lines of gathering stitches.
Is that within your seam allowance?
Within the seam allowance, but even if you're not in the seam allowance, you can always take them out because...
Do you lengthen your stitch for that?
Yeah, I go to the biggest length. So I've gone on 5.
And you don't cut your tails because we're also used to using that scissor button on our machine.
Yeah, don't cut your tails. Otherwise, you just won't be able to pull this. So I've done 2. Now, I have been a bit lazy in the past and just done 1. but I have fallen short of it snapping and then being stuck, because then my ruffle's completely gone. But also, having the two allows you to get those ruffles really distributed evenly, okay? So I've learned the hard way, done it thinking I'm going to save time by doing one, so it is worth doing two. Nice. So we've done that, and now we're going to attach that onto our front yoke, okay? Now we want to attach this within the seam allowance, because the bottom piece is going to come on in a moment, and then all of that seam will be enclosed.
We had a message about the gathers. What was it, a lady message? I think it was more sort of wearing advice.
Yes.
Adele, could I ask, would you need to wear something underneath if it's quite gathered? Do you have anything underneath it?
I've only got my underwear underneath, that's it.
Yeah, okay.
So, no.
We said about the fabric with the holes in, basically. You know, the one with the embroidery.
So this one,
so,
yes,
yeah,
I would still recommend.
It's more so for that.
100%.
That's why we mentioned about having a cami top, is because they've got little holes in the embroidery.
Yeah, even though it's gathered, there is holes all over it. Oh, I've forgotten the term of this fabric. Broche, anglaise, or something like that.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I definitely would recommend wearing just a little cami top, vest top, just underneath, because you don't want everyone's... Well, do you know what? In the summer, you might just put this on with your bikini top. Yeah.
Can I just clarify for the lady who's getting confused? This graphic is for... Sorry, we'll bring it back in. Is for 3 metres of the one that Adele is using. I'm so sorry that the picture is wrong. It's a different price, and it's a different amount of fabric. So this one's $49.99. The photo will change, but it will take the system a bit of time. We've done our manual change, and it just takes a little bit of time to update on the website. But ignore the picture on the website. It says the pink floral. It's that one that you are getting, $49.99.
What's it on the website?
Digital embroidery, go by the text. It's that one.
Ah, right, it's got it all mixed up.
That one's your Viscose lawn. This one is 2.5 metres, and it's, look, it's very, very different in terms of price. That's why I want to be clear. If you check out, think it's the other way round, speak to the call centre or cancel your order on the website and switch it round how you want. Okay. You get 2.5 metres of this one. It is a wider fabric. You can still make the largest size with the gathers, with the poofy sleeves, all that you need, but just $16.99. If you do want to speak to the call centre, if you're a bit confused, please do. They're lovely and they are free to talk to. Sorry.
Perfect. It's okay. So now I've got the front body, and there's a notch here at the top. That notch is where we're going to gather within. So the gather doesn't go all the way over to the armhole. It only goes to the sides, almost where your bra straps sit. Mm-hmm. And you just, again, do a gathering stitch within the seam allowance.
So that's, again, a long stitch.
A long stitch. So I go up to 5. If this isn't within a seam allowance, you can take it out afterwards. Because it's a long stitch, it's really easy to remove.
Adele, your nails look beautiful.
Oh, thank you. So
they are perfect for Easter.
I don't kind of schedule my nails for Sewing Street,
okay.
But
you always have to have lovely nails.
I got to the point that I was on 3.5 weeks, and I normally go to 4 weeks. And then yesterday, I was looking and I was going, they won't look nice on camera because they are quite grown out. So I got a last-minute booking at the nail salon, and they are fabulous. I literally show them a photo, and then they just do it for me. So
give them a shout out. Who gives you?
So it's Venus Nails in Ashby. They're all fabulous in there. Phoebe's the lady who sorts it all.
Yeah.
And she's always asking me how am I.
You see it on the telly?
Yeah.
The nails are on the telly. There you go, Venus Nails. Thank you.
Yeah, she took a photo this time. I thought, oh, so she's liked it this time. But yeah, I always just show my photo, and I just go, those ones, please.
They look really nice.
But yeah, it's been 1.5 years now. So my eldest daughter, she got into having her nails done at Christmas time. And then she was like, Mum, why don't you get yours done? Because the shop had just opened. So I said, oh, OK, I'll go and get them done. kind of been addicted now.
Oh, yes.
Once a month, I go and get them done.
When you start then looking at pictures and you're like, yeah, that's how I want them, that's how I want them. Do you know, I haven't had them since the children because I just can't commit to...
Oh, I know.
Mine would be so grown out and I'd be like, getting...
Yeah, I'm quite lucky that just one day a month, that's where I go.
Yes.
Right, so I have just now gathered that. And like I said before, this gather here is to allow room for the bust. There is no bust darts, but if you are a fuller bust, there is descriptions in here how to add that volume. Okay. Then we're going to attach our top yoke with the ruffle onto the front piece. And I've not really had to pull this as much as I had the ruffle. It's a very delicate ruffle here. There's less to go into this.
Okay.
And when I do ruffles, I always have the ruffle on top as they go through the sewing machine, because if they're on the bottom, quite often they can get pressed or folded over and they don't distribute quite as nicely or as evenly. I'm just going to go along, and then after this we'll give it a good press, and what you'll see is those gathers are just really subtly within that seam. It's a really nice feature, really nice. So back to normal stitch length, and now on my seam allowance of 5/8. Now this fabric does fray because it's cotton, and I would recommend after this point just putting it through your overlocker or zigzagging those edges. I'm not going to be doing that because just for the sake of
I was going to ask that because when I see, guests come in and they've got their pieces cut out and they sometimes overlock them straight away. What do you tend to do? Do you part construction? Or...
So when I first started, I would overlock everything, and then I found when I overlocked it, I lost my notches. I might have slightly taken some off the seam. So now I leave it until the end, and I have my overlocker set up at the same time as my machine. And right now I would quickly whiz that through. Yeah. Also, then I don't have 3 overlocked edges. All those seams I can pull together in one seam.
That makes sense. Thank you for that.
Oh, look how
this is going to look so pretty.
Oh my gosh, this one's going to be gorgeous.
What size are you making this one up in?
My size. Look how pretty that is.
Oh, I love it. That fabric is your main graphic. Ignore the picture. It looks different on the web, but it's that gorgeous embroidered one. The key is in the name, embroidery. It's gorgeous.
I'm just going to press that down, and then we're going to look at the back. The back yoke has a split in it, and then we'll hopefully get onto the necktie. It's not that hot, this.
Oh, press the, see the red button?
Yeah.
Sorry, press that.
Oh.
It will be getting warm now.
Ah, right. I'm just pressing that. Now I can
it goes
see...
on standby or something, if you don't... If you
oh,
don't use
right.
It after, so
that's very clever.
It's got a little light on. I know, like your Hoover.
My Hoover doesn't have a light.
Does it not?
Oh, my gosh. Right, I'm getting a new Hoover.
Hannah, does your fancy steam mop have a light on it? Do you love your steam mop? Hannah bought a steam mop last time I was working with her, and she was so excited about it. She did text me on the evening, like, that she's been mopping a lot.
Well, I've just bought a new air fryer, so I'm also very excited. So I've been dehydrating my strawberries.
What?
Yeah.
What? What's that?
So, Maisie, this will be really good for Maisie.
Okay.
So, you dehydrate your strawberries. It takes about 7 hours. It's on a really low heat.
Is this a fancy air fryer?
No, it's just a Ninja.
Okay.
And then there are other air fryers available. But when they're done, they're just like strawberries that's sweets. So they taste just like Haribo's.
Oh, is it like that dry?
Yes.
Dry freezing.
Yes. Well, freeze-dried makes it sort of expand. This is like the stuff that you find in mueslis. Dehydrated, and it is gorgeous. Like my daughter, they don't even get out of the air fryer once they've done. She's like, yum, 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 yum. And I'm like, you've just seen it hot.
How long do you need to leave them in your air fryer? Sorry, this is now...
So it does take a while. It takes like 6 hours.
Oh, right.
But 60 degrees, just leave it on. Do it as soon as I get home. And yeah, they're so yummy. Really nice.
Oh, try that.
We've done bananas and we've done apples, but strawberries are the winner. Now, what I'm just doing is the very back opening, we're just folding over the edge twice, because that's going to be our opening at the back. So I don't need to finish these seams at all. I just fold them over and then top stitch them down.
Yeah, I don't think Hannah's discussing how fancy our air fryers are. I don't think mine is good enough to be able to do it. I'll have to have a go.
You never know. Just put it on the lowest temperature and just leave them in, even if it's not fancy. Just top stitching those back parts down. And this is the thing with this pattern, there's no fiddly fastenings like buttonholes to do, or a zip to put in, or even a button loop like a roulé loop. It is just a nice, oh look at that.
And no darts.
No,
I'm amazed.
no darts.
Because it's got shape still to it. It looks really nice.
And it is really comfortable to wear. I know I keep raving about it, but...
You've got to stop raving about it because it's sold out and we're going to disappoint people. The pattern has completely sold out.
Hopefully
but
it'll
we're
be back
excited
in.
everybody. Yeah, we're going to get it in. Have you found pictures on Instagram or...? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, we're taunting people, aren't we, when we start talking about it?
Now, that's the top back yoke. Then we've got the bottom back piece. Now, the bottom back piece is different from the front back piece because we don't have gathering in here. But as you can see, it now wants to fit perfectly together. If I just put that into shots, all of that fits in line. We're going to sew all the way across and keep that opening as close as possible to each other. Now, there is I'd say a 3 metre, well, not a 3 metre rule, a metre rule. So when you're dressmaking, you are terrible at taking compliments, I find, because as soon as someone says to me, oh, I love your top, I go, oh, this bit though, I couldn't get this bit right and it's not fitting right.
Right.
They couldn't even notice that it was there, so why do I even bother?
But when you're making it, you just do, don't you?
Because like on this, I'm like, oh, I didn't quite catch that at the right point here.
Nobody would know.
Exactly. So even if you did end up having a tiny gap here, ignore it. Also, it's at the back. You're never going to see that mistake. Back on a normal stitch length, and again, at 5/8 of our seam allowance, we're just going to go along here. And if I had my overlocker, or if I was doing this with a zigzag stitch, I would finish this seam here.
When you're on what is it called, playground duty? Is it called a playground in high school? What do they call it?
So, break duty.
Break duty. When you're on break duty, they're very grown up, aren't they? Not
yes.
But yeah, a lot of people are going to comment on that. All your students, they're all going to comment on your top now.
Well, do you know what?
You like to test it out on the teenagers, don't you?
They still don't believe me when I say I make my own clothes. Like, how long have they known me?
Yeah.
5 years. And I'm like, yeah, I make my own clothes. What? All of your clothes, miss? Yes. No, you don't. Yes, I do. And then I was saying just outside that when the rumour goes around, oh, Miss Rowland's on TV, and then they're like, Miss, I've heard you're on TV, thinking they're going to catch me out, and I'm like, yeah. And then, because they have iPads, you then start seeing your face popping up on their iPads, and I'm like, no, now is not the time. Put them away. But if it gets some of them inspired into dressmaking, then I think that's fantastic. Get away from their screens and doing something more creative.
It sounds like Hannah in my ear. She says, if you want to look at Instagram and look at the hashtag, do it in your own time, Vic. It's sold out now. That's what she's just said to me.
And what I also recommend with dressmaking, press as you go. Don't wait to the end, because I've pressed that. That's then going to make this seam perfect to fit my sleeve in. If I didn't press that, that would be slightly bunched up. It could be just a fraction of a millimetre out. It's going to make that more difficult. So that is the back. We're now going to attach it at the seams, and we are going to get time to get these neck binding on. We're going to attach them just at the shoulders there. Again, just the same seam allowance. Normally you'd pin this, but I'm just at home. I'm just going to hold it together. No, I'm not at home.
You are. You feel like we make you feel like you're at home, don't we? But I am sorry, you are not at home. You are on the telly. I must say, it is a nice feeling, isn't it? If you're going out tonight and you say, right, here's my pattern, pick it up, I've got my fabric, I can actually make a outfit, something special for that night. Yeah,
I have done that. And
we've all been there, haven't we, with the stress of trying to find an outfit for the weekend and going to the shops and being really frustrated that you can't find something you're happy with. And you know that you love the top and love the fit and you've got the fabrics there ready to go. It isn't going to take you days and days to cut all your pieces, think about it.
No, it's
step
a
away.
really quick pattern
Brilliant.
just to do. I'm just opening those seams only because I don't have my overlocker, so I just want them to be fully pressed. I'm double checking. Now it does say to do the side seams first. I'm following it as the pattern says, that if anyone watches this back when they're making it, they can see exactly what comes next. Just going to quickly do those side seams. Again, there's no shaping, no bust dart trying to have to fit in. Those pieces will fit perfectly.
Brilliant.
And cotton's so nice to sew with. I do love wearing viscose and wearing more drapey, but when you get a nice cotton, you do like, I love sewing with it because it just behaves. It presses well and it's going to be cool and comfortable to wear in the summer.
But it's something, it's practical, you can wash it, you can...
Yes. And this one doesn't crease that much, actually.
Right.
It was in my bag this morning. Well, it's been sat in the bag overnight, ready to come, and I didn't have to press it.
This one is going to sell out. We do have another fabric which is very, very similar. It's still got these lovely embroidery details on, and it's a lovely pink floral. Absolutely. Now you get 3 meters of this one. Do be aware, obviously, it's got the little embroidered hole bits in it, so if you do want to wear a little top underneath.
Yeah, I don't want someone getting it home and going, oh, I didn't know that they had holes, but it's just a lovely feature of the fabric.
It's so beautiful.
It
so beautiful. I think it's going to be really lovely in this top, but then also if you've got another nice dress pattern or something that you want to use it for, because we've never had this on air before. So obviously it's not in the bundle with a pattern. If you want it, go for it. That is so beautiful. Are you going away for holidays at all, Easter holidays? You've only just broken up, Adele, haven't you?
I know. I felt like I crawled to the end.
Breathe.
It's been the longest short term ever. I don't know what it is at the moment, but it's felt manic.
But you say you're preparing all the kids for exams, aren't you?
Yes.
That's what it is.
School's a lively place at the moment. Just teenagers, like, they go in waves. They go in waves, and you just have to be consistent and persistent with them. I'd never change my job. I love it so much. But, yeah, I was definitely ready for half term.
And you're going away, you're going down to Brighton,
I'm going down to Brighton, yeah.
Lovely.
Just the family. I didn't want to go away full on Easter weekend because traffic's just manic, so we're going on Monday. But I've just been texting my husband saying, actually, should we go tomorrow and go halfway somewhere and find a nice hotel? So that's what I'll be doing in the break. Now, I've already pressed my binding. So this binding is cut on the diagonal because you do need that small amount of stretch to allow it to go round a curve. Now I've folded it in half, and then just as like shop bought binding is, you fold each edge into the middle and then it folds over like that.
Okay.
What I'm going to now do is open it out, and we're going to sew along one of those raw edges, and we're going to match it with the neckline here.
Sorry, just a question going back. Do you cut this first? Do you cut your bias binding out first? Because it takes up a lot of fabric, doesn't it?
So I would, if you've got space in your living room or somewhere, put the whole fabric out and put all of your pattern pieces down.
Okay.
Because there's nothing worse than cutting everything out and then realising you haven't got enough left for those small things. So don't assume just because it's a thin piece that I don't need that much for it.
But it's long because you've got the tie as well,
Yes,
haven't you?
I would put it all out. Now, if you do come across that, oh no, I don't have enough for it, oh, I'll cut it on the straight, don't do that, because if it cuts on a straight, it won't fit around the curve. I would go and get some ready-mades bias binding, just in a complementary colour. Don't try and do a bodge fix, it won't work.
Okay.
So I found my middle piece. I'm going to put it in the middle here, and then I'm going to pin it all around. And I haven't had to fold over that back opening, because that will all be finished when this binding gets folded over and encompasses that seam. So with this, you've also got to be mindful that you don't want to stretch it out. Just lay it down and just allow it to sit naturally. Don't try and stretch it, because then it will all be skew-whiff and won't look as nice. So I'm just going along. And yes, these all become the ties. So in a moment, as we do the binding, we actually start at the end and go all the way along around the neck and then back on the tie.
Why do you use clips for this, Adele?
So I used to always use pins, and I've started using clips, and I find them so much easier.
Okay.
I find them easier to clip, and then I can sew from either side.
Yeah.
So like with the ruffles, I don't have to think, oh, my pins are on the wrong side. It's just preference, personal choice.
That just is interesting, because some people are definite pin people.
Yeah, I was
clippers.
always a pin.
I like that you've got both there, though. You haven't made your pins redundant.
No. So I use all my pins to cut out. I just find clips just more useful. And also, when I'm doing jersey and I use clips, I can't forget leaving a needle in and then breaking my overlocker, because that actually happened once. So this is a way of me sorting that.
You can always see them, can't you?
Yes. Now, the end piece. It doesn't necessarily tell you how to finish this end piece. So I would recommend... Have I got my scissors with me? Now, let me grab a pair of scissors off the wall. It doesn't tell you, but I'm going to just cut the corners off each side. And then when it folds in and over, everything's in and not poking out.
Lovely, nice and concealed.
Yeah. So it doesn't actually tell you that. I'm not sure whether I just didn't read it. And then we're just going to, because I've already pre-pressed this, it all just wants to go back to normal. And then the other side. And the ties are a suitable length that you can tie them up, not feel like you're choking yourself, but also long enough to make them look really pretty from the back. So just cut the corners, fold that over, clip that in.
It's nice not having to do a roller loop, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Although, I've done a little bit of a sneaky thing, you know, with those little rouleau loops. I've started to use rouleau loop, using a little bit of elastic instead of trying to make a little spaghetti, because I just feel like it's too difficult. Right, we're going to do the first line of stitching, which is all around the neckline. So we start at the back yoke where the opening is, and we are going to sew where that first fold is.
Okay.
And then in a moment, that will all fold over and be hidden. So there's a beautiful finish to this garment that if you're a beginner sewer, it looks
it'll be
so professional.
Yeah, you'll be so proud.
Yes. And when people say to me, oh, I don't know how to get started with dressmaking, well, you can't get started if you don't try. So just try and make a mistake. That's what your seam ripper's for.
It is nice to work from a pattern, though, that has got, you know, the online content. Obviously, lots of people that have made it to look on Instagram.
Yeah.
It feels nice that, right, actually, I haven't just got this pattern and I'm alone now.
Yeah, and it also makes you know that any issues have been ironed out.
Yeah.
Because, yes, patterns are tested and checked and triple checked, but sometimes patterns can still get out there with a small mistake.
Yeah.
But they're really good at just going, oh, OK, let's re-release it. So they had, I think it's this company, the Nova coat. And there was a problem with this, the pocket. And lots of people were saying, oh, it doesn't fit right, doesn't fit right. They re-released the whole pattern.
Right.
And listened to people. So that's what's really good with these pattern companies, these independent pattern companies. They really do listen.
Oh, I'm excited for everybody to get this home now.
Yes.
In time for some nice weather. Oh, I really hope you have nice weather in Brighton.
Yeah, even if we're not, that's just what a
plenty
great
going
British
on there.
summer is all about, isn't it? Now, we need to just cut down this seam because when we fold it over, we want it to be completely hidden. So I'm not measuring how much I'm cutting off. I'm just cutting half down what that is. Oh, I'm mindful of time, but I also want to make sure that I don't make a mistake. So just going along, just tidying that seam. I haven't had to do an overlocker and finish that seam. I'm just chopping it down because it will be fully encased when we fold this neck binding over. And as you can see, it's only took me half an hour and I've got to this point and I've been chatting along. So you really can make this pattern in one sitting.
How amazing is that? There's nothing more satisfying than that. Obviously, you've probably got projects on the go, Adele.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you've got to sit in there and you think, right, I've got to do that element to it. But if you just want something that you can literally pick up, complete in an afternoon.
Yep, stick your programme on your iPad, put your headphones in, just escape, just for a little while. This is a pattern for you.
We're loving those cottons, but also I don't want to let these two pass you by. Obviously, the one that Adele's wearing has been really, really popular, sold out. The yellow, it's a viscose lawn, so it's not going to be super sweaty. Do you know what I mean? It's still
a natural fibre.
Yeah, yeah. 2.5 metres, really, really beautiful print. Going to go with lots and lots, and it's only $16.99, so it's worth having a go.
You couldn't buy this top in the shop for $16.99.
No, and that is giving lovely holiday vibes.
Yes.
It's a top that you will definitely make multiple times. So if you've already bought it in one fabric for an extra, £17, you can make it again and get yourself another lovely colour.
100%. I'm going to have several of these.
2.5 metres is enough to make the largest size. The other fabric is in a 3 metre bundle because it's not as wide.
Yeah.
So either, 3 metres or 2.5 metres is enough to make the largest size. We also have the blue. This is, again, your viscose lawn. Now, there's single figures on this one. Just be aware. I love this. Maybe if that mustard was a bit too bright for you, this is going to be nice for work. This is going to be really nice and smart, isn't it?
Yes.
But still nice and springy. I like
and
navy.
Also, navy goes really well with black.
Yeah, it does.
So often people think, oh, I can't wear navy and black trousers. No, it goes really well.
Hannah's one of those people, she went, oh no, I'd never wear navy and black.
Really?
It does. It goes really well. And actually, I prefer navy to black.
Because it stops the whole block colour, but you've still got
stark,
two dark shades.
Yeah.
Oh, Hannah, you've got to try it.
Hannah is wearing blue and black together.
Well, there you
back
go.
Through the gallery, go, oh, can't believe you'd wear blue and black.
And then she's looked down. Oh, I'm actually in blue and black.
Yeah, she looked down and realised that she's wearing blue and black. She's funny. Right, this one again, it's only £16.99. Really lovely fabric and brand new in today. Don't let that one pass you by. If you've got the pattern, if you've already chosen your fabric, get this as well. Yeah. Great price.
Now, I'm sewing very close to this edge with the binding folded over and catching all of those seams inside. So you won't see any cut raw edges at all. And I'm just making sure it's fully in.
Lots of people loving the trouser pattern already, by the way.
Wearing them together.
You said they are really comfortable.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Nice, really nice trousers.
So as I was making those other ones, they're quite relaxed because they're denim. I couldn't wear them for work. But then I've got some check fabric that once upon a time I thought I was going to make some tailored trousers out of. And then I was like, do you know what? I think I could get away with wearing those more relaxed fit, but in a smarter fabric.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll still look smart.
They're really nice. Are they the cropped? Is there a longer version or are they cropped?
No, so there's two versions. You've got tapered, which is the fit I like, or straight down.
Nice. Okay, they're coming up, by the way. We digress. They're coming up at 12 o'clock, but just so you know, there's already people shopping on pre-order. This, by the way, is the one that might be confusing people, just because the image is different. It's a viscose lawn print. I think it's updated on, for some people. Some of Hannah's computers have updated. She's got a lot of computers. But this one is the one that you're getting at £16.99. BJ6686. Fabulous.
Right.
Sorry, you've done that though. You've
Neckline
absolutely blasted through this.
Done. And I'm just tying it up now so that we can see how pretty it looks.
Oh, nice.
Look. I've not even fully pressed that, but it just looks so beautiful.
That looks lovely like that. You could bind the sleeve.
Yeah, and have it sleeveless.
yeah.
I might have a look actually if that's been done. But all of those raw edges have now been caught in there.
We have a question.
Yes.
Could you make this lovely top in a chambray?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Super demo. That's from Chrissy.
We've got, I think, some lightweight denims coming up on the trousers, because I know the fabric for the trousers would still work for this.
Brilliant. Oh my gosh, yes. Go for it. Have a look underneath us on the website and see what the bundles are. The bundle that Adele's just been working with, this one, sorry, is the one that was confused with the one that I've just shown you, but don't panic. You are going to get 3 metres. It's not as wide as the other, so that's why you're getting 3 metres, but you can still make the largest size. It's $49.99 for your cotton, 100% cotton, beautiful embroidered fabric. The other one that is like this, so this one, these are all really popular, by the way, close to selling out, and they're brand new in today, so if you do love them, I wouldn't wait. Grab them whilst you can. $49.99 again, you're getting 3 metres. Not as wide as the others, so you're getting a bit extra. Thank you ever so much. Adele, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Love it. Don't go anywhere because Sandy's coming up. Adele's going to be back at 12 with the trousers. We've got the Leon City bag coming back already again. Selling on pre-order. Grab it while you can, and we're back with Sandy after this.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing, so particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Welcome back, welcome back. Always need a nice new bag. And those of you that have got any city breaks or going away on holiday or just want to have a useful pattern to be able to create 2 different size bags, the Leon City bag is back. It was one that was very, very popular first time around, so Sandy's been asked to bring it back. And I just want to show you, I'm the bag lady today with all these bags, but just to show you how different, again, this fabric, the bag looks in different fabrics. We were talking about this with dressmaking. You can use just one pattern and recreate it so many times and it will look different every time. So Sandy's made one in tweed with a bozal interfacing, so that one's got more structure to it. I love that one. This is the one today we're going to be looking at. And look, adding a different haberdashery, different clasps, different straps, lovely patchwork. So they're the smaller ones. And then also within the pattern, you've got the larger bag. So I'll talk to Sandy and her inspiration in just a moment, but look, you can see your patchwork, you've got really lovely pockets, a pocket on the front, under the flap, and then you've got another pocket within the inside as well. But that is a great size bag. I am always that person that is carrying like so many bags of stuff. And this was prior to having children. I know I have to carry loads of stuff. I always have a big bag. That's how Hannah knows me, she says, as someone with a big bag. But I've got I've got all my stuff, everything with me.
You need to take everything, don't you?
Yeah. I've got to have a big bag just in case. You know, if you go to a market, if you go to a shop, you never know.
You don't when you need a bag.
What's going to be in that whoopsie aisle? What's going to be, you know, my friend said, oh, do you want this? Look at this. This just shows you again with different interfacings, whether you're using your H640 and having a more relaxed bag for using your bozels. I mean, you've used a lovely sort of flannel with this one and cotton. So you can use canvas, you can use whatever fabrics you want. We've got cork today, but I just love how different these bags look.
Yeah.
So talk to me about the idea behind this bag then.
Well, as a lot of people know, we went to see the Rugby World Cup in France last year.
Yes.
And we went to Lyon for 3 weeks and absolutely fell in love with Lyon. I nearly moved there. I didn't want to come home. It was just gorgeous. But you'd go out in the day and they had these beautiful markets. And as you say, you never know what you need to put in your bag.
Yeah.
So I thought I need a nice big bag. And then so, like, we'd go back home for a better lunch and then maybe go out for a coffee in the afternoon. So you don't need quite as big a bag. And I thought it'd be really nice to just have like a fancy, because it's not really a tote bag and it's not a handbag, so it's a bit of both really. So you could look nice and smart just going for a coffee, or you could put lots in it. Because even the small one, you can fit.
Yeah.
You can fit an awful lot in there. And they've got like a little key fob that's just peeping out of that one there. So you can pop your keys on it inside.
Do you know, Adele spotted that first thing this morning. She was having a right good mooch through. She was like, oh, this is useful. And look, they've got a key fob in.
Yeah.
How handy is that? How often are you scrambling through at the car park, holding your bags of shopping, looking for your car keys?
And because they hold quite a lot as well, you can never find your keys because they always drop to the bottom. So I thought, we've got a little lobster clasp, you can just pop your keys in there. And I always say with all my bags, I love to sort of make them that you can change them. Yeah. So I've made them so that you can put, as you said, all different interfacings in there, different handles on them, all sorts of different clasps on them, and it just makes them turn out different every time.
I like the fact that you've got the lovely sort of hardware as well. It gives it a really fancy finish, doesn't it?
Yes.
You have got the pocket on the inside and a pocket in the flap with lovely fabric lining as well. And you've got a bit of everything. You've got a bit of patchwork in here, the big skill builder for bag makers.
It is, because I mean, they're quite easy to make if you sort of follow the pattern. And I always do pattern in both written and pictures as well. So
right.
It's easy, because I always find it easier to look at pictures when I'm following a pattern. But sometimes if you've got the writing and the pictures, I always put loads in. You're very welcome to open the pattern and have a look. And so if you are a beginner, please have a go at it. It looks harder than it is.
It does.
But as you say, it's a real skill builder because it teaches you lots of little different tips that you don't have to add into the bag.
Like you said, I like that it's not a tote bag, but it's not a handbag that's too many difficult elements. You're going to really like this. Nice box bottom as well. Right, so your instructions, obviously you've got the most beautiful pattern from Family Comforts where you get really thorough instructions and photographs as well. I will show you, I'm going to open this one out so you can see, because the detail that Sandy goes into is fab. So if you are remaking this again and again, your pattern's going to stay intact. So you have here, oh, what's this?
They're label sheets. So when you cut it out, it's got everything on it so you can pin them on.
Oh, Sandy, you're so thoughtful. I mean, that's really...
There was one that's different, which I was going to go through later. I put the wrong number on, because I've also put sort of like measurements on there so you can sort of check that you've got the right one. And so one of them is wrong. I'll tell you later on, but all the rest, but it's in the cutting chart and they're all right in the cutting chart.
Perfect. Then you've got, look, all of your text here, all the corresponding photographs, which are really, really clear. And then you've got, now this is on thicker paper, isn't it?
It's almost like a card, really. And you've got the full-size pattern pieces for both the large and the small bag.
Love it.
You don't need to make it larger for the large bag or smaller for the small bag. They're all there, so you've got...
Would you keep these intact, or would you cut these out and use these as your templates?
I cut them out and use them as a template. And they last you quite a while,
Fantastic. Yeah. So you've got all of your templates in there. $29.99, and that, remember, not only are you getting your pattern, you're also getting 3 fabrics here. So you're getting your denim, your canvas William Morris, and then your beautiful lining fabric. So that's to create the one that we've done here. Now, do I have enough fabric to do the large design if I want to in these fabrics?
You do. So the material that you've got will make the large one. And it'll make the small one, and it'll give you quite a bit left over for the small one. So if you're a bit sort of creative and maybe got a little bit more for lining, you could always make 2 bags out of that.
Brilliant. So 2 small if you add a little bit more and do a bit of jiggling. Or make the big tote or your big city bag from the bundle. $29.99, and you're getting the pattern for both sizes.
Yes, both
Don't
sizes.
Need to choose.
No, and it comes with seam allowance on there as well, so you don't need to do anything to the pattern at all. Just cut it out and cut out the pattern.
Fabulous. So yeah, your pattern pieces, you don't need to add your seam allowance. They are lovely, aren't they? $29.99, first time round, they completely sold out. Make the most of it if you do love this denim option. In fact, we should have given this to Adele. This would go with her new outfit.
Would, wouldn't it? Yes.
It would go really nice with her denim trousers and a new top. What are you thinking? Easter weekend, Easter treats. Should we do something special? If you want this now, at $26.99, go for it. $26.99. That was not planned, by the way. If you want it, that is a Hannah Easter special. You've got exactly everything that you need to know within your pattern and all your fabrics. It's one of those days today, I must say, you are really spoiling us, Hannah. And hopefully that means that you're going to have chance to be able to get some of the lovely locks.
They're gorgeous.
Because look, let's face it, you can always put a button on the front, couldn't you?
You can, yeah. You could put just a button on it. You could put a magnetic snap on it. You can put some of the leather sort of buttons that we've had in before. And then there's those, which are lovely.
Maybe if, you know, with that saving, you can now try out something a bit different, and we'll explain, you know, how to insert these if you've never used any of these sort of haberdashery pieces before, any of the bag furniture. Right, remember that should be $29.99. They are now flying into baskets. If you do want to make the most of the pattern and the William Morris bundle, that's lovely for spring and summer, isn't it? It's going to go with your jeans. It's going to look really nice, really, really nice.
They've both got a real summer vibe to them, haven't they? With the,
yes.
Like the cork as well, I think it's...
The cork, I absolutely love. Do you want to do that one next, Hannah? The one that the large bag is made out of. Remember, it's your choice. So if you want to make it the smaller with these fabrics, you can, and you'll probably have enough fabric because the cork's extra wide.
Yes,
to be able to
definitely be able to make two. You might need a little bit more lining, but
okay.
You'll definitely be able to make two out of those.
So you've got your sort of natural seeded cotton, you've got 1/2 metre of your quilting weight cotton, which is a Dan Morris, and then look at this. You have got your metallic gold speckled cork. Look at that. $29.99, I must say. So for anybody who's not made anything with cork before, it's not like when I first thought cork or saw it on the telly, I thought it was like, you know, those cork boards.
And it's
like
all crumbly and yes.
But this is not like that, is it?
And it's so easy. It goes through your machine, no problem at all.
Fab.
And you don't need a bosel or anything on that. You don't even really need an interfacing on it. If you want to, I think I did it onto the lining rather than put it onto the bosel, so it was a bit softer. But
so have you used bosel with this one?
No, just...
No, and that's
just
really nice.
Yeah, and it's lovely, because the cork gives it that structure.
That looks really nice, doesn't it? I love
and with
this
the
one.
bundle, because it's all the same, I think there's 1/2 metre of each, you could use, so instead of using the flowered on the outside, you could use the cork and the plain fabric and use the flowering for the inside if you wanted. So there's lots of different ways of using that fabric as well.
Brilliant. $29.99. That is a lot of cork. Yes. 1/2 metre of your designer Dan Morris and your natural seeded cotton. Don't forget you get your all-important pattern pieces, labels. They're going wild in the aisles. We're loving the cork. And don't forget, by the way, if you do want to make 2 of the smaller bags instead, you absolutely can, because your pattern includes everything for the large and the small. Or if you want to make it again, you might need to just add a little bit more for your lining, obviously, if you're making 2 of the small bags. But you've got oodles of cork there, lots of your designer fabric as well. And look, I mean, there's a lot of people who have already got this pattern, and I bet, obviously you can do your patchwork on the front, but if you just wanted it, you've got the dimensions to be able to just do one fabric, solid fabric on the front if you prefer. So you're going to be able to make this time and time again, and it's always going to look different. If you want to make your own straps with the fabric.
Yeah, you could make your own, especially with the cork, because I show you how to make sort of like the key fob inside. So if you wanted to do the cork handles, you could do, because it's just made out of the same sort of technique. Because with that, you just sort of fold it over twice, because it doesn't fray at all.
Right.
So I put a bit of a hardware on there. You've got your lobster clasp. You've got a bit of a rivet going on there.
Love this. Get your green machine out.
Yeah.
Just $29.99 for your bundle and your pattern. This one is very, very, very popular indeed. I think this is going to be an early sellout. Just be aware. Do love that one. Love that colourway. I think they're going to look gorgeous in the summer on holiday, especially when that light catches the metallic.
It's almost like a beach vibe, isn't it, to the sand and the seas. And there were sort of like Leon colours as well, sort of like, you know.
I've not been to Leon. Will you be going back?
Oh, gosh, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so, Caif and cork. What a combo. You've got your pattern, your Caif, your canvas, and let's see, your plain cork this time. So if the metallic isn't for you, don't panic. We have got the plain cork. Still beautiful and malleable, still great to sew with. It's got the fabric backing. So a lot of your sewing tends to be sort of right sides together anyway, doesn't it?
So, yeah, it'll, and even if it's not, the machine will go through it. I think I used a walking foot maybe once on it.
Right.
But otherwise, it just went through it, no problem at all. And again, with that, you could use either the Caif on the front with the squares, or you could use the canvasy sort of, the
pink and the canvas,
If
Gorgeous.
you wanted like a plainer one, but like a real pop inside your bag, would be nice.
Once you've done all of your cutting, I love the fact that we've even included, well, I can't say we.
Yes.
Sandy has been very kind
I had you
and
in mind.
included all of these labels as well.
I always say photocopy those because those will, you lose them as you're sort of doing them. So before you sort of start cutting them out, just photocopy one and then cut that out, and then always keep that one in your pattern. So you've always got a spare sheet.
Good idea. Well, you're going to make this time and time again, aren't you?
Yeah.
So there you go. You've got them for multiple uses. I do love this Caif, by the way, as well.
Isn't it?
That is going to look amazing. And if you do want to, well, I say fussy cut, no matter where you cut these squares, you're going to get these beautiful colours, aren't you? Prints. Can't go wrong with a Caif. Okay. We've got one more. Hang on, have I got two more? Is it the Liberty one that you're working with? Yes, it is. Now, this has got a Liberty fabric, a blue, is that like a lightweight denim?
It is, it's a lightweight denim that I'm using.
And a white.
And a white.
Oh, this is going to look really fresh.
Yes. Very
and I
summery
suppose
again,
you can wash these because they're cotton, aren't you?
Yeah.
Lovely and summery. Okay, right. We did an Easter treat at the start of the show. We're going to do it again. Now, don't forget, I think a lot of people, when you start to see... When you see that one's made up as the small and then that one's made, your mind just tells you, oh, I can make the small or I can make the... You can do, remember, this colourway in the larger one if you choose to. Or you will have enough fabric to be able to do two of the small if you add a little bit more for your lining. Now, over half went straight into baskets as soon as we dropped the price on the William Morris bundle, FYI. So, are you ready? We're going to do the same on this. You've got your pattern, you've got your cotton canvas, you've got your Liberty fabric, and you've got your really lovely lightweight denim, $26.99 as an Easter treat. This is the one that you're going to be seeing in the demo as well. And what combo have you used there?
So I've used the blue and white, and then I put the pink inside for the lining.
Liberty lining, very fancy.
Yes.
$26.99 includes your pattern, your templates, your reusable templates on your cardboard. And I must say, have we got the pattern on its own today? How much is it? Because that is an amazing pattern. You've got really gorgeous quality templates that you're going to be able to use time and time again. Thorough instructions. That is so good for £11. So good. But I must say, right, that's £11. Liberty fabric. Is that half a metre of your canvas? Half a metre of each?
Yeah.
That is a lot of fabric, isn't it? $26.99. Stay tuned because we've got all sorts of bag furniture. We've got lovely clasps, or what do you call these locks? Bag locks. Straps, swivel clips for your key fobs, all sorts to add in. So go for it. What do you use interfacing-wise? I know that you said that it's a choice, really.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I mean, with the cork, you don't really need to use anything on it at all.
Okay.
With this one today, I'm going to use the H640. Then with some of the other ones, I've used Bosal, so that makes them just a bit more sort of sturdy. And with these as well, I've sewn the gusset down to make them sort of more structured again. But then with these ones, the ones that I've done today, I haven't sewn this down to just make it a lot more relaxed. So again, there's lots of ways you can change your bag.
So you were saying either H640 or a Bosal,
Yes.
but don't worry if you're using the cork. Now, the this comes in metre pieces. We've cut it into a metre piece, which is going to be enough to be able to do the large or
too small.
Too
Yes,
small.
yeah.
£9.99. I think there's Bozal underneath us on the website or around somewhere on the website. We'll run it through so you can find it easily. But if you do want that structure to your bag, more so like the tweed one that we showed earlier on, it's your preferred interfacing. Hence why we didn't put it into the bundle, because I know a lot of people have got their, obviously, own stash.
Yeah, and the favourites of what they want to put in as well, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so there's your interfacings. We'll come back to hardware once we get going, because we're going to have a look at the construction first, I believe. Oh, sorry, one thing I haven't mentioned is the pattern on it is available on its own. So remind us, Sandy, 1/2 metre of each fabric?
Yes, yeah.
And that's enough for the largest
yeah.
bag?
Yeah.
Brilliant. 1/2 metre of each. And what sort of fabrics have you made it out of?
Well, we've made it out of denim, we've made it out of canvas, cork, tweed, flannel. This is just upholstery fabric that we had in. So I had some sort of upholstery fabric and then some cotton, so like a quilting weight cotton. That's been quilted differently to the one I've been doing today. Then we've got like a tweed as well. So this is tweed and again a quilting weight cotton. And then I think this one's got like a canvas inside as well. So you can have sort of like a lining. So the lining's sort of got a canvas in there as well. So there's lots of sort of, I've put a few examples in the pattern of what you can make it out of. You can make it out like a needle cord. So if you wanted more a wintry bag, you could do it with a fine needle cord. Velvet if you wanted to. You could sort of make Bozal and a velvet and make it a lovely sort of sturdy small bag.
Personally, I prefer working from templates like this.
Yeah.
I find working out measurements and cutting measurements a bit more mind-boggling, where I do like that you don't need to worry about seam allowance, you don't need to worry about cutting out with a rule. You know, you literally have got your templates ready to go.
And it's got all the placements on there as well, where to put your pockets, where to put your bag handles, all sorts of things.
Yeah,
so there's lots of different placements on
Turning
there.
gap. Yeah. It says on the pieces as well. So those of you that are going to cut these out straight away, you've got all those reminders there ready to go. Placement for the centre buckle, your zip placement is all there. Which is brilliant, and they are on thicker card. I must say that price is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I mean, you do go to town with the quality of these. So
I think if you're going to use a pattern again and again, it's nice to have a nice pattern.
Yeah.
So and they normally come in a bag that's sort of hangable. So they sort of come with a.
Oh, perfect.
So you can keep it back in your bag, and you can hang it up in your room on a little hook or something as well. So you've got and a lot of the time we put the materials on the back, so you've got a notice of where they all are.
Fantastic. That's just £11. Grab it whilst you can. Right, what elements are you going to show us then, Sandy?
I'm going to try and do bits of all of it really for you. So I've cut some out. So first of all, for the small bag, you need 2 of your patterned and 2 of your plain for each side. So that's what I cut out first. I cut out all the pieces first, and as you can see, I label them all up, because I always do that, because sometimes pattern pieces can be similar sizes, and when you come to sort of do it, you sort of think, what's this, what's that? You might have cut it out one week, something's happened, and you don't go back to cutting it, sort of finishing it off. So I always try and label everything. So I've cut it out first, and then sew the 4 together just as patchwork.
Okay.
Then I iron on your interfacing, so it's either Bozal or H640 we've added on here.
Yeah.
Then I do some quilting. So on this one, I've done like a blanket stitch. So again, I always think on your sewing machines, there's so many fancy stitches that we don't get to use. And it's nice to sort of have a play with them sometimes. So I quite like the blanket stitch effect on here. And I've also used a variegated
I was
red.
going to say that on all of the samples here. I love the blue that's variegated, the rainbow variegated.
That's right, yes, yeah.
So don't necessarily think, oh, right, I have to use exactly the colour in the, they work so well.
And then with this one, I just did sort of like a diagonal cross.
Oh, so you do some quilting
just
as well?
some quilting on that one. So you could do that one, and then these I've just left with, or you could just, some of them I've just sort of sewn in the ditch as well.
Yeah.
So I made so many now, because people love them.
bet.
Oh, can you make one of those bags? So they're really nice. So we've done the back. And then I've got the gusset as well. So your gusset comes, the 3 sizes, the pieces are the same size, but I do say bag bottom and 2 sides. And I do it so that it's a little bit bigger as well, because sometimes when you're sewing up patchwork or you're putting quilting on, they can shrink a bit or they're larger.
Might not be exactly the size.
So if you've got a little bit extra, I'd rather cut that bit off at the end than you going,
I'm sure.
oh, do you know what, I've not got enough. And I'm always frightened of not having enough batil. I'd rather have too much and you can trim it off. So I always sort of do it. And I start at sort of like the corners. So I put the bag bottom on first to make sure the corners meet. Then sew up the sides. Then you can trim this off when you've finished it. So that's the back all done. Then we move on to the front. So again, we've just got the front here. Let's move that one over here for a second. So there's your material sewn, and with the larger one, you would have 9 squares. So you have 3 across, 3 down, so it makes a 9-patch one. Then for the front of here, we're going to put on, in fact, I'm going to do the flap first. So the next thing we do would be the flap. So you've got your 2 pieces, choose which one you want. I've interfaced it again just with H640, sewn it round and then pink the edges off.
Okay.
Leave the top open, and we're going to turn this the right way round and just push out. Now for this one, I'm just going to iron that as well, so just make sure it's all neat. Oh, I did press that. Does it go off?
Press that again. There you go.
It's already. I love this iron.
Yeah, I think it's a safety feature. I'm not quite sure of
Oh,
when
so it sort of cuts out.
I think it cuts out if you don't touch it for 10 minutes or something, or 15 minutes.
So we must have been talking for a while.
Definitely, I know if it falls over, then it's 30 seconds and it will cut off. But if it's
burn a hole in your
flat down, it's 10 minutes, and if it's stood up, it's half an hour, and then if
you
don't
can
touch
just
it,
leave it down on this little mat.
You can, as long and after 10 minutes, if it's left there for too long,
it will
cut off, and then you just press the button again to reheat it, and it reheats
a little
really quickly.
light as well.
I know we were saying, do you have a Hoover or a vacuum cleaner that's got a light on? I think it's like that.
It's great, isn't it?
It's
Yeah, we've just
good.
got a new Hoover, and the first time I used it, I was going, oh my God, you
can so much dust.
You can feel the cat hairs and the dust, and it's brilliant. They're absolutely fantastic. Right, so I've just ironed that down. And we're going to put, now I'm using the bow hardware for this one. So I'll show you how to put these on, and I have got a little sample of the other one, I think. So they're just like doing a magnetic snap, really. So if I get my...
And is that the same with most of these different clasps? You don't need any specialist tools to be able to put them in?
You need a little screwdriver.
Okay.
I'm just going to...
I've got loads here. I mean, these are really cool, aren't they? What one have you got, Sandy?
I've got the bow one.
Yeah, I like these. I've got a silver bow and a gold bow. The silver bow, the one that Sandy's using, is going to be graphics. Only $5.79. And I think they are really lovely and professional, aren't they?
So
very secure.
We want to put it in the middle. So again, you've got your placement for it, which I can't find mine at the moment. So I'm just going to do it by eye, which I should know. And again, I use sort of like the 2 materials. So if you wanted the white flap at the front, you could have the white one. Or if you want to have it as the blue one, I'm going to choose the blue today. You can do that. So if you wanted to line it with a bit of the lining, you can really swap and change your materials, but just make sure when you're cutting it out, you've got enough of each for what you want to do. So I'm going to put this here. So you've got like a little washer, which is a bit like the magnetic snap washer. So as I say, I'm going to just find the centre of this.
So when you've got it like this, do you unscrew these screws and take this back part off then?
Yes, which I'll show you in a second for the other one. So there we go. I'll fold this over, so we want the centre. So that's the centre there.
Oh, like that. I'm with you. Sorry.
Yep. So I was just checking. Can I just borrow the... Yes, I did. No, can I just borrow the bag a second? Absolutely. I was just wondering which one I put on which. So I did the... Right, that one goes on the pocket. Nearly. Right, so I'm going to do the bow. So I'm going to do the bow on here. So when you've made it, I'm actually going to top stitch it first. So I'm going to do a little top stitch all the way around here. And I normally do it about a 3 or 4, no, sorry, about 3, just over 3 for a top stitch. If you're doing the cork, I would use a bigger top stitch for the cork.
It's all nice and neat though, isn't it, the finishing on this? Sandy, would you put this one on? I'm just looking at your bag that you've made here. Would you put that on inside your lining?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, the back of it's really nice though anyway, because it's all very professional, isn't it?
So So we're just going to top stitch out. And again, you could use your variegated thread if you wanted to top stitch it. I'm just using a plain thread on here. But if you've sort of, we did the quilting with the variegated, you could always do variegated top stitch. There we go. So we're going to put the bow on here. So you want it in the centre, and I'm going to, so I need to take the back off. I've got a little screwdriver set here. You know, ones that come out like crackers and things like that. So I've got a little tiny screwdriver set.
Oh, I've got a little set of nice tiny screwdrivers, and I love it.
You always need one, yeah. So I'm just going to take this off the back here.
If I show you, Charlie, on my overhead, can I show you the, like, sort of how they're constructed?
Yeah.
So you've got
doing it.
this one that's going to be on your pocket, which is that one, and then this is in two parts. So Sandy's unscrewing these two little parts here, which if I show you on the main bag, when you undo it, you've got this part here, and that's going to be completely in, you know, within your lining, so that's there. And then this side, look how professional this is, because you've taken off this side, half of it's going to be on the front, half of it on the back of your flap, and then that is so lovely. Would you have these little, oh yes, of course they are. I was thinking that was the top of my bow, but that's the ribbon at the bottom of the bow, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
The silver ones are very popular, by the way. They're lovely. I've not seen these.
They're really nice, aren't they?
I like the gold as well. The gold's also available. They're highly polished. There's birds, there's flowers, there's all sorts. We'll run them all through so you can see them very quickly, but then we will see Sandy putting this in, because I think this is a bit different to other clasps I've seen. That one's just like how you do your magnetic snaps. You
Yes, that's easy, that one, yes.
But the top one, a bit different. Just sorry, Sandy, I'm just going to whiz through these
yeah,
and then
if
they're
you
done.
do that whilst I'm trimming this, that's fine. I'll show you what I've done.
This is exactly the same as the bow, that it's got the two elements to the top of the bird that you will unscrew. And then this is the same with the two prongs. You don't need any fancy tools to be able to put them through. £4.99. And you've also got your gold. There you go. It's always nice to have a bit of a stash, isn't it, in your bag making of lovely fancy bag locks. They are lovely. The gold flower that was on Sandy's demo bag. Yeah. This one, again, the same, absolutely the same applies with this. That is such a statement. We love this one.
Isn't it lovely?
Yeah. That's so lovely. That will look nice on all the colourways, actually. Yes. That will look nice with the cave, because it's floral. Look nice with the gold metallic cork, but also looks great with the William Morris. And then I've got two more sort of classic ones. So if you want the silver of your nice classic, there you go. £3.99. So if you do want the more sort of understated ones, I think Sandy used similar to, you know, your this on your tweed one.
Yes.
They look very classy. And then the oval in gold. Once again, exactly the same as you would your magnetic studs. Thank you for your patience whilst I just run these through. Then you've also got your little screws there to take apart. That one will be either side of your bag flap. I know you've seen the studs on the bottom of the bag, and people are asking about them, and we didn't think we could do them, but we have actually got them because we've done a haberdashery bundle. So the bundle comes with 4 swivel clips, gold feet, and then you've got 4 of these swivel clips. There you are. So hang on, have I got enough with my swivel clips if I've got 4?
It depends. If you want,
I want to do my key fob.
If you want to do your key fob, you'll need 5.
Okay.
So you'll need an extra swivel clip.
Fab. Well, you can get one in a different colourway maybe, or have a look underneath on the website.
Yeah.
But
or you might just have one in your stash.
So are these to attach my straps with?
Yes.
Right, so if I buy the sew-in ones, I won't need
those.
them. But
No,
if you
it's
want
only
to
for those handles that match here.
Okay.
Because obviously they've not got anything to fasten on with.
Yeah.
So you could, if you didn't want to make them detachable, you could just put that onto the the little D-ring loop. But I thought I can make them detachable so that if you've got a couple of different handles, because I know you've got some lovely white ones there as well, and I thought the white ones might look nice, so you could almost change your bag just by changing your handles. So if you've got little lobster clips, you can change your straps.
Fab.
Or you could just attach this to the D-ring strip. So
There's
again,
your,
lots of different ways of doing it.
There's your swivel clips in silver, and you've also got the bag feet. I do like bag feet because, one, I think they elevate the look of the overall bag, but also I do like that they're, you know, they stand, they protect the bottom of your bag a bit more.
Well, when you go out and you've been to the market and then you go for a coffee and you want to put your bag down, it just stops it being on the on the pavement, doesn't it, or something? So.
What was that? Sorry, Hannah. The handles that Sandy's got come in 3 different colours. So again, we've got the brown, the one that you saw on the main bag. And these ones, yes, you can add straight onto the loop if you want, or add them with your swivel clips. So that's the brown corded handle, which looks very, very professional. You just get one, so get 2 of those. Obviously, be aware. And then you also have got white. These are all options. As I say, you can actually make your own handles if you want, or we've got so on, but I do love having a nice stash of bag making hardware. There's your lovely white corded handle. These are PU, by the way, they're not real leather, they are PU. And then you've also got your black. Obviously, again, be aware you get 1 in the pack, so if you do want to add another one in, go for it whilst you're paying your 1 postage and packaging, or use the sew-in, bag making stash, see what you've got, make your own if you want out of the cork.
Yeah, there's so many things you can do.
The sew-in ones that we have used on the large tote here, these are really popular. And they've got pre-punched holes in. Does that make it a lot easier?
So much easier. I would just pin it on. So you put your pin through the punched holes to get your placement right for it, and then sew them on with floss or perler. You know, in the first one we had the perler. I tend to sew those on with something like that rather than an embroidery thread. Okay. I'd use a perler or an upholstery thread.
The nice shoulder length straps. They sit on your shoulder nicely and hug under your arm, your bag. So there, and you do get 2. You get both of those for £8.99, and they are your faux leather. They are your PU. And then we've also got the burgundy, which these are going to go really nicely with this colourway. They're also going to go really nicely with Kaif. Love those. Once again, pre-punched holes. They're already made. They're super secure. You get 2 in the pack for £8.99. They've got the pre-punched holes that you can literally just stitch on. And I like the fact that, I mean, it doesn't matter, does it, if you see your stitching, but you could, if you wanted to, do it on the front, could you?
Not really, because you've put your bag in already. So
do that last.
Do that last. Okay. So I always say when you do it, try and do like a back stitch and try and keep it as neat on the back as you can on the front. But nobody's going to look at the back.
No, oh, thank you for telling me that, because I would have tried to do it. I would have done it the wrong way. So yeah, put them on last. Then a bit stuck that my hand was stuck inside my bag or something. Okay, so they're the lovely burgundy ones, and you do get both of those at £8.99. Right, sorry about that. We just wanted to get all of that in,
absolutely.
So now it's over to you.
Right, so what I've done is I've found the middle and I've taken the back off and I've put the back over it, as you can see here, and I've drawn a little line around the hole in the centre there and then trimmed it up. And I start off by trimming it not too much first, and then the more sort of keep trying it, and then you might just need to sort of keep trimming it a little bit. So turn it over, but you want to put your bow right side down and put your flap right side down over the top of it, and then just push this opening around. So you can see you may need to sort of just trim the corners a bit, but make sure I've sort of kept trimming away at it so that it just fits really snugly. Then you can find...
Sorry, could you just shimmy it even forward, please?
Forward a bit,
careful of your head. Thank you.
My head's getting in the way again.
We can see now. Yeah, we just want to be able to see this bit.
So you're trying to push that down all the way around. You can put a bit of fray check on that if you're worried that the material's going to fray. And then also, if you feel underneath, you can feel where that screw hole is. And I'll put like a little dot on there. Or you can, if you take this off, you should be able to just put a little dot there and hopefully it should match up. There we go. So we push it back on again. And then with an awl, I would just go over that little, there you go, you can feel it going into that little screw hole and just sort of whittle it around a bit. Is that a technical term? And then go into the other side. And again, you'll feel it there, snap into that little screw hole there. Now this is the fiddly bit, so you want to put one of the tiny little screws, whoops, back into here and put this over the top. You need to keep this pushed down. I could trim that a little bit more, so really take your time. It's a bit fiddly, but you can get it. It doesn't take too long, but it's just taking your time and making sure you have all that pushed in before you put this over the top. And then we'd pop it over the top, and then because you've pushed that in, hopefully you can then get the, where's my little screwdriver? You can feel that and screw that in. There we go.
You feel like you're doing a bit of DIY, don't you?
Yes. It's very satisfying when you've done it. And don't screw that in all the way, just make sure that's pushed in again. And come around this way. There you go, you can feel where the little screw hole is. Oops. And pop that little screw just on the top of it there. Get your screwdriver. There we go. And just tighten them up. There we go.
Nice.
Turn it over.
Oh, I do love those clasps. And actually, they're nowhere near as fiddly as I thought they could be. I thought you would need some special equipment.
Oh, no, just a tiny screwdriver, which if you raid your husbands or boyfriends, partners, toolbox, somebody's got one there. So I always keep them. So, yeah, so very easy to do. The hardest bit is just sort of don't cut too much off first and then just sort of keep cutting up into the corners, just snipping a little bit further into the corners and then easing it over it with your awl. And it's exactly the same for the flower one as well. Those went on in exactly the same way. You've just got your screws at the back. Nice. And that's sort of got an oval bit and it's sort of like got a little bit of a stand so it goes up into it and then this just sits over the top of it and then screw it up and then you've got that on the other side. So that one would just go on your pocket. There we go. And you've got your flap finished. So we're going to put the flap onto the back part of the bag. I'll just sort of tidy up. I've got little bits everywhere here.
I'm intrigued by this, Alyssa. It's not on sale at the minute, but I'm watching. It's gone back to red again.
Yeah, because maybe it's sat down for too long. So
yeah, maybe you've had 10 minutes of it sitting there down like that. Oh, it's ever so clever, isn't it?
So with the flap, we want to put right sides together along the back. So again, all the placements are in the pattern. I'm just going to fold it over, put it there, and I've got my clip somewhere.
Sandy, are you doing anything for Easter tomorrow, Easter Monday? Or?
We've got our son from Plymouth is coming over to stay with us. So he's coming over tomorrow night. So I need to sort the spare bedroom out and get rid of some of my sewing stuff that's eked its way back in there again. So what about you? And then we're going swimming, open air swimming on Monday.
No, you're not.
At the Lido, yeah.
Is that something you do, Sandy?
Not if it's cold water, but if it's warm water, we go to the open air pool at the Lido in
Oh, so it is a warm one?
They do cold one over the winter, but why would you do that?
No. So now they've warmed it up?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I hope so.
Oh, that would be lovely.
So we're going on Monday.
Oh, because it's a real thing at the minute, isn't it? The cold water swimming as well.
Yeah, and cold water plunges and stuff like that.
No, not for me.
I know. I like my heat.
It's meant to be really good for you, though, isn't it?
So I went on a yoga retreat and they had a cold water plunge. And I thought, right, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it. But the changing rooms were sort of right down at the bottom. And then you had to walk up, go in this cold water plunge. And then you had to sort of walk back down again. There was no shower in there, so you couldn't get warm afterwards or anything. And I thought, do you know what, I'll just watch. So there's a few of us just went for a hot chocolate instead.
It's really good. I've heard all sorts of, different reasons why lots of people do it. And gosh.
Oh, it's meant to be so good for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I just can't, I can't bear to be cold.
No, I don't like
I feel like you need to go then straight into a really hot jacuzzi or something to warm your bones back up.
I wouldn't mind doing that, but it it was a cold day as well because it's sort of like winterish time, and I thought I'm just not going to get warm.
No.
So I thought,
I feel like it's scary. Like, Kieran went into a lake once, just like, you know, his friends were doing this cold water, and he went in and he was like, couldn't get his breath.
I know.
And I was like, oh my God, this is actually dangerous. Get out now. Are you okay? And he was, yeah. You have to really control your breathing, don't you?
When I was little, we went in an open air pool when we were on holiday, and it was a seawater one, and it was so cold. And I remember I was only about 7 or 8 and dived in, and I think I dived out quicker than I managed to get in. It was freezing, and I was going, I'm not doing that again. So I've just put the flap on so that we can turn it over. Okay. So I'm just going to do a very scant quarter of an inch.
I was going to say, is this within your seam lengths, or is this?
It's again, I say it in the pattern, but it's just a scant quarter of an inch, just to sort of hold it on in place, really.
Pattern is your main graphic for your Leon City bag.
What are you doing for Easter? Have you got anything planned?
No, we've got my nephews coming over this afternoon, so we'll do a little Easter egg hunt with the kids. But no, I'm here. I'm on Jewellery Maker tomorrow morning as well. So
you're busy today at the minute, aren't you? There we go. So that's this one finished. So I'm going to. We've done the pocket. Now I would have done. I've actually finished the pocket and I didn't put that clasp on, so I'll do that later. So normally you would put the clasp on first before you've sewn it up. But I was trying to sort of hurry up and get things done for the show, so I didn't put the clasp on. So I'm going to just put the pocket on. Now when we put...
Go on, you carry on, and then I'll read Christine's
When
message.
we put the pocket on, I'm going to put it over the bag so that you can bring the flap over and you can mark out where you need to put the other part of it. So you've got that there. So that's what you'd do, you'd put it on there. So I'm just going to sew the pocket on.
Christine said, gorgeous bag, Sandy.
Oh, thank you, Christine.
I loved the sew-along with John.
Oh, thank you.
I made another one in K Facet. I can't open the rest of your message. It keeps just jumping to Sandy's... Oh, here we go. In the K Facet Studio Fabric. Oh. Happy Easter.
Oh, happy Easter.
Wasn't it brilliant going to Warrington?
Oh, I had an absolute whale of a time.
Are you Nottinghamshire? Where
no,
else
Cardiff.
Oh, of course, you're Cardiff. So,
yes,
gosh, yeah, it was
miles
right.
away. Yeah, absolutely miles away. So we went over we stayed for a couple of days. So we went over on the Wednesday, then did a full day's filming with John on the Thursday, stayed overnight Thursday night, and then came back on the Friday.
Oh, lovely.
It was lovely. We did the first ever live sew-along on his show.
Fantastic.
And it was so lovely. I mean, there was so many of you there that were watching it.
Oh, brilliant.
It was brilliant. We did a tote bag, and so it's been lovely to see people's tote bags. So do put it on Facebook so I can see it. But no, because you've been there as well, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Absolutely. I don't know when the first episode that I filmed will go out, because ours wasn't a live one, it was a recorded one, so I'm not sure. In fact, I recorded 9 of them. I shouldn't tell you the secrets of telly, because, it will look like I've been there 9 times, but...
Keep changing. I only had to change, I think, 4 times, so it wasn't too bad.
No, I took my suitcase to the clothes.
Oh, I know, and a lovely changing room as well. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous place. Yeah, I think one of mine's going out on Bank Holiday Monday.
Oh, brilliant.
So,
this is on John's Got Threads of Life, by the way, for anybody who subscribes.
So, yes, so we're going to go swimming on and then taking the cat to the vets on Tuesday for his annual check. Bless him, which he won't enjoy at all. He hates going. He's the softest cat that you could ever imagine. We've got like a big white, fluffy, short-haired British tippy, and he's just gorgeous. But take him to the vets and you'd think he was a wild cat. He's got a black mark next to his name at the vets, I'm afraid. Because when we go, they're going, we'll bring you Percy in. Do you need some sedatives? I was going, no, we'll be fine this time. No, not at all. Right, so we're going to sew this one now to the other side of the gusset. So again, I'm just going to meet in the corners, so get those corner bits done. So again, gussets, people get a bit scared of them, but if you just take it easy, I always say with everything, just read the pattern. First thing on my notes in the pattern is sit down with a cup of tea and read the notes.
Good idea. It's always good to read your pattern first, isn't it?
Yes.
Charlie, is that a true story? Yeah. So, you know, your cat is, got mark against his name with the vet. Charlie has at the dentist because he bit the dentist.
Oh no!
I was like, oh, that's funny. No,
Charlie.
he said, Charlie, if you know Charlie, he's a very, very calm person.
So placid. Oh no.
The dentist poked where it hurt 3 times, and he said, please don't poke, it really hurts, it will make me flinch. Not flinch, bite. Oh gosh, don't. You sit next to Charlie, be careful.
My mum nearly killed the dentist when she went one time.
Oh no.
She had really sensitive teeth, and they were always sort of, they needed to drill, so like to get the roots out. And our dentist hated giving you anaesthetic. And he used to wear a shirt and a tie. It was just go back a long time, our dentist. And he started drilling my mum's roots, and it must have hit a real nerve. And she grabbed hold of his tie and pulled it and nearly strangled him. And you know, he always wore like a button-up white overall after that. So,
that's silly of him for not giving anaesthetic.
I know. So yeah, she said, she came back and I nearly killed the dentist today. So we're just going to, we've put the bottom bit on first and done the corners, and then we're just going to pin up the sides here. So really, you can see it is an easy bag to do.
Nice.
So even though it looks lovely,
It does
and you
look
can
complex.
add so much sort of hardware to it, the bag feet and everything, to really make it look as though, you know, people have sometimes said to me, did you make that? And I go, yeah. You know, and so they will, it'll be... Right, I'm going to just take it back to the sewing machine and I'm going to sew it on.
And I love the fact that it's a very useful bag. Like you said, even the smaller size, this is the large one, but even the smaller size, you're still going to be able to use it. There's lots of little handbags that I can barely even fit my phone in, because phones are a lot bigger, aren't they now, or you can't fit your keys in. So, I mean, I really like a nice big bag because I am that person that likes to take everything with me. But even the small one, if you're on holiday and you want to just take bits, it's still a really useful size. You are going to use it. And you don't need to make a choice now today. You will get, obviously, enough fabric and the pattern to be able to make either the large or the small, and it's up to you. Yeah. But you'll have more than enough fabric to be able to do the large. And I do love the fact that it's got, so handy, a little key fob there. Get yourself a little swivel clip there to be able to do your key fob in there, or clip on whatever you want to clip onto.
Yeah. So if you've got anything you need to remember, or I mean, even phones, you can have. Some people's phones have like a little wrist strap on them, don't they? So you could attach that onto your key fob.
Yeah, I'd be putting on there, you know, like if you have a lanyard with like a pass or a door or something that you work, or we've got a security fob as you come into our building, that this would be so handy to just have on there, wouldn't it?
Something that you don't want to lose. Because you find so many times, don't you, how many times you search through your handbags when you've got a big bag to sort of find everything at the bottom. So that's why there's some nice little zip pockets in there as well, which if I've got time, I'll just show you the zip pocket that I probably haven't had.
We've literally got a couple of minutes.
Right, OK, I'll just sew this on and then very, very, very quickly show you around the rest of it.
Sorry, this hour's gone really quick.
I know. God, I thought we'd only done about 20 minutes or so. That's probably why the iron keeps going red, isn't it? Do your little ones, well, Maisie especially, does she realise about Easter?
Yes, she does. Yeah. Oh, yes, she does. Very much so.
She knows it's Easter egg time, does she?
Yeah, she does. She's very clever. She knows too much.
Does she? Yes. I think little girls do, don't they?
Oh, she's hilarious.
And you've got
now,
3.
She keeps saying to me at the minute, her new phrase is back in a jiffy. And she keeps running back, I'll be back in a jiffy. Oh, she's so funny. She cracks me up.
Does she go to a play group?
Yeah, she goes to nursery. She actually starts, so she's been at nursery for the last year, 2 mornings a week, and now she goes into the older 3-year-old class, and she has to wear a uniform. Oh. So I've bought her all a uniform. She starts on Tuesday.
You're going to cry when
I
you
will.
see that,
I will. Oh, she's going to look so cute.
So there we go. That's the outside of your bag done.
Nice.
There we go. So at this point, if you wanted to make the D-rings, I'll just, if I've got time very quickly to, show you these.
Go for it.
So they're made sort of like all the straps. So those are the
just bring them towards you slightly.
Right, here we go.
Thank you.
So whatever size you want, do it 4 times bigger.
Okay.
Then you just literally fold it in half, open it out, fold the middle 2 in, and then fold it in. And that will make your D-rings, it'll make your fob, and then literally just sew round it, fold it in half, and put your lobster clasp on the end of it. And with these, I've just put a little screw in Chicago screw on those. Some of the others I've done little pop-on rivets, or you can use your green machine if you've got. So those will make, and you'd need to put them, because this isn't in the pattern. This is the only thing that's not in the pattern.
Okay.
Because when I did them originally, we just had sew-on ones. But then when we got these handles, I thought, well, I could show you how to do these. So it's just a matter of, if you want to, you can just put the D-rings on. And you put them on here. Just pop them at the side, and then you can attach whatever you want to those as well. Then you make your bag, the inner lining, in exactly the same way. So I've attached, but we've got like a little facing on the top of that. So you'd sew your facing onto it, sew the gusset on in the same way. Then I'd put the little key fob in here. Don't put it at the top, because it sort of pulls down too much. If you've got it along the facing, which is why I put facing in, it just protects it a little bit more, because then this is attached to the top of the bag.
Okay.
So you'd make your bag up. I've got a pocket in here as well, which again, you don't have to put in. You could put a patch pocket in here if you wanted, or you could put a zip pocket on the back of it if you wanted.
Yeah.
So again, all the instructions in there, all the placements are in there, and you'd put that on the back of the lining, and then you'd sew that onto the gusset in the same way as I've just done this one.
Okay.
Then you keep this one the right side out, make sure your flap's facing in, and you have this one the wrong way out, and you put the bag inside it. And then you sew along the top. You've got a turning gap. Don't forget your turning gap in your lining.
You put that on the pattern.
Pull it all through. Sew along the top here. And then you can always, if you haven't put your clip on, you can just check where it is just to make sure you've got it in the right place, and just put the other part of your clasp on there. Then attach your handles to it. And that's it, your bag.
That looks lovely, that placement as well, next to the white, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Looks really, really nice. Thank you ever so much, Sandy. Thank you. Sorry, it was a bit of a rush at the end. But
No,
don't
that's okay. I'm
worry.
sorry. Yeah, it's all in there.
We never have enough time
I know.
to complete it, but it was nice to see the different elements. And don't forget, within your pattern, the pattern is available on its own. You have full images along the whole way, along with all of your written instructions here, your labels, and your lovely pattern pieces. Everything is labelled on here with, you know, your turning gaps, your placement guides, everything is labelled on those templates. Just £11. Honestly, you'll love making this bag. And it does have the sizes and the templates for both the large city bag and the smaller city handbag as well. Now, we've got a bundle for the cork with the gold, which is this one. Remember, you can make this size, or you could make two of the smaller sizes with this bundle. You might just need a little bit more from your stash, or be a bit savvy with your fabric for your lining. But you've got certainly loads of cork in this, because it's extra wide, and it's got that lovely metallic gold. The only way of getting this metallic gold cork is in this bundle today. Then you're getting Dan Morris and natural seeded cotton, all for £29.99. Remember, enough to be able to do your large bag or two of your smaller bags, which is brilliant value for money. Plus, you're getting your all-important pattern with all of those templates. Okay, don't let this one pass you by, because this is so nice. This is the other cork option. This is the plain cork with your ½ metre of your cave and ½ metre of your canvas. £29.99. Don't forget to add your hardware, your interfacings of choice as well. Then we also have the William Morris, which is the one that the bag was made up with. This is just a quick recap. Don't forget to have a good look through, see which one to go for. Remember, this was the one that we started off with giving you an Easter discount. So you're getting this at £26.99. It was supposed to be £29.99. Pattern, ½ metre of your denim, ½ metre of William Morris, and ½ metre of your plain canvas as well. Mix and match them however you want, because you've got ½ metre of each, so plenty of fabric there to be able to personalise it as you wish. Fantastic. Finally, Liberty, which is the one that Susie was working with. This is another one that should have been £29.99. It's got the denim and lovely white together, and I know that Sandy used the Liberty for the lining, but mix and match them whichever way you want. They're all ½ metres. Plus your pattern, £26.99, another one that has been discounted for you. Hardware bundles, straps, clasps, the bag lock, sorry, they're all available underneath us now on the website, as well as pattern on its own. Thank you ever so much, Sandy. When are you back with us?
A week on Monday.
Oh, lovely. Well, enjoy your holiday.
Thank you.
Hope the vet trip goes okay.
I know. Be thinking of me, won't you, on Tuesday morning?
I will. And for your swim, your open air swim on Monday. I hope it's all right weather.
Oh, it'll always be raining, but it's quite nice swimming in the rain.
Oh, yeah. Especially if it's warm water.
I know. And I'll try and make this bag up and I'll pop it on the Facebook page so people can see it sort of all made up as well.
Yeah, we'd love that. Thank you ever so much. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Right, Adele is waiting in the wings. Half the stock of the pattern's already gone, by the way, if you want the trousers. They are gorgeous.
They're
Stay
lovely.
where you are. Adele is up after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1p&p throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back, welcome back. Are we ready for another sellout pattern? Do you know, trousers is one, Adele. You will, I know, correct me, but it's something that I think a lot of dressmakers probably are a little bit daunted by.
Yeah, I was for a long time because fitting issues are a little bit more difficult when it's around like the gusset, around the hips and so on. But these are really versatile because they're elasticated.
Oh, nice.
Love elasticated.
It says here in the description, the free range slacks are easy to wear as their name. You will feel free to roam in the comfort of a stylish, elasticated high waist when you wear them. So there's two versions. There's a tapered leg.
Yep.
With a rolled bottom hem.
Yes.
And an option to flat fell the side seams for a clean, finished look when rolled up.
Yes.
Flat fell seams.
Yeah, so we've actually got a side panel on these trousers.
Yeah.
I didn't notice until I started cutting out and I was like, why have we got this extra piece? So, yeah, they've got a side panel which you flat.
Would you want to show us? Yeah, go on over and show us. It's probably easiest to see it, isn't it?
Yeah, so you've got a seam that goes from almost where you would get a seam on a pair of trousers, goes round to the back, and then, yes, it talks about a seam that we flat press and then we do top stitching all the way down it.
Nice.
So it's a really nice feature and there is plenty of room. I was looking, when I put these on here, I was like, they're not very flattering around this area because you've got a part there, but they are super flattering on the top.
Yeah, yeah.
I really love them.
Yeah, they're really nice. We've actually got a picture of you in them.
Yes.
They're really nice, aren't they? And you were saying, actually, even if you wanted, like, they look very sort of casual trousers here. Obviously, you've got the two options with the sort of crop with the fold, or you've got the loose straight fitting.
Yes,
leg
and
with a
years
wider
ago,
hem.
every time I tried to buy work trousers, they were all like formal top with buttons and a fly. And then I was in Tesco the other day and I just bought a pair of black trousers and they were elasticated waist. Oh my gosh, it's changed how I feel at work because I'm up and about and moving. They're so much more comfortable. And they don't look any less smarter. Like years ago, it used to be like, oh, elasticated waist. But no, I think because it's a big, wide piece of elastic, they are very flattering.
And do they sit right up high? You can hike them
So they
right
are
up
high-waisted.
Brilliant.
They
I
are
love
really
a
high-waisted.
And you can make these in lots of different fabrics. We've got some denims today. We've got some really lovely lightweight fabrics for holiday or for summer. And we were also talking about making them in a really nice smart check. So size range on this, Adele. Is it American again?
Yep, it's American again. Let me just find.
Don't let that put you off, by the way. Just go by the inches anyway. Would you still measure yourself?
No, so I never go by the sizes on the packet. I always measure myself.
Yeah.
Always. So even UK patterns, I would never go for a 10 or a 12 on them.
Right.
Because it's like trying to pick a 10 or a 12 from Tesco, from Sainsbury's, from H&M and all sorts. They're all a different size. So I always measure myself. I measure myself this time.
What are the key measurements that you would need to sort of look for?
So on this one, it would be hips.
Hips in your finished garment measurements?
Yes, because the waist is elasticated, so there's going to be lots of wiggle room of adjustment there. But especially with the tapered, you want that hip to be nice and skimming and not too tight.
Okay.
So if you look on the finished requirements, so finished garment measurements, it actually gives you so much. So it gives you waist without elastic, waist without elastic, front rise, hip, inseam for both versions when it's rolled and when it's not rolled as well.
Okay.
So I would go for that hip.
Now, on your hip, this might sound really obvious, but when you're measuring your hip, are you literally measuring where your hip bones are?
So you get a tape measure. Oh, bit my tongue there. Yeah. You get a tape measure and you find the widest point. So it is not necessarily where our hip bones are, because
probably around your bum.
Yeah, it's this bit here where your bum sort of goes out and then back in. So I get my tape measure and I keep going up and down, finding that widest part, and that's where I measure.
Right, okay, perfect. What else was I going to ask you about the pattern? Did you enjoy working with... I mean, we've used the Soho House 7 patterns before.
Yes, we have. And the instructions, like, look how thick the book is already. And there is tons of illustrations, absolutely tons of illustrations. Like, for example, just putting the waistband on, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different pictures to show you how to do it. And they do say it's good, it's for an advanced beginner.
Yeah.
Don't forget, there's no fly, there's no adjustments in terms of that rise, because those elasticated can kind of sit where it feels comfortable. Yeah. So really, if you want to try
your first pair of trousers,
first time, I'd go for it.
Brilliant.
Ones. So both patterns have been brilliant for beginners today.
I love when Adele is on. Dressmaking is my favourite to watch.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
And these are trousers you're going to wear time and time again, especially, like we said, different fabrics are going to look really different. They look really different again in the photograph.
Yeah, because they've got them in linen there, and I really love the rust-coloured linen with the white shirt. Look how they've styled it. That's really cute.
Now, you can't go wrong with your denim, can you? And it's really comfy. They're not skinny, are they?
Oh my
They're
gosh.
lovely and comfy.
I can't wear skinny jeans anymore.
No. Well, they're out of fashion, aren't they?
Well, I don't know why I put myself through it for so many years. Like, how many of us have got in it and then had to do the squat to try and get them
and they come out the tumble dry and you're having to pull them on.
Oh, I finally got rid of my last pair. Do you know what I thought? I've been holding on to them for a special occasion. Why? Because I don't feel special in them.
But they are super, super comfy, really comfy. And because they're lightweight as well, they're going to be great for this time of year. Still very smart, but still, you know, you said earlier on, suitable for our summer here in the UK. Now, this isn't a super heavy denim. No. It's really nice and lightweight. It's called 4 ounces. Yep. 2.5 metres. Right, Adele, that's going to be enough to be able to do our largest size, I believe.
Let me just double check. Yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. Also enough to be able to do the largest size in the top earlier, because it's a light weight denim. So if you are thinking the lovely top earlier, we did have questions asking, would a chambray...
Yeah, so this is a very lightweight denim. It doesn't feel like a normal jeans denim. So that's the thing with this. When you look at it and it's in denim, we're not making a pair of jeans. No. We're making a pair of comfortable trousers.
Yeah, love it. That's your darkest colour. We have 3 different shades. So we've got the medium colour. I'll show you next to this one. Is this the colour what colour have you done the sample in? It looks
so it's this one.
The light one.
Yeah.
So there you go. You can see, I'll show you the 3 different colours. The light, medium and the dark. We've done the darker colour. That's the medium. This is like your classic jeans blue, isn't it? But remember, they are not a denim with an elastic in. They are 100% cotton. Really lovely. So they have pockets.
Yes, so they've got front pockets and then an option to put the back pockets on as well. I didn't put the back pockets on because I was like, well, I want them to be kind of comfortable. Yeah. And also, I find by putting a back pocket on, if I don't get it right on my buttock area, it looks really odd. If it's too high up, it's a bit like, ooh, and then if it's too low down. And I don't really put much, well, I say put much in my back pocket. I've got my phone in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, I think the look of the front pockets is enough with these.
Nice. It does give you the option of the patch pocket on the back if you want to. Maybe with different fabrics, it might lend itself better to it. $25.99 for your bundle of fabric, which is plenty enough. You've got 2.5 metres of your 4 ounce denim. And then the one that Adele has made these out of, super flattering, super comfy, going to be worn so many times. Again, this trouser pattern is another one that I think is going to be a real capsule wardrobe pattern, one that you're going to use for lots of different fabrics. There she is. They look great with the top as well.
They do. I've just got my trainers on with them, so I feel like I could go out for dinner, I could go shopping, I could do anything with that.
Yeah, really nice.
And also, Vicky, trainers, you can go out now.
Oh, don't start me. I went to a hen do in Edinburgh.
Were you the only one in heels?
I was wearing heels. I should have spoken to you because you've got teenage girls. But I went out, I was dressed up to the nines. We were at the sort of chippy wagon at the end of the night, and this girl who was wearing, like, you know, baggy jeans, trainers, no makeup, head, and she was like your dress? I was like, oh no, she hates my dress. She was like, it's just so Christmassy because it was full sequin with massive heels on.
But
like, oh my gosh, no, I'm that person now.
Away with a pair of Converse. I was in like a little nightclub, we were all in our Converse, and I went out with my Doc Martens the other week.
Oh my gosh. I don't go out, Adele. I don't go out enough to know what's on the train. I thought I still had to dress up in my full sequins and high heels. Oh dear. Right. Adele's like, oh. I didn't mean it so bad. Sorry, Vicky. I just remember the days having youngsters. Wait till they're teenagers, and then you're like, bye. I'm off for bottomless brunch. Oh my gosh, can't wait. Now, I've got a real lightweight fabric. You're going to be working with the similar weights, aren't you? This is slightly different to the one you've got.
And even the
100%
pattern
viscose.
does say that bottom weight fabrics that are not too heavy or too stiff. Okay. And you can even go for like these linen viscose blends as well.
These are viscose?
Yeah, so this is like your holiday trousers.
Nice. How lovely are these? Oh,
your little flip-flops.
Yes.
Sandals with your sangria.
That is a lovely print as well, isn't it? Really nice. Once again, 2.5 metres enough to be able to do the trousers, and super affordably. You could actually, with these sort of prices, $13.99 for your 2.5 metre bundles, you could afford to be able to say, actually, yeah, I'm going to get a pair in my lightweight denim, I'm going to get one in this, maybe get the top. That would look lovely. $13.99 for 2.5 metres, which is going to... Yeah, it's a really low price for that bundle. You would think, you know, half a metre or a metre. 2.5 metres, even if you're thinking of another pattern, the pattern isn't included at that price. So you could do a kimono or the top. You could do this top from earlier.
Yeah.
It would have those longer sort of...
Yeah, it would have like a drapier sleeve.
That will look lovely.
Or even like 3 metres, or 2.5 metres. That's the length I buy to put in my stash for dresses.
Nice.
Because I don't know what I might make with it, but that amount I could normally do every pattern.
Brilliant. I'll go for it. If you've got a pattern in mind, wrap dress or kimono or something for holiday, that will look really nice.
Very
some other
summery.
Bright colours. In fact, the one that Adele's going to be working with is like a lovely lavender and blue. Also very, very popular. I can't get over the prices. $13.99. Is that right?
Sounds like it's just 1 metre.
2.5 metres.
No. And it's lovely fabric.
It is. It's super soft.
Yeah, because it's a twill. So what it means by a twill, Vicky, if you look closely, can you see the diagonal lines on it? No, on the front.
Yeah.
Look closely, you can kind of see diagonal lines.
Yeah.
That's the weave.
Right.
So it has a little bit more of a stable top rather than a complete crisscross weave. Okay. That's what the twill is. So I've used this for jumpsuits.
Right.
Really nice for jumpsuits.
That's lovely, isn't it? I love this. I was worried. I asked Adele in the break, is this going to stick to my legs? I've had, you know, lightweight trousers or jumpsuits that end up being really static and sticking to me.
No, we were talking...
It's not polyester, is it?
No, we were talking about that, weren't we? Because it is cotton, viscose, it shouldn't stick. It's the polyester that makes it stick to your legs. Right. But if you do have anything that does stick to your legs, get yourself some hairspray, spray your legs, and it shouldn't do it.
Ah. Oh, you said run a hanger
Yes,
through.
a metal coat hanger.
Right. There you go, top tips. I just can't get over these prices. At these prices, if you've bought anything today and you paid your postage and packaging, just grab it.
Yes.
Fill your dressmaking stash.
Do you know what this would be really nice for? You know, like an evening gown.
Yeah. yeah.
You know, if you're going to a ball or like an evening wedding.
Yeah.
I've got a wedding coming up actually.
Nice wrap dress. It would look so lovely for a formal wrap dress or a nice. Yes.
And you can never go wrong with the wrap dress.
And I'd love the fact that it's still the dark base. It's going to be very flattering, but you've got your pops of colour.
Yep.
Still nice for spring. Will the bundle you have, will the bundles you have available for the trousers be suitable for the earlier top?
Yes, so they're all very, very lightweight, so they would be absolutely suitable. The only thing is with these, you see these shoulders stick out and give the impression of a full sleeve. What will happen, a bit like on the pattern envelope, they'd be a bit flatter over the shoulder and you'd have more of a gather around here. It would look more like that rather than have the fullness there.
Right. I like a lot.
Oh, I like this one.
I really love green. Can you tell? I know a lot of people sort of steer away from green, don't they?
Yeah.
But I love green. I think this is beautiful.
Yeah, I've just crocheted a green jumper.
I think it's going to look so nice in those trousers. And you could just wear it with a plain black sort of T-shirt.
Yeah, and a denim jacket over the top.
Wow.
Or a leather jacket over the top. Because we can never go out without a jacket in this country, can we?
No. That is so, so nice. They're going to look really expensive and really different, aren't they?
Yes.
$13.99, 2.5 metres. And once again, it is that lovely viscose, the cotton viscose, so it is super, super soft. I feel like you don't need to iron this too much. If you are taking them on holiday, I don't feel like it creases that badly.
No, not massively, but what I would recommend is you roll your clothes rather than fold your clothes.
That's
so put your trousers in half and then roll them up.
You fit more in as well.
Yeah, you're not going to get as many creases. Then when you get there, if there are creases, hang them up while you're having a shower in the bathroom, and then the creases will drop out.
That's a really lovely fabric. Once again, remember, this is sort of a key amount of fabric, 2.5 metres, 3 metres.
For stash building.
A lot of patterns call for that. Sort of, no matter what sort of size range either, it's always a similar sort of amount. So that's enough to be able to do the largest size in these trousers, but also would be brilliant for the top, any dresses you've got in your stash. What about the orange version?
Ooh.
These look more autumnal, don't they?
Yes. So I've always struggled. When do you go from your dresses back to your jeans in the winter time?
Yeah.
And
some of my dresses that I wear with, you know, I
with
put
tights
with, you know, like my brown boots. I would wear a dress like this,
and then have tights on in the winter time. Yeah.
$13.99. I just can't get over these prices. That is the price normally for a metre of this quality fabric. Your viscose twill for just $13.99. Beautiful. Right. What elements are you able to show us?
So I'm going to show you the front pockets and how we add the side seam on and do those flat seams top stitched, okay? There really isn't much to this. That's why when you said this morning, what you're going to show, again, this could be, well, I did sit down one day and just make them up because I didn't have to worry about a fly. Gosh, that is a stressful moment. And I didn't put the back pocket on, so I didn't have to worry about placement. They came together super quick.
Brilliant.
So we're going to have a look, first of all, at this pocket. Now, this pocket is a bit unusual. When I was cutting it out, I was like, oh, where are the piece? Where's the bag that normally goes in? So it isn't a pocket bag. Let me just go over to here and I'll show you. So it gives the illusion that you've got...
Oh, sorry, hang on, Adele, one second. We're just waiting for our camera operator.
So it gives an illusion that there is a pocket bag there, but there's a facing on the front parts here.
Right.
I'll just pull that round, look.
Thank you.
There's a facing, so you've got the wrong side of the fabric there, and then this part here is your pocket, and it's a patch pocket in effect, really, rather than going in and having a pocket bag that's loose. So it's very different to how I've ever seen pockets before.
It actually sits really flat.
It does. It sits really flat because there's not layers of fabric. Normally you'd have like 3 layers of fabric sitting there, and especially when it's coming over your hip and over this area here, having less fabric just feels a bit more comfortable. beautiful and flattering. So I'm going to show you how we put that in. Then we're going to have a look at this side seam here and all those flat seams. Okay? So we do have a facing on this part. Now, I haven't finished the seams because we haven't got an overlocker here. And it does, again, this pattern company guide you through literally every step. So I've had pattern companies in the past that go, finish the seam. Okay, which seam am I finishing? How do I finish it? This one tells you exactly when and how to finish the seam.
Right.
So you would finish this seam on this side. We're going to stitch up here. Now there is a diagonal. Even though it looks like it just goes straight, on a diagonal, there is a straight turn up here where the waistband sits.
Okay.
So I would, if you're going to be a very first time maker, put a little dot where you're going to pick your foot up and just pivot.
Right.
I've not done that, I've just gone. And one other thing, the seam allowance does change throughout this because there's lots of different... I don't know, there's lots of different things. So this one here, we're adding it using just 1 centimetre or 3/8.
Okay.
Where later on, it goes back to a 1.6.
Right, okay, so be aware of that.
Yeah, all the seam allowances are included. Just be aware of where it does change. It changes more often than I thought it needed to, really. But every pattern company is slightly different. We're just sewing along that seam. And this seam here won't be seen because we are going to fold it over and understitch.
Do you just use a universal needle when you work
with
Viscose?
And I was listening to you earlier, and you're exactly right. When your machine starts skipping, that's an indication you need a new.
There's so many times that I've had friends who are like, bearing in mind, I am no sewing expert by any means, or a machine expert, but so many friends who've got a machine and they're like, I don't know, it's making a funny noise, I think I need to go and get it serviced, I need to do this. I'm like, change your needle.
Yeah.
And they're like, that's actually fixed it.
Yeah.
Clean out the fluff, change your needle.
And the same thing, when it's not quite working right, just rethread it. And
Yeah,
often
yeah.
that's another benefit. I've just put that facing on then, and now what I'm going to do, let me bring it into the centre a little bit more, is I'm going to fold that over, press this, and then we're going to do an understitch all the way along there.
What's an understitch?
What we're doing is we're catching the seam allowance within that fold, so that when this folds over, it won't want to flip out.
Ah, okay.
So it feels pointless. I have to say, again, in my early days, I used to skip understitching. If any of my friends are watching that know me from my early sewing days, it was a bit of a joke. I used to be like, why do you understitch? No point to it. I've definitely found out the reason. Because too many times I've missed it, and then, like, necklines fold over.
Right.
And they just... Oh.
Keeps it where it's supposed to be.
It does. So we're going to sew down there and then down there. And then we will fold it over and then top stitch. So there are lots of little extra bits on this.
Don't skip those.
Don't skip them. And also, just enjoy your time doing it. Don't think, oh, why have I got to do more top stitching? It will be all worth it in the end, trust me. They do look lovely. And I think linen with some contrasting top stitch would look absolutely gorgeous.
Single figures on the pattern. We're all loving these patterns today. A lot of people who are coming in for the top have also come in for the trousers. It's a lovely matching.
They go really well together.
They do.
Now I'm just going to fold that over. Oh, that was a quick, like, I'm going to do my hair, then I'll come back in, I'll get a photo. So we fold the facing back over, and that whole seam now is completely covered. And on yours as well, this seam here will be finished with the overlocker. Or I could have done it earlier, but I left my machine here.
Get yourself an overlocker. When was it that you invested on your sewing making journey, dressmaking journey?
So I was very, very fortunate that my stepmom, she's also a dressmaker, and she was getting herself one, and she said, "Oh, you definitely need one of these, Adele." So she got me one at the same time. So I was it was quite early on. I don't feel that I fully knew its potential. And I know it can do a lot more than what I do, but I have it set up next to my machine. I know it can do roll hems and all sorts, but I just use it to finish.
Yeah.
And
do you use it to construct on jersey?
Yes, jersey. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I can make a whole garment without having to use one of these.
Yeah.
So it does pay off. Now I've just increased my stitch length to 3 because when we're top stitching, you just want slightly longer stitch length. Just makes it look a little bit better, I think. And also, when you're top stitching, try not to look at the needle, look at the foot. So I'm looking at the fabric going into the foot, not the needle. And that's a little tip to make it go straight. Again, just keep pressing. Every time we sew, just press your seam afterwards. Now we're going to get on in the pocket bag. Okay. Well, I say pocket bag, but it's not really a pocket bag. It's the spacing that goes on the pockets. Let me get the right one. So here we are.
Slacks are what they call for like comfy trousers, aren't they? Could you do this in like, I was going to say like a jersey. Could you do it in like a jogger, as like a jogger style?
I'd be a bit worried that around the hips it would stretch out too much and give you a bit of a saggy bottom.
Okay.
So I would just stick with a really nice, soft, like this, lightweight cotton.
Yeah.
Because don't forget, loungewear doesn't always have to be jersey. It can be just anything like cotton that allows it to breathe. Like my best pyjamas are actually my cotton pyjamas rather than my stretchy jersey ones.
Oh, you could do this as nice pyjama bottoms, couldn't you? Loungewear bottoms.
Right, that is the back of the pockets. I'm now going to lay my pocket on top. And do you know earlier I said to you about why I use clips than pins? So the reason why I do is I'm now going to clip just the top and the edge, and then I'm going to flip it over. And I don't have to think, oh no, my pin's on the other side, I've got to move it over. So that's another benefit that I've found.
I mean, you and Sandy are two very different guests doing different sewing projects, and you've both been using clips today.
Yeah. So I've just put that on there. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to attach it by doing a patch pocket. Now, it talks about doing this on the front. To me, I think that's a bit crazy because I'm thinking, well, how will I know that the underside is still there? So what I've actually done when I made the other pair is I flipped it over and I did the top stitching the wrong way round, because as long as you got your stitch length right, the bottom understitch will then become the top stitch. And I use the same thread either side. Again, this piece here will all be finished with the overlocker, and we're also then going to just base the top and the sides to make sure it all stays in place.
Okay.
So just to go over again, this is, if I flip that, look, that's my pockets, the back of my pockets. It's a patch pocket, but in reverse. We're going to sew down there, sew across there, base along the edges. Now I am going to use pins though, Vicky.
Okay.
Because I can't put my clips along here. So I'm putting my pins just to keep that patch pocket in place. Now also, it reminded me, another reason why I fell out of love with pins, sometimes if your pins aren't sharp, if you've been using them for a number of years, they can pull your fabric. And then you get those horrible unsightly pulls. So that's another reason why pins win in my bucket.
Are they our pins or are they your pins?
Your pins.
I was going to say, I've noticed you got those magic pins. They're really good pins.
They were the ones that I got given when I asked, can I have some pins, please?
Has the pattern sold out, Hannah? Is there still a chance to get the pattern? It's gone. Well done if you managed to get it. You'll love making these.
Lots of lovely, comfortable trousers for people this summer.
Got the lovely gold viscose with the orangey colour. Oh, yes.
Yes.
That is gorgeous. I am absolutely shooketh at these prices. Seriously, look at this. This is $13.99. This isn't a metre per metre. This is for 2.5 metres. I'd actually be thinking now of if you don't get the pattern, if you've missed out, What other dressmaking patterns have I got in my stash? Do you sometimes buy fabric for a pattern, or do you have fabrics that are waiting for a pattern? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so...
A bit of both.
A bit of both, but I definitely have lots of fabric in my stash that I have no plan for, but I just really like. And if my husband knew where they were, I'm in trouble. But they're all in the wardrobe, all in the drawers, in the spare room. And I've got 2.5 metre viscose just ready to go.
Yeah.
And what's really nice is when I need a bit of a pick-me-up, I just go, oh, that's fabric's nice. Oh, go through my pattern. I don't necessarily go and buy a new pattern. I go through what patterns I've got. Like, me and my sister-in-law do, like, sewing days together.
Yeah.
And I just go, oh, what shall I make today? And then I've got it there. So stashes are good.
Nice. Yeah.
And there's 2 hobbies. Buying fabric's one hobby and sewing is one hobby. Yes. I know, a lot of people...
Just to fight with installation as well.
Yes.
It's installation for your house, isn't it?
Yes.
But like
And
you said,
also...
especially prices like this, it's worth grabbing them.
You wouldn't
I know
find
people
a
who've
dress
got
that
vacuum
cheap.
bags that, you know, exactly. You just get the fabric, even if you're not quite sure yet what it is that you're going to make. Or like you say, go through your stash. I'm sure you've got a pattern that you think, actually, I'll have a go at that with this fabric.
So
It's good price.
even the high street, you wouldn't get a dress from a supermarket or a discount shop that cheap.
No.
Because I've been shopping with my girls and there aren't that many bargains out there anymore.
No, they're not.
There used to be loads of bargains and they're not. They're all gone. Right, my pocket is on. I'm just taking these pins out from the back. I use those pins just to keep that patch pocket in place. Oh, where's the other one? And what I've also done is I've just basted there and basted here, because this is going to become, your waistband's going to go on there, and then that will become part of the elastic. And here is where we're going to add the side panel onto now.
Okay, so there's an actual panel piece.
Yes,
that goes down
all
the
the
side.
way down the
Me
side.
and Anna were saying we need to add that into most of our trousers that we've got already. Like, just add another extra little panel. Same fabric, yes?
Yep, same fabric. Now, what would be nice is if you had like some linen, and having a different colour linen down the side would look really nice. I think that would look very fancy. Now, the side panel, I just want to make everybody aware. Let me find where it is. They're all quite long. There we are. It's very easy to get this mixed up once you've taken the pattern piece off, okay? It says at the top, mark this end as the top, because if you didn't mark that end to the top, there's a very slight diagonal on there, which becomes part of the waistband, whereas the bottom, which is tapered, goes the opposite way. So if you got this the other way round, the top of your pattern waistband will then go skew width.
Yeah.
So make sure you remember which side is the top. So you can either get some chalk and put it on, or quite often what I do is I just quickly get a pin and just pin it at the top. Pin that one at the top as well to make sure I remember which side is the top. There we go. Oh, another pin down there. Now, version 2, which is the longer one, is actually a shorter leg. So when you cut out, don't be alarmed that version 1, which is the tapered, which is a shorter leg, has a longer piece, because don't forget we're rolling this up 3 times.
Okay.
It's quite a big, hefty roll at the bottom. We're not just going straight on with that. Right, let me double check I've got the right sides.
The bundle that Adele is using has now completely sold out. The multicolour one that we launched with at the start, that one is now also sold out. Let's move these to the side. The goldy orange one is gorgeous. There's only 4 remaining on that one, so please do check out if you've got it in your basket. There's a bit more of the green. There is a bit more of the green. We love those.
So it's been really popular today, hasn't it?
Oh, very popular. All the denims, we did have plenty of stock available to start with. So the light one that Adele made, the trousers out of, is available. It's $25.99.
Right.
2.5 metre bundle.
I was just reading the instructions there, Vicky, and we put the side panel on the back, not the front, and then we put it together.
Okay.
I don't think it would have made any difference if I put that on the front, but I just don't want anyone to watch this back and go, hold on a minute, she put that on the front, why, when it says on the back? So we're just going to go down with our clips and attach this side panel to the back piece. And when it sits on, the side panel isn't like this going at the side. Your normal side where your trousers is, it's added on there. So when you actually put this on, don't think, oh, why is that not sitting at the right place? It's meant to sit towards the back piece. Just going down all the way. Now, if you're taller than average, so let me see if it says, normally they do them for somebody that's 5'6". Normally it might say. If they haven't, what I would recommend, even though we've got that that space for the turn up, you don't want to skimp on the turn up. You don't want a little fancy turn up. You want a big chunky turn up. So I would
look intentional.
Yes. So I would make sure that you measure the inside, that inside seam, before you cut out, so that you know if you need to add any on. You also need to add it onto the panel as well.
Do you make toiles? No, you just go for it. Yeah.
So, now, if I was making something that I knew I needed a perfect fit, so for example, in the summer when I was making my daughter's dress for the wedding, because I needed it to fit her body perfectly, and I was using a woman's pattern and her body isn't fully a woman yet, I did make a toile.
Okay.
So that I could get that bust start properly. I feel that I know my body enough that I know I need to add extra in the body. I seem to have a long body. I don't really need to do much for a bust adjustment. And my hip to waist ratio isn't that far off from being what normal patterns are. So I'm sorry, I do skip. One option you could do is, if you've got a cheaper fabric like this, make toiles out of this so they become a wearable toile.
Yeah.
So if you're planning to make a really fancy dress for a very special occasion, use these fabrics. Then if it goes wrong, you don't feel like you've wasted too much money.
Well, exactly. I think even if you were to buy, you know, your more affordable toile fabric, it would probably cost you the same as these lovely fabrics today.
Yes, and also they'll give you the drape, whereas cotton muslin fabric, not muslin fabric, what's the cotton fabric that we use?
Like a calico.
Calico, that doesn't necessarily give you the drape that you want
No.
if you were looking for drapey trousers like this. So if you do want to make a mock-up and a toile, try and find the fabric in the right sort of consistency. Not consistency, weight. Now I've just added that side panel. And what we now want to do is press it towards the side panel all the way down. And again, you need to have your ironing board set up in the same place that you're sewing. I have my ironing board set up in my sewing room. There's not much space, but I'm always like up, down, up, down. And I'm quite funny as well, Vicky. Like, even though here I'm sewing with my shoes on, at home I sew with one slipper on and the other slipper, my pedal foot.
Is it the one slipper for the foot pedal?
No, it's the other one.
way round.
I like to do barefoot sewing.
Okay.
So I don't know what it is. Just at home when I'm relaxing, I like to sew barefooted, but I don't know, because here I always sew with my trainers on.
But everything's quite unnatural about how you sew here. Do you stand up sewing at home?
No. Sit down.
Do you have cameras? Just chatting to you all the time?
Well,
or are you on your own?
I suppose at school I'm quite used to holding a conversation and doing something at the same time. So I've got quite
good multitasking.
Oh, when you're trying to tell someone off and then write on the board at the same time. And like you have that moment where you need to call their bluff. So, like, I'm writing on the board and I can hear someone. And I know my kids really well, even though I'm in secondary and don't have them all the time. And I know whose voice it is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, excuse me, similar. And they're like, how does she know? Yeah. Now, what I'm going to do is like we did with the understitching. This isn't understitching, this is actually top stitching. We have pressed the seam to one side, and now we're going to do some top stitching all the way down. We'll have enough time to put the other one on, so we get one full leg done.
Do you have certain lines as a teacher that you used to have? You know, you have these lines that you remember your teacher used to say that you say, like?
So GCSEs are important. Even at my grand old age of 40, I still have to use my GCSEs to get jobs. Doesn't matter what I've done since then. Doesn't matter what career I've had. I still need my GCSEs.
I love it. I love it.
The head teacher still asks that I've got my GCSEs. And they're so funny because they're like, oh, okay, miss. And then you hear, she's 40. Oh, my gosh. Yes, I am that old. No, you do have lines. And I'm not going to talk over anybody. I will wait till everyone's quiet.
The bell is for me, not for you.
Excuse me, I haven't told you to pack away. Oh, our bell, though, because we have different dinner times for different year groups, goes off during the lesson.
Oh.
Oh, and it's not a bell, it's a beep, beep, beep bell.
Really?
13 times it goes. So you stand there and then carry on.
Oh. I would love for you to have been my teacher, though, Adele. We all want to go back to school so Adele can be our science teacher.
They all say to me, Miss, what have you been on? Like, how much energy? And I just say, look, I love my job. I say, my husband makes me a cup of coffee every morning when I leave for work, and that's all I've had.
I promise.
Yeah. Now, look how lovely that is. What a lovely little feature to have at the sides.
Yes.
And what we're now going to quickly do is pop the front on. So this is a bit of an unusual way of doing trousers.
Okay.
There's lots of various ways you could do it. You could do 2 backs together, 2 fronts together side. Or this one does each leg and then you post it through and then do the gusset.
Okay.
So there is lots of different ways. I don't particularly see one way as being better than the other. And don't forget, we have basted that pocket in. So that pocket will become encased in this seam now. And then we have finished the leg. All the way down. But no, we're getting to the crunch ends of our year. My year, it doesn't start in January. My new year always starts in September. But after Easter, you get the realisation from the kids, this is it now. One chance.
Oh, it must go so quick. And, like, do you get emotional? I mean, some of these kids you've taught for, like, since they were children and they're now.
Yeah, and what's so lovely
some
about...
of them, I'm sure you'll probably be quite pleased to see back up. But
No.
Do you have the nice ones that you...
No, because we're quite a small school in terms of secondary. That kids in my year 11 class, I've taught several times all the way through. I remember them when they were in year 7. I remember when they were in year 9. So it's lovely, and they really get to know you. I worked once upon a time in a bigger school, and you didn't kind of get that feeling.
Right.
I saw a kid in year 7, and then they'll see me in year 11 going, oh, hi, miss, and they look so different. You're like, what's your name? And you feel really bad. And then what's nice as well is we have lots of siblings.
Yeah.
So you get, you've taught my sister, you've taught my brother. And we really do know our kids in our school.
Oh, it's so nice. Honestly, teachers, they shape I've got teachers who, you know, completely...
Yeah. That's another one of my lines for Key. God. You might not remember me in 10 years' time, but I've just been part of your moment to get your GCSEs. I would say to them. And I'm not bothered if you don't remember me, but we're going to have that grade that you can remember forever.
You're part of our dressmaking world now, Adele. Inspiring everyone to make trousers today.
Yes. Well, it's teaching the same thing. It's Whether it's teaching adults or teaching children, it's all about being clear and concise with the steps, and also not assuming that everybody knows what they're doing. Like, we've all had to start somewhere.
Yeah.
We've all had to be a beginner. Now, as I open this up, you'll start to see it all coming together. So there's the front, there's the side panel, there's the back, and I'm just going to quickly press this and then do my seam down there. I know we've run out of time, but what I would then do is I would sew up the inseam, do that all again, but you would have done it at the same time with the other leg, post the other one through, waistband on, over, elastic, done.
Elastic, is that one all right? Because I believe
that's
was
the one I used.
Yeah, I think it was on the earlier show, which is not the right one for your arms.
No,
thinner
you need the
elastic
thin
for the
elastic
top,
for
but
your
this
arms.
is the one that's perfect for your trousers. So yes, that's a 40mm, and a metre is enough?
Yep, absolutely. I used one for me. Actually, it does say in here the elastic length. Let's have a look.
$21.99.
Elastic length. I thought it did. I never pay attention to the elastic lengths. I normally just go with what feels nice on my body.
Length, well, your measurement plus ½ an inch.
Oh, there you go.
Or 13mm.
Right, there you go.
So your waist measurement, and then give yourself ½ an inch.
Yeah, now they do come in 1 metre lengths, but if you need longer than 1 metre, you can just attach it to each other. It's not a problem.
Stitch it, zigzag it together.
Yeah.
Right, is there anything else that you wanted to mention? Sorry. No, you're happy?
No, I think I'm just
Thank you ever so much.
Do this and just show the ends what we'd do. There we are. Look how lovely they are.
They're going to look so gorgeous. Oh, you've got to get those ones finished.
Yeah. And I like the fact that it just goes like the pop of colour all the way across, doesn't it?
They're going to look really nice. Really lovely on holidays. Thank you ever so much. Enjoy your Easter holidays. Enjoy Brighton.
Yes.
Hope you managed to get a pit stop down there, start your holiday
I've just
early.
booked it.
Oh, have you? Where are you going to stay first?
Wokingham, at just a little Hilton hotel that's got a swimming pool and things.
Oh, lovely. Enjoy your holidays. We'll see you when you get back. See you next month.
Yes, 14th of April.
Oh, lovely. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. All inspired. I'm so pleased to sell out patterns today with Adele, so don't forget to jot down today's date and you can watch the shows back when you wish. Now, tomorrow, John Scott's here with Jenny Jackson. Miss out on fabrics and probably other rogue things if Hannah's here at 8 a.m. And then at 9 o'clock, block of the month with Jenny Jackson, your EPP block of the month coming up at 9 o'clock. We Love William Morris at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, you've got more EPP with the Vinley Pouch and Lunchbox. That's coming up with Jenny Jackson. And then Storage Solutions at 12 o'clock. Before we leave you in the lovely Answer Hobby Maker, I just wanted to let you know that this was in our Miss It, Miss Out earlier. We didn't air it because if I'm being brutally honest, I feel like we've seen it a lot and I thought everyone had kind of got it now. And oh my word,
people
there are
been
about
saying
50 people who have got it in their basket. I completely underestimated, how many people are still really wanting this colourway. For me, it's the price on the colour palette that you're getting. I absolutely love it for the size of the quilt, and you can make that full size quilt, which is 57-inch square, and you can make the cushion. Bearing in mind, during the show earlier on today, we did quilt kits over £250. Quilt kits do cost that sort of money. So to be able to have one that's designed by Stuart Hillard, the most beautiful colour palette. Those of you that are on the fan page, then you may have started to see the New Mexico quilt on the fan page. $64.99 for your beautiful pattern. You've got your foundation paper piecing templates there as well. You've even got a colouring page if you want to do it in your own colourway afterwards, but you do have all of the colours available today. 2.5 metres of your solid, ½ a metre of everything else. But honestly, grab that, because when that disappears out of stock, it takes ages for us to get all of these colours back in stock in one go to be able to bundle it again. So if you have got it in your basket, go for it. Right, thank you so much for your company today. Happy Easter, everyone. Enjoy Hobby Maker. They are about to take over, and John will see you bright and early tomorrow morning with Jenny Jackson. Thank you, Adele.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Everyone. Hobby Maker coming up after this. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping